Welcome to the Sunday card from the premier meet in the country. With 3 stakes ahead, Chief Wallaby fourth in the Derby, and Belmont has been frustratingly close to a major win. Can he break through as the one to beat in the Curlin? His Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott hoping for his first win since his maiden score, despite being multiple graded stakes placed. Mott also sends out Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf winner Gazora. Can she right the ship after struggling in her last start? 2-year-old filly Pierrette already has a stakes win on the resume. Will her experience put her over the top in the Adirondack? What a day for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher's Saturday. Equal to Saratoga record that he had previously shared with 5 winners, including a 9th Jim Dandy with Renegade. We'll discuss a 3-year-old picture and the Derby runner-up's chances in the DraftKings Travers. All that next on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. Here in Saratoga Springs, we're inside of 10 minutes to post for our opening race on this Sunday afternoon. And glad to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be here with you. 3 stakes ahead, including a Breeders' Cup winner coming back, trying to get her first win of the season coming up as she has shifted barns to Belmont. And, of course, 2-year-old fillies we will see in the Adirondack. One of the biggest questions, though, is Chief Wallaby. Can he finally break through and get a big win here? And we'll see what's next for him. His trainer has said to Travers, no matter what happens this afternoon, not likely for him moving forward. Pretty good group I have with me to talk through everything. We'll bring in here in just a moment as you get a look overhead at this historic racetrack. Here's what's to come, presented by Claiborne Farm. Glens Falls rescheduled. Curlin, presented by Casamigos. That's where we'll see Chief Wallaby and 2-year-old fillies in the Adirondack. With me, one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, Tom Amos, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. What's your thoughts on Chief Wallaby today? 4-5 morning line seems like a big standout. Do you trust him?
Yeah, so that's the problem. So he's a great raw talent, Chief Wallaby is. We've seen that all the way leading into the Kentucky Derby, but he seems to create some problems. He has a little problem. Maybe he's a little claustrophobic. But, you know, as horses progress and get better with age and learn how to race, you cannot rush progress. And Chief Wallaby has yet to put it together, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's run very well. I mean, I guess his Belmont Stakes was his lone sort of mediocre race. He still finished 4th. I thought he ran fine in the Derby, especially if Belmont's right and 1.25 miles is a little far for him. All of his other races were very, very good and just better than this field. I'm not trying to beat him in here. I'm not saying I don't understand people who have some reservations about him. Personally, I think he's just way the horse to beat.
See what happens. That is the Curlin. Later to come, he is 4-5 on the morning line. There he is. Blackout time. Ken McPeak coming off a big effort. That was on a wet track. Jose Ortiz will ride. Horse who had been second in a grade 1 to Ted Noffey, but we'll get to him in a moment. Let's start with a horse who was battle-tested in the Triple Crown, his Kentucky Derby. Narrowly missed against Commandment in the Fountain of Youth and Florida Derby, and then winds up 4th, Tom, on that first Saturday in May.
Yeah, look, you can see it's a crowded field here. Chief Wallaby running here. This was the race where they decided they're going to put blinkers on him because he gets a little bit claustrophobic. Sure, he makes a nice run towards the end, but it sure looked turning for home like he was going to have more horse than that. You could see him just spurt a little bit at the end again, a little in and out of the bridle. I really think it's experience.
Well, I also would argue that he was far and away the horse that was closest to pace in that Kentucky Derby, which completely melted down, that actually ended up being there at the finish, because even though he was 10th, he was only 4 or 5 lengths off the lead. So he was relatively close to that wicked pace. I thought Junior gave him a great ride. I know he got a little traffic in the stretch, but Junior made the decision. Am I going to get a little traffic or circle around the field? I thought he made the right choice and gave him a good ride.
See what happens. Again, this is these 3-year-olds kind of getting into the second half of the year. Things can change. These 3-year-olds can grow up, mature, get better. We'll see who can take a step forward in that Curlin later on this afternoon. In the background, you may not be able to hear it, but the call to post as we're getting set to kick off this card. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. To get things started here, you can play all the action, including an early pick 5, right there with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets, $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code right there at sign up. Spa 200, and you're ready to roll today, all summer long and beyond. Again, right there at nairabets.com. Here's a look at the opener. We're going to start on the turf, 1 1/8. Fast and firm. New York breds in this maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win on the resume. Chad Brown, silly season. Has Flavian Pratt. Blinkers go on for start number 3 this afternoon. As we get a look at our field, start with Lynn's Legacy for Miguel Clement.
I want a horse that was forward in the race that she's coming out of, but I will make a bit of an exception with her as a second-time starter. I think she'll run much better today.
Jarndis, there's some turf pedigree for the debut.
And as you said, Greg, it's a debut horse, and when you look at the tote board, it does not look like they're betting much on her.
Coach of the year for George Weaver.
Yeah, this is a horse who was DQ'd last time, bit of a controversial DQ. Having said that, she took advantage of a very good trip and a pace that collapsed. I'm against.
Jonathan Thomas, first-time starter, Paula's choice.
Well, if you want to talk about turf pedigree, it certainly is here. She's got a horse that was undefeated, Sibling, 3 for 3 on the turf, and showing a little action on the board.
Force of Mischief, blinkers on.
I like Force of Mischief today. This horse was wide on top of the pace that collapsed. Wire the field today.
Here's Adroit, Adroit with Katie Davis.
Yeah, we passed the firster. All 3 firsters have pedigrees. Wasn't interested in this horse.
There's Silly Season, blinkers on, Chad Brown.
Blinkers on, a strong grass pedigree here. You know, if Chad can't get him home in the first 2 starts, it makes me wonder a little bit.
Atta Girl, Addie, big price outside, actually stepping up in class.
I'm shocked she's only 26 to 1. She would certainly blow up the early pick 5.
Well, should mention the 6, who we kind of passed by there for Brittany Russell and Javier Castellano on Rosemont Garden.
Yeah, that's a horse, again, first-time starter. I looked at the pedigree there. I couldn't make a lot of turf sense out of Rosemont Garden.
4 minutes to post from kicking off our Sunday card. Let's bring in Megan Burgess for more. Hi, Megan.
Hey, Greg, good to see you. And we'll start with the inside runner, the number 1, Lynn's Legacy, making her second start. And she, as Maggie put it on Talking Horses this morning, she's a big girl. She wants this route of ground distance as she continues to do so on the lawn. And she's one that came in with a pony. She was very relaxed and professional, but you could kind of tell that they wanted to keep her at ease. Incredibly fit, well-defined, and one of the standouts in terms of her physicality in the paddock. And she does come out of that key race, many of those horses from July the 4th, where she took back. She was outside of Coach of the Year early and just kind of went wide around the turns. She was in behind those horses. She found the right lead, and she had a good run late. I like her in here, and she's certainly stronger and fitter in her second time around. As far as number 8, Silly Season for Chad Brown, does get the blinkers on. A very fit, second off, a bit of time away after a solid performance on debut. And then last time out, she was dealt a bad pose from the far outside. She lacked the early speed. She was a bit green in there as well, and it really took her time to get going, where she was way far back, and she did do some good running late. I like her as well. Her dam was actually a New York bred stakes place runner. She's the half to an accomplished New York bred and runner a Rumor. And Chad Brown, first time blinkers with those maidens on the turf here in Saratoga the past 5 years. He's 30%. So I like that she's hopefully going to be able to be a little bit sharper today. We shall see. As far as number 3, Coach of the Year, I completely agree with Andy as far as the dynamics of her last race and being a bit hesitant to take her back. But physically, she's very strong for trainer George Weaver, and she's kind of that other option for me. As far as some of the first-time starters in here, Greg, I found it a little wanting, each of them wanting to see them get a start under their belt.
Megan, thank you. Over $500,000 in this pick 5 to start off our Sunday action as we look at Coach of the Year. And let's go back to July 4th. And a victory only to be disqualified.
Yeah, no matter how you feel about the DQ, the horse did finish in front in the race. But I think what she did was get an enormously good trip, saving ground and getting that fast pace. So for me, I'm just looking at the horse that was forward here, which is why I like the number 5, Force of Mischief. Not only was she forward, she was 3 wide without cover the whole way. Now she gets blinkers on. She looks like the main speed, unless a first-time starter has a lot of speed, which is certainly possible. But I thought she ran well enough in her debut. I thought she ran very well last time, so I'm betting on the 5, Force of Mischief.
Let's take a look at Force of Mischief. So there is this 3-year-old filly for David Donk. Yeah, putting blinkers on, as Andy mentioned, was forward last time out, coming out of that race that we just showed you with the wide trip around Tom both turns.
Yeah, right around both turns, and Andy mentioned about the blinkers on here. I mean, that's almost telling you intent on what they want to do with the horse. So for the trainer, David Donk, adding the blinkers on, typically when that happens, we're trying to increase the early speed of a horse. When you look at this field, there's not a lot of pace in here. It looks like it's the 5s to take from the start. I have to believe that that's going to be the instructions.
Back to the one who was favored in here, Miguel Clement. Lynn's Legacy has Manny Franco, also coming out of that Coach of the Year race back on July 4th. was third that day, got moved up to second with that disqualification.
That was a good performance from Lynn's Legacy. First start of her career from Miguel Clement, and we ordinarily see horses improve quite a bit from their first to second start. You get an opportunity as a trainer to really work on the things that you didn't think went well in that first start. Miguel Clement has very good numbers going from first to second start. I like this horse, Lynn's Legacy.
I'm on the fence. I wouldn't bet her at 2-1. I picked her third. So I feel like she can win. I think it can go both ways. Probably be a little more professional. She certainly draws well. And, you know, you look at the two horses taking the most money, obviously getting the rail as opposed to getting the 8 with Silly Season. It's a real advantage. It sort of gives her an edge on that one. I hear what you're saying with Silly Season, Tom, you know, and I'm the big advocate of that when trainers like Chad or Todd or Brad Cox, trainers that win a lot, and their horses get bet. They don't win 2 or 3 times. You sort of want to go against them. Having said that, it was her second start, and it was off a long layoff. It was off an 8-month layoff. So I'll give her a little bit of a break. She was wide in that race, so maybe that was part of the excuse. But you know what? It was the race that collapsed. I'm going to stay and hope the 5 gets the lead and keeps it.
Loading up, favorite steps in. Manny Franco for Miguel Clement. As we get set for the pick 5 here, up and over in the next click here. $900,000 in this pick 5 pool. Good luck to everyone playing. You can, of course, put those tickets in at Naira Bets. All set to go. Kicking off our Sunday action, we send it upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started.
Thank you, Greg. Got to give props for that outfit today. Very strong. Paula's Choice coming up. Adroit is next. Silly Season. Atta Girl Addie to the outside. Got some activity from Adroit that has resulted in Katie Davis climbing off momentarily. Katie getting right back up. And then Silly Season and Flavian Pratt take up their position. Atta Girl Addie, 5-year-old mare to the outside. Goes in. And once again, Adroit is extremely fractious. She has been quite jittery since this loading process began. Katie Davis once again getting up. Now a little work on Atta Girl Addie. And they're off. And Adroit did get out of there smoothly. So did Coach of the Year, who's very quick. Force of Mischief has speed and wants to lead. And Silly Season joins them on the outside. Lynn's Legacy is next. Paula's Choice settles in mid-pack, followed by Adroit, who has 7 lengths to make up, rounding the clubhouse turn. And then it's Jarndyce, who is racing 2 lengths in front of Rosemont Garden, and Atta Girl Addie is at the back of the field. So they string out behind Force of Mischief, who's loose through a quarter that went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. It's a 2-length lead over Silly Season in second, and Coach of the Year along the inside third. 2 back to Lynn's Legacy, who races by herself and 5 lengths off the lead. Another 3 back to Paula's Choice, who is followed by Jarndyce on the inside of Adroit. Those 2 race together. 3 lengths in front of Rosemont Garden and Atta Girl Addie. No change in the running order. 48 and 4 into the far turn for the half mile. And it's Force of Mischief in front. Silly Season is racing in the second spot and has now about 3/4 of a length to make up. At the rail, it's Coach of the Year in third. They are followed by Lynn's Legacy, who's had a good enough trip, inching forward willingly on the outside, taking third and taking aim at the top pair. In behind them, it's Paula's Choice and Rosemont Garden there at the top of the stretch. And now Silly Season takes over. Lynn's Legacy into second. And from the back, Rosemont Garden is finishing nicely, angling to the center of the course to find her best stride. It's a good one, too. In the meantime, Silly Season, Lynn's Legacy, and Rosemont Garden keeps on coming. Time running out. Silly Season, Lynn's Legacy. Here it is. Silly Season and Lynn's Legacy. That got very close right at the end. Behind them, Rosemont Garden was in third, then Coach of the Year.
Silly season. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. Third time the charm here, and we have a tie again here in the right ear standings. Number 32 for Flavian Pratt.
I didn't think this pace was very fast, just looking at what the riders were doing on their backs. So advantage to the front runners. Silly Season was laying very close early. Right off of those horses was Lynn's Legacy. Makes a run at Silly Season. Man, this was really tight, you guys. I know we're calling the winner here, but doggone, that was tight.
Yeah, I feel like the one had every chance to win this race and hung a bit. I know what you're saying about the pace, but, and you may be right, but the one was right there as well. I think Flavian won the race when he was aggressive early.
Yeah, I mean, that's closer than you guys think.
It's been posted the 8th, though. Silly Season.
What I was going to say is that
close.
Flavian got the position with the 8th in the outside post, so he mitigated that. And the horse I like was on the lead and was terrible. I mean, can't say that. I don't know. You know, we ran 2 races on the Mellon yesterday, the first turf race of the week, with the rails out 27 feet. They were both sprints. But both of those races were dominated by outside closers. So I'm not sure being forward towards the inside is really an advantage. I get what you're saying, Tom. I feel like they wanted every chance to get by this horse and just couldn't quite get there. She kind of hung a little bit.
How about the horse that ran third, the first-time starter, Rosemont Garden? That was a very nice race from off the pace. Not to take anything away from the winner.
No, that
Keep
was
your
pedigree.
eyes on that first time or next time out for Brittany Russell. 8-1-6-3. This was a lot closer, though, than we believe. Wow, absolute best of the bob to the 1, but the 8, that nose down first.
Yeah, I mean, the one never got there. It got close, but it was sort of like yesterday's first race, to be honest. Funny, I ran into Mike Ryan, who owns the 6, before the race, was chatting with him and his wife, Mary, and never came up to ask about how they like their first-time starter. I guess I should have asked. I could have been frustrated like Greg is.
Flavian Pratt, number 32, for that man right there, Chad Brown, who had a clear-cut lead in the trainer standings. We have a race again after Saturday and a 5-win day for Todd Pletcher.
5-win day for Todd Pletcher. Everybody was talking about Todd's slow start, not being able to win in the dirt. I said, shooters shoot, and Todd is a shooter, and he came through yesterday.
Historic Saturday afternoon, but Chad Brown here answers, and he's got plenty of ammunition to come the rest of the way here as he kicks off this Sunday card with a victory. Silly Season. Third time out, picture time for Lawrence Goichman, homebred. And Pratt on board, right back to work for Pratt. Number 32 of the meet for him. We'll have the prices from this one when we return. Just getting started on our Sunday action here on Saratoga Live.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
Right to win the Wonder again. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Just across the street from this historic racetrack, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, and the inductions for this year's class that will include the late Christophe Clement, happening next Friday, August 6th. Always a special day here at Saratoga Springs.
Yeah, Christophe was one of those people. He was one of those guys. He was just a great trainer, but a better person.
Silly season kicks off this Sunday card. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, and a homebred for Lawrence Goichman.
Yeah, you know, and I have to say, so when you're watching the turf course after this nice rain we've had, and steady rain at that, it's a different turf course than it was when we first got here. We first got here, you could see him kicking up dirt on it. It was so fast and firm. This is real turf, and I think you're seeing some horses turn around their form because of that. Others, I think it goes the other way. Maybe perhaps Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I just think Coach of the Year was kind of lucky last time, and I just don't think it was good enough, to be honest.
$7.06 for the win. Let's go to Megan.
And very pleased to be joined by Chad Brown and his daughter Ava here in the winner's circle. But Chad, silly season, you put the blinkers on. She found herself in a more forward tactical position today.
Yeah, she was a little rusty off the layoff there, and I liked her training after her last race into this one, the blinkers, and of course Flavian had a plan to leave out of there and get better position in a paceless race on paper.
And yesterday you kind of had a couple of near misses, but got the better of a close finish in this one.
Yeah, you know what? Someone once told me they'll even out. You just hope the ones that go your way are the big races, you know? So we'll take it.
Absolutely. You'll send out Sea Strike, routing for the first time in today's Curlin. You've remarked that he's a horse that will be better with more ground. What have you seen him in his training?
Yeah, it's a little unorthodox for me just to go off just 2 starts and a 7/8 race where he wasn't effective into a 1.125 stake. So, but lack of options. We passed an allowance race a couple weeks ago looking for something against straight 3-year-olds. He's going to have to step up and do it. I will say he's an incredible workhorse in the morning. I'd be hard pressed to find any horse in my barn that works better. But it's a tall order, and we'll just see if he can get out there towards the front and carry him all the way around.
Quickly, I have to ask, he's been one you've left solo in the mornings.
Yeah.
What's given you the encouragement to do that with him?
Yeah, I think you get a little too aggressive in company, and like I said, he's such a willing workhorse. He does everything so easy. We know there's a big race on the dirt somewhere for him. We're still trying to figure out the distance, and he's getting a very late start as a 3-year-old into stakes, but we'll take what we can, and it is a 1.125 at Saratoga here, but he's training well enough to run well.
Best of luck in there.
Thank you.
And Greg?
Looking forward to that Curlin, and this is the time, you start this second half of the year, and we can see some new faces start to step up.
Specifically about the horse Chad's been talking about, that horse has only been in 2 sprints.
2 sprints.
And he's going to stretch out here. If anybody can do it, it's Chad. I've seen him do it many, many times. He knows how to train these horses to get more distance, despite a pedigree that might be a bit of a question mark at that distance.
Yeah, and they can see from him talking, and I've talked to him about it, he has some concerns from getting the distance. I'll tell you what, I have a concern with that horse. And he's talented. I don't think that's a concern. Whether he's this talented, we don't know. He can't get out of the gate. And, he got badly left first time, didn't break particularly well last time. And that's concerned especially because you want to be forward, right? And the speed of the race is on the rail. So he's really got to get out to get himself that position. And I don't know if this is the kind of race you want to get left even that much, right? Because it's a tough race.
Very competitive group in this year's Curlin. That is still to come later today on the latter half of this card. Race 2 is going to start an early pick 4. We're 20 minutes away. And 6.5 furlongs here in New York Breds. Allowance optional claiming field. Hot currency, even money coming in of very fine form for Linda Rice, just second in a New York bred stake, the Bowery.
I'll tell you, I picked Hucker, I picked K-Cup, who scratched. I'm surprised not only at the disparity in price between Hot Currency and Grace and Grit. Are you guys a little surprised that Grace and Grit isn't the second choice in this race? I know that Bellicose has more speed and Grace and Grit's a little pace dependent, but man, Grace and Grit is in great form. I thought her last race was terrific, and I thought she was the chief competition in Hot Currency because I think that Bellicose and Hot Currency are playing a similar game, and I just thought Hot Currency was the better of the two.
When it comes to Grace and Grit, she has improved so much with the blinkers on in the last 3 starts. She's a definite player in this race.
Yeah, I mean, she's a little pace dependent, but man, she shows up.
Early, too, these odds could switch. We'll see.
Well, I
looked
at the double, and
Really?
even the 4 is a slight favorite. It'll be
Yeah.
closer, I think, but I really let the 6 be a clear-cut second choice.
19 minutes to post. Let's go back to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. And here with Matthew DeSantis, Naira Betts content producer, and you've been hard at work. It's been a very busy week of lots of fun racing, but you've got your eye on a specific filly, though, in today's Grade 2 Adirondack.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of racing for sure. And yesterday we saw life-changing. She kind of put her name in the contention for the spin-away. But I'm interested to see what this group of runners in the Adirondack can do. Really like the number 8 Stress Relief for Kinnan LaRose. This is a filly I think who can move forward 8-1 on the morning line with another effort. Very professional first time out, and Kinnan's had a lot of success coming up here with horses from Churchill Downs, winning a couple of maiden spots. These juveniles are running really well for him, so I like this one. And the Dam also was a stakes winner at 2, so lots to like in the pedigree and the form.
Nice precocity there in a tough race, Matthew, but there's been a lot going on at Naira Betts. Some content, but also the contests have been a lot of fun to watch and people being rewarded who've been participating in them. Can you elaborate on some opportunities they can find over there?
Absolutely. If you go to nairabets.com/contest, you can find out all the great work that my colleague Jackson Muniz is doing. We have low rollers, $80 feeders, $40 feeders, $300 contests, $1,000 contests, BC seats on the line. It's a really fun way to play, and if you're not dipping your toe into the contest yet, the best part is there's so many different ways to do it.
Lots of ways to play, Greg, over at Naira Betts. A huge week of racing coming up at Whitney Stakes next week. Be sure to download your Naira Betts app.
Megan, thank you. And yeah, fairly packed early on a Sunday here at Saratoga. Part of the reason, all those lids you see everyone wearing, the straw hats. That was the giveaway early this morning. We had quite a line getting in here today.
Saw a guy with about 8 hats piled on top of each other on top of his head earlier.
That's why I couldn't get one.
The cowboy hat. It looks good just on about everybody. It would look good on just about.
Real quick, too.
I know someone that wouldn't look good on.
We just heard in that interview, Matthew DeSantis, very intrigued by stress relief. What can you tell us?
So I trained her mom, Little Stitious. She was a multiple stakes winner. And Joel Politi bred her. He had her in the Keeneland sale, the Keeneland yearling sale, and withdrew her because he liked her so much. She rewarded him with a win for Kinnan LaRose, my former assistant, now training. And it was a nice win. Broke well, had a good position up front, drew off at the end, and galloped out well. I mean, she's a player in that race, simple.
Looks like a good group.
It's a good group.
It is actually one of the best runnings of the Adirondack I can ever remember. There are a lot of... I had it 5 deep, not including that horse, so I guess I...
Glens Falls rescheduled after not being able to run this one earlier in the week. At Gazora back, Andy. The New York, obviously, things did not go well.
Well,
trying to get her first win since this performance to win the Breeders' Cup.
She got a ridiculous trip into New York. I'm not going to condemn her off that. And I realize, you know, the horses that Peter Brand switched to Belmont haven't run particularly well, but I believe distance is her friend. And I think the reason she's able to run down a horse like She Feels Pretty, who was the champion last year, and deservedly so, was because the distance. And 1.5 miles fits her like a glove. Listen, her first race this year, when she was still in Chad Brown's barn, but regardless, Belmont is a pretty good trainer. That was he lost to Kathy Marissa, who I think we can all agree right now is the leader of that division. So I don't know what's not to like. I like the other Euro, the 6, and I'm a little some Cherie DeVos runner, making a second start here, but I'm not against Gazora.
Be exciting to see, yeah, if she can get back. But as you mentioned, Servi in there coming in here for a States debut. Was not far behind Gazora when they met in Group 1 company at Longchamp last year.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that her form this year has tailed off a little bit, and she may not be quite as good. She was purchased for a great deal of money, I think 1.9 million guineas in the Tattersall Racing Ages sale. But she's pretty good. And I think Cherie's horse, the number 4 horse, whose name is escaping me right now.
Favorite Memory?
Favorite Memory. I think that horse is interesting, stretching out, too. I'm just not sure how good she is.
That's race 8 on the card, 5:09 Eastern start time. In our next crew, you look at this group, Will Walden, that race 2 back at 1.5 miles of the Grade 3 Bewitch. That was a big performance. Is she on her best up to handling the likes of a Gazora?
I didn't like her. I could be wrong. I think I picked her 4th in the race. I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if she wins this race. She does like the distance. I believe she would have to run better than she did in the Bewitched to win this race.
I thought this was a big finish, Andy. This last 1/8 mile was pretty good. I mean, rates had a fast pace, which I don't know what kind of pace you're going to get in this Glen Falls later today. It looks like the 5 controls everything there. But that being, of course,
I think Azora is going to be sitting very close to the 5. I agree with you on the 5, but
Storm
I think
Miami
Azora's
is going to set the tone.
I agree completely.
And so a number of these horses want some pace up front, including Speed Chopper, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. 2 for 3 at the distance, and probably the best race of her career, that Bewitch at 1.5 miles. 2 starts ago for Will Walden. We're 14 minutes away. Race 2 coming up. It starts this early pick 4 ahead. We got a 6-5 favorite here for Linda Rice. And obviously Hot Currency with her top racer coming out of a stake last time. Not going to be awfully tough at this spot. We'll get a look at the field when we come back. Golden Tempo, the leader of this 3-year-old division. Knowing who he's going to face in that field taking shape for the DraftKings. Travers will talk about the division and that race next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet 1,000,000 miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
Those picnic tables, coveted ground. If you could come in, grab a picnic table, and stay through and sleep over till the Whitney, I think people would do that. That's how anticipated that race is coming up, Whitney Saturday, what we're going to see with Nitrogen taking on the boys.
We're expecting a very large crowd. You know, you can save $5 by buying tickets now at Nyra.com/Whitney, and we are expecting possibly a sellout crowd. I'm not joking here. We have sold a lot of tickets for that day.
Here's the favorite, race 2. It's hot currency for Linda Rice. Let's go to Megan.
And hot currency, Greg, a horse that certainly flashed talent as a 2-year-old for her trainer, Linda Rice. And what I'm familiar with from those races, as I see her here for the first time at 3, is she'll take on older foes today. She's one that I always appreciated as a 2-year-old because she always looked head and shoulders more progressive and developed at that time of the year against her fellow 2-year-old at that time. And now as I've seen her, she looks fantastic. She's incredibly fit as she's been racing into form, but for the first time seeing her, I'm not certain she's gone on and grown up much, but she's well-defined, well-muscled, taking nothing away from her. Just noting that as she is the lone 3-year-old facing older in this race. She was certainly flattered last time out when Veneta went on to win the New York Oaks with the 79 Buyers speed figure. It was a dramatic gold rail that day, and she pressed outside in the 2 path where the winner was able to kind of ride that strong rail, and she was outside off of it. So she ran well, still held her own down the lane, and I'm looking forward to seeing her tackle this challenge today. As far as the number 4, Bellicose for trainer Brad Cox, she's just all sprinter, completely just the epitome of what you find a sprinter in the dictionary. She's very low to the ground, very well muscled. Now, she's a filly first off the claim for him. He does incredibly well here on the dirt first off of the claim, and she's one that hasn't necessarily had continuity on the racetrack in priors. She's definitely going to be a part of the early speed puzzle, and here she definitely takes her time, but she's carrying good weight and condition, no worse for wear after just seeing her on July 12th, which is a quicker turnaround for a filly that hasn't had back-to-back races like that in quite some time. But I do like what I'm seeing from her. The number 6, Grace and Grit, has done nothing wrong for trainer Amelia Green for Mike Ivaroni's TCC stable. Wasn't all that expensive either when acquiring her from a digital sale, and she's going to have that tactical position. She's incredibly fit, a bit sharp to try to get the blinkers on her, but settled on just fine, Greg, in a highly competitive field.
Megan, thank you. 7 minutes away from race 2. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. There's Grace and Grit, Amelia Greenbarn, major player, and that price starting to drop. We'll be back.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Beautiful day here on Sunday. Officially, the calendar has clicked over to August. You know what that means. This place is packed, but joined in the paddock with trainer Brad Cox. Will send out the number 4 Bellicose. And this horse, Brad, doesn't necessarily have a lot of continuity on the racetrack, but certainly showed promise through her races.
Yeah, we obviously just claimed her, and we're going to send her today, and hopefully she can stay on going 6.5. But and there's plenty of speed in here as well, so hopefully she can get a good trip with Irad.
We'll send out a talented filly in Scarlet Begonia, who's been training at Churchill Downs later today in the Adirondack. What does she continue to show you in her progression?
Just 2 easy works at Churchill since. We really like the way she breezed. They were solo moves, and I think she showed a lot of gut and determination and talent in her first run there at Ellis. Settled in mid-pack and come run and finished up well, and I think she'll like another 1/8 of a mile today.
Well, congratulations as far as just a great start to the meet, Brad, and best of luck in here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Megan, thank you, Brad Cox. What a terrific summer. He is off to a huge performance from Amber Glen yesterday.
Yeah, you and I are both fans of hers going forward. We'll see where he does with her. I'm sure he's trying to get her to the QE2 at Keeneland.
Here is Nina Kay to kick off the post parade for Linda Rice.
The other horse for Linda in here, and she can be forward as well, though she'll probably be sitting second or third.
And got a deal with her stablemate, who's the 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, Hot Currency on paper, she is by far the one to beat.
Here is Brad Cox's filly, just claimed Bellicose.
This is a pretty big step up out of what Brad claimed this horse out of, and I know that we've got a big scratch, but still, money seems to be showing a little bit.
Biggest price on the board is Missing Fortune.
Yeah, named for a lot of us when we leave Saratoga.
Speak for yourself. Grace and Grit at 3-1.
Yeah, look, the addition of blinkers that Amelia Green did with this filly, the last 3 starts, 2 wins in a second, it was a big move.
And then Z-End on the outside for Deborah Breed.
Like the 5 shipping in from Finger Lakes, she'd have to run her very best race, and we just don't know if she can even bring her best form here to the NYRA races.
Being modest, you're having a great start handicapping to me.
I just meant Saratoga in general tends to. Believe me, I've left here broke before.
The man eats out every night.
That's part of the reason.
Yeah.
He eats well. 4-5 on Hot Currency. The one to beat 2 starts ago. Dominant win in Stakes Company off a short layoff and then a very credible effort, although a beaten odds-on favorite in the Bowery.
Yeah, I guess, first of all, Vanessa's pretty good. And she took her a lot out of her trying to get by Galinda that day at 7 furlongs. She's been very consistent. She should be forward. I don't like Bellicose. I just didn't think she was good enough to win this race, and maybe she moves up off the claim for Brad Cox, which is certainly possible. Otherwise, I thought she was the better speed, so I was sort of her and Grace and Grit, and I just thought Hot Currency speed gave her the advantage.
It does indeed. Hot Currency wants to either be on the pace or right off of it. That's where she runs her best races. When you look this field over and say, hey, who's going to run with her early? Maybe Brad Cox off the claim in the 4 Bellicose, but she's just got so much class. I see Hot Currency going to the lead and separating early.
And Andy, too, with Hot Currency, 3-year-old filly, she's facing older company here, but she's run faster races, and she's sort of building moving forward still. Isn't she the kind of up-and-comer with still more improvement to come?
I agree. I think she's sort of good enough to win this race on paper, and of anybody in here, she has improvement. I don't know. I'm not, Tom, where do you stand on the 3-year-olds running against olders in the summer? Does it matter that much, or is it really just who the horses are?
No, I think as you go up in conditions, whether, maidens, nobody's won a race, or first level allowance, meaning everybody's won 1 allowance race, or just broken their maiden, or in this case, we call it a 2 other than allowance race, meaning you can't have won more than 1 allowance race to go in this race. With Hot Currency, she didn't win an allowance race, she won a stakes race, so you got to give her credit for that. But I understand exactly what you mean. In the way of maturity, you're talking about 3-year-olds would be the equivalent of maybe a freshman in college, sophomore in college, and the older horses are mature adults in their mid-20s.
But as Greg is saying, you want to have a horse moving forward. She's the one who's got the forward move. I guess it's, listen, 3-5, I got to tell you, is a little bit short, and I think the disparity in price between her and the 6 is bigger than, in my opinion, it should be. Yeah. So at this price, if somebody said, here's $100, you got to bet on 1 horse, I'd rather take 6-3-1 the 6.
Yeah, Hot Currency, the 2 clicks down another notch, so 3-5 favoritism. Let's go to Megan.
And the other Linda Rice entrant in here, the number 1, Nina Kay, who gets the blinkers on. And I do like this pivot for her. Now, she's one that has taken the advantage of being one that does run well over some of those wet tracks that are sealed. She was very fit and forward on the bridle, breaking from the inside, hopefully with some tactical speed with those blinkers. But, you know, last time we saw her on May the 24th, the best running was done off the rail that day. She was well off of that rail in a very good trip and ran on closer than the winner to that pace, where was a close finish late. Now she's got to get a bit better to get above the likes of a Grayson Grit, who's in strong form. But if you're just looking at her raw forms and figures, excuse me, it puts her right there in the mix, especially two back, where she made up good ground where it was dominated up front. But quickly, the number 5, as far as just picking this pace puzzle together, was incredibly sharp in the paddock, very sharp on the racetrack, and could even add more complexity to being likely what will be a quick pace up front, Greg.
Megan, thank you. Pick 4 pool, 230,000 and growing. Odds on 3 to 5 favorite. Hot Currency, 3-year-old filly. Yes, the only 3-year-old filly in this field, tackling older company, taking on older company for the first time.
Taking on older company for the first time. She's got speed, but she also has something we refer to as class. And when you've got class and speed, it usually dominates any other speed in the race. I look for her to be in front very early and to keep going.
I would almost think she was closer to a cinch if she drew the 4, if she was outside of Bellicose. I don't love that Bellicose is outside of her.
We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Start of this early pick 4. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Grayson Grit, the end. They're in the gate. And they're off right across the track. Missing Fortune in the center has some early interest, but it is Hot Currency who is the fastest, and tracked immediately by Bellicose. These two speed clear of Nina Kay. Missing Fortune is racing in between horses, and Zien 5th and 4 off the lead. It's another 2 back to Grayson Grid, who trails. They're coming to the half-mile pole, and Hot Currency is the target. Bellicose a length back second. Nina Kay a close-up third. Eager to get out of that tough spot along the inside with less than a half-mile to go. They're followed by Missing Fortune and ZN, 22 flat for that opening quarter, 3 clear of Grayson Grit. Heavily favored Hot Currency coming to the quarter pole in front, with Bellicose in second. Nina Kay along the inside. ZN is next. Nina Kay angles off the rail now to take a crack at Hot Currency as the field turns for home. Hot Currency, the one to catch, spurts clear now to lead it by 3. Nina Kay is trying her best, but 4 lengths behind. ZN on the outside, and Grayson Grit belatedly. Hot Currency was far too good and blasted this cast as Grayson Grit's trying to rally into second. It will be Hot Currency to win stylishly. Grayson Grit nailed Nina Kay for second, then it was the end.
Hot Currency, just too good for her older compatriots here. Picks up the 3rd win of her career. Linda Rice, Manny Franco, number 21 at the meet.
Yeah, and you know, Frank Miramonte, our track announcer, said that race was won stylishly. It was won with class and stylishly. When these horses are turning for him, you're looking at Hot Currency with Manny Franco on top. He's going to take a peek back right through here to see where everybody else is. And I'm telling you, there it is right there. When they do that, that means I got a lot of gas in the tank. Come and get me if you can. That's not going to happen here.
I might have called this margin top of the stretch, and I said she looks like she's going by 8. She might win by more. Maybe she made 3 to 5 look like an overlay in here. I mean, this was a dominant performance. She was very, very good here.
And look, Manny Franco realizing he's on the best horse in the field, not messing around. Let's just take it to him early.
No, you were right, Greg. I thought the 4 might take it to her a little harder in this race. I think they were thinking, you know, if they go too fast, it might compromise her, and knowing it'd be tough to beat her. And, I mean, it was an honest pace. You know, there's a long run-up in the 6.5 furlong races, so 22.15 is more like somewhere around 22.5, 22 3/5 and 6 furlongs. They're not walking, but it's not quite that fast.
But when you're judging early speed, you tell me, class and speed trumps speed every single time.
It's like Richie says, it's not how fast they're going, it's how they're going fast. And in this case, yeah, she's just, listen, she showed on the racetrack, Tom. She's just too good for these horses.
It's like the step up into the big leagues here. Furafilio is pretty good in the college ranks now, taking on older compatriots and saying, I have arrived. Look
That's
at me.
well put.
They just said we don't like the 3-year-olds. We don't want to face. We want to face old timers.
Linda Rice last year set a record on this New York circuit, 172 wins, breaking a record that she had previously been tied for with 164 wins. Just so dominant, and she does it a lot, Tom, with claiming horses, sort of the old-fashioned way.
Oh, yeah. Look, there are trainers that are good at every level. If you get the right horse, you're going to be good. But for Linda Rice, she is so good at scouting what the potential claims are and what's available for those horses up here. And she'll claim out of every jurisdiction. She literally comes into Kentucky every year and raids the stable area. And when you get one claimed off her, which I had many, you're nervous when she runs them back. I can tell you that.
She changed the rules in Kentucky. I mean, when they're changing rules because of you, I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got the rules changed, and he's arguably one of the greatest athletes of all time. And the thing about Linda also, she's relentless, you know? She's obviously not having as good a meet as she had last year, but she just keeps coming at you in waves, you know?
Hot Currency 3-5, 2-6-1-7 finish here in race 2, wins at 3-5.
And Renegade starts to roll from behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Silent Tactic, a very wide Commandment. Commandment puts his head in front. And Renegade will try to run them down in the center of the track. He's coming with giant strides, is Renegade. Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack. And he will run them all down in the Jim Dandy.
Our Casamigos performance of the week. Renegade in the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Rat Ortiz Jr. in no hurry early on in this race. 9th Jim Dandy win for trainer Todd Pletcher, part of a 5-win Saturday, equaling a Saratoga record, Tom.
Brilliant effort by Renegade, and you got to be so cool when you're a rider to understand what's happening in a race. This was a distance race, of course. Down the backside, Renegade had to be at least 12 to 15 lengths off the lead. And, you know, when you're looking at a rider that's on a horse like that and his main competition is almost out of his sight, he's so far in front of him, you better know what's happening in that race. That's part of riding, being able to mentally have that clock in your head that says, hey, I think they're going too fast and I think I've got this much underneath me. Irad knew exactly what he had.
When a rider like Irad is sitting back that chilly in that situation, you pretty much know he's going to have the worst to finish. Listen, Commandment ran very well also, and I think the pace ended up being a little hotter than he expected. Not that they were blazing out front, but a little bit hotter, and that maybe hurt him a little bit, but that was a good horse race between both of them, and, you know, both going to the Travers. And I think the horse that we're not talking about is Silent Tactic, who, I mean, that's the best race he ever ran.
No question. And that, off a long time away for that horse, too. And this was the race to use just sort of to get him to the DraftKings Travers. So looking at this 3-year-old division now, obviously Golden Tempo, Tom, had to pass on this race because missed some training time with a little bit of a sickness. But we'll line up now in that Travers. Where do you put Renegade and the rest of these 3-year-olds for the big one coming up?
Well, I know I'll get pushback from my man here, but Renegade is the obvious second choice in the Travers to me.
Well, he's always going to be. He always gets overbet. So I'm not saying it's an overbet.
They didn't overbet him yesterday. He won. Yeah. But anyhow, my point is that he's going to be the solid second choice off that effort, and rightfully so. Look, there's no doubt that the Cherie DeVoe camp, Cherie, of course, the trainer of Golden Tempo, was paying very close attention to that race yesterday. And I think after that race, they would say, Renegade is who we're going to have to beat.
I tell you what's interesting. Renegade, in my opinion, does not get better with more distance, where I think Golden Tempo does. And I'm not sure on Commandment. I'm not sure how much better. I think the 1 1/8 is really perfect for Renegade yesterday.
It is too early to make a statement like that based on these horses being in the middle of their 3-year-old year, you would say.
I would say I agree with you, Tom. I think he's better to 1 1/8. I said it before the race, and I say it after the race.
Andy, no, let me ask Tom this question. To make that statement.
No, I don't think so.
Let me ask Tom this question. The only time we saw him run, well, not the only time, sorry, 1.25 miles in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
He's finishing pretty darn good.
Yep.
And say what you want about that beginning. That could have taken a little starch out of your finish.
I know Andy doesn't think so, but my gosh, it's horse racing. You know, horses get rattled mentally as well as physically, and he took some hits.
Maybe his rider shouldn't have tried to force himself out to start.
And, you know, you have all these horses coming over on him, crowding him. That is a difficult thing for a horse, not only physically, but mentally as well.
Well, let's talk what really happened. Irad came out 3 paths at the start to try to make room for himself, and they said no. Right. So it wasn't that they forced him over. They said no.
But that has nothing to do with how he finishes and what happened to him.
He ran fine in the Derby. He lost to a horse that had to alter course also in the stretch and still got by him. I don't think Renegade gets better than a mile and a quarter. I didn't say he's not a good horse. I didn't say he couldn't win. I think a mile and eighth is better for him than a mile and a quarter. That's
It's all going to be settled on the racetrack later this month into the DraftKings Travers. Odd currency, $3.26 for the victory. Dominant here in the first try against Older Company. Let's go to Megan.
And some connections, Greg, that are very familiar with the winner's circle. Mike, you had an incredible winner with this partnership in Valora over the weekend, but Hot Currency, it's got to be gratifying to see her do it against Older today.
It is. It was a big test, but again, thankful for my partnership with Steve, Wes, Winning Move, all the partners. It's a dream, and I mean she's a dream. She's a sweetheart off the track. You put her on there, she turns into something different. So it's a blessing to be here. It really is incredible.
Incredible stuff, and it's always nice to see when they come alive on the racetrack. Wes, your elder statesman over here said, don't get comfortable. As far as visiting the winner's circle, you've had 2 back-to-back photos taken with some pretty impressive performances. Has to be exciting.
It's very exciting, and yes, I agree with him. You can't get comfortable. Every win, never take anything for granted. I mean, it's so special, especially up here in Saratoga, to make that walk down to the winner's circle after seeing an impressive win. There's nothing like it.
Steve, what's it like to be in partnership with these guys?
Well, I kind of inaugurated Winning Move 20 years ago, so I'm accustomed to having the exhilaration of winning, but having partners who support each other, having an outstanding trainer, having outstanding horsemen who work behind Linda, they need to get some of the gratitude and recognition as well. You see a finished product like this. Of course, Manny rode her with total confidence. He knew what he had. So, as Wes said, to be in the winner's circle, share it with family and partners. There's no other high that you can experience.
Indeed, there is not, and Hot Currency didn't have any problem with her elder statesman in this race today, Greg.
Big performance from her. She was very good here in race 2. As we move on to the third, thank you, Megan. 6 furlongs starter optional claiming race coming up. Should anyone, Andy, be 7-5 or 3-2 in this race?
I picked Lily Bird, so I'm probably not somebody who should be saying no in that situation. I don't know. I thought Lily Bird was much the horse to beat, but I get it.
All right, well, more in this group when we come back. Short timeout, I believe. We're going to stay on FS2 right after this break, eventually making that move to FS1, but not just yet. That was popular today, the straw hat giveaway. Still looking for one.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We can't
necessarily have horses talk to us and have them tell us how they're feeling. We need to be able to read their body language. There's some positive and negative behaviors that you can observe in the paddock to give you an inclination of how a horse is going to perform on the particular day. Yeah, here we have a horse that is just doing way too much. And you can tell that she's a bit of a nervous type. She's hot, she's a bit lighter framed. And so horses like this, I just find don't necessarily, literally, have enough energy left in the tank to see out a race. So as you take a look at the 4, you can tell that he is tugging at his groom, and just that forward posture, that forward demeanor is something I like to look for with horses, especially ones that on form have shown speed, because that generally translates to gait speed. Here we have an example of a young horse who is green. He is overreacting to his surroundings in the paddock, meaning that he's not focused and not used to the proceedings that happen before a race. He's going to need to start to learn to relax and harness his focus. Okay, taking a look at this horse, this is really good behavior, and this is a young horse. She is nicely on the bridle. She's accepting that contact. So in tune with her handlers, well behaved, just doing everything like a professional athlete.
"17 minutes to post race 3. It starts a mandatory pay pick. 5-6 furlongs, a starter optional claiming field on a tremendous Sunday with 3 stakes races to come, including the Curlin for 3-year-olds, many of whom trying to hopefully book a ticket to the DraftKings Travers.
I also want to say, you know, obviously the Whitney, the focus this week, there are 4 grade 1s on Saturday. I don't know if people watching have looked at our cards coming up on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but they are strong through and through. So it's shaping up to be an incredible week of racing here.
Come for the Whitney, but stay all week. In other
Yeah,
words.
come Wednesday and don't leave us until Labor Day.
All right, Tom, you're going to put together a pick 3 for us here.
Yeah, so, you know, I know we got a 3-2 favorite in Willie Bird here, the 7 horse, but handicapping this race, I thought this was a race that you need to spread out a little bit more in. My single, to keep the ticket small, is going to be in race 4, and this is a horse that I used to train, Lady Orient. When you look at this race, specifically with the scratch, she looks like she can control the pace up front. I don't see much pace in here. That's going to hurt some of the closers that have a real chance in this race, and I think it helps Lady Orient a lot. So we're going to single her, and then we're going to spread back out in race 5, which I also feel is a wide open race.
Lady Orient got a great ride last time. And really,
oh, come on.
Her
Don't
excuse?
do that to
I mean,
me, Andy.
I watched the replay of her race, and I texted Tom immediately and said, have you watched Lady Orient's last race?
I'm a reformed man. I don't go out on the track and meet the rider when he comes back on the horse anymore.
You're so full of it.
I'm
Is there a better friend to riders than Tom Amos?
People think that I'm hard on jockeys. Amos is worse. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I'm not going to say names, but I heard a story of making someone cry.
That's not true. Whoever told the story,
I think he would have
made me cry. Yeah.
This
and
race
then there would have been some tears.
coming up. So 3-2. I know we're looking at the 2 here, but 7-5 now on Willie Bird.
Well, yeah.
Back to dirt, and the dirt races, they were most recently Horseshoe Indy and a wet track.
I'll go back to what you said. Yes, 7-5 is too short. Coming to New York for the first time, you're right. It's an amazing horse. Take on the turf race. This horse on synthetic and dirt, 12 starts, 7 wins, 3 seconds instead of third. I mean, this is an amazing horse that just shows up every time. But this is probably one of the tougher spots he's been in, Tom. And I think he's the horse to beat. But I agree with what you said, Greg. 7-5 is a little short.
Dropped back at the start in this race, came around and had a big, strong finish at the end to win it.
Well, I say something else about this race in particular. He didn't break that well and had to work to even get some position behind what was a pretty quick pace. He's a very neat horse who draws very well, but Shoot the Nickel on his day is okay, and I don't know why Norwich is 7-1 right now, and while the 1 is impossible to make on paper off his recent races, this is a barn, the Nodas, that at times have won a lot of races that maybe they didn't look great on paper. And
He's
so
won
far this
4
meet,
of his last 5.
They're winning almost everything. They're 3-4
and 2 of his last 2 on dirt.
Off the claim?
Yeah.
No, I think you have to, well, on paper, Burning Hunk of Love is tough to make, and he's sort of taking a little Jose Ortiz money, but he's also taking money because of the barn change. Make no mistake.
Let's go to Megan for more.
The 7, Willie Bird, campaigned by a trainer that doesn't necessarily send a lot of horses to Saratoga, and Larry Ravelli, but when he does, they run. And from a small sample size, they run well. I believe he's 3 for 9 the past 5 years at Saratoga on the dirt, with 4 of those horses coming in the money. And looking at Willie Bird, he is a powerhouse. He is so strong, so defined, well-muscled, just very typical Larry Ravelli type horse. And also when it comes to Larry's horses, they kind of, a little reminiscent of Wesley Ward in the way that they just break so sharp from the gate. And you heard Andy describe that wasn't the case last time out, where I agree, I thought he ran incredibly well, really picked it up at that half, and he didn't break that sharp, trailing early and then had to angle out wide, being much the best at 2 to 5. And he's going to be a short price again in here, but he makes so much sense. And in terms of his physical against this group, he stands out. I agree, the number 2 Norwich is way too big of a price up there at 6 to 1. You know, last time out, he is, as I say, going up against a little bit more up in class a bit, but he wasn't a bad stumble last time. It was just a stuttered start. When you watch the head-on of that race, it says stumbled at the start in the short comment. It wasn't overt. And, you know, they controlled the pace, used the speed, and really just couldn't hold off a precipitous dropper in class. That was Normandy Coast that day. He's incredibly competitive in this race, and I think he's going to be tactically meant as well. As far as the number 1, Burnin' Hunk of Love, excuse me, let me backtrack just a moment, though, on the number 2 Norwich. My one hesitation, though, with him, Fernando Abreu, first off the claim on the dirt the past 5 years at Saratoga, is 0 for 13, so just keep that in mind with him. Number 1, Burnin' Hunk of Love, is harder to make on terms of facts and figures on paper, but I've seen him in the last couple of races, and I haven't seen him look better for a barn that is red hot. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. 12 minutes away from, again, a race that will start off a mandatory pay pick 5. Tom putting together a pick 3 for us. Let's go back to the one you like.
Yeah, we're talking about Shoot the Nickel, the 5-horse here, second choice in the betting as you're looking at the board of number 5. I liked what he did in his race. Well back early in his last race from a deep outside position, 11 horses. He broke from the 11 hole. He's going to go around. He's extremely wide. He's going to make the lead, and he's going to wander a little bit when he does. Now, that could have a lot to do with the overland trip he had. He's maybe just getting a little bit tired once he makes the lead. He's going to get out finished, but I don't hold it against him based on how I thought this race went.
He moved. I think at the end of the day, Flavian probably thought he moved a little soon. He's a funny horse. That win in the mud on February 26th, and I know Greg remembers this day, that was probably the single strongest speed track we've had in New York in a year. I mean, every single race was like a merry-go-round affair. And somehow he came from the clouds to win that race. If you look at the charts that day, and you can look at home, every race was a merry-go-round, and he made this huge run. And that was a week after hanging like a chandelier and losing a race with an absolutely perfect trip. He's a funny horse. He worries me a little, Tom, that he's got the 3 wins in the 7 seconds. I agree with you that he's absolutely a big player. I picked him second, but he's got a little hang in him.
Man, he's gorgeous, too. That's a really pretty horse right there.
3 to 1 right now. Another Linda Rice claim.
Tom.
Second off the claim for that barn as Linda looks to go back to back. And there's the favorite, 3 to 2. Willie Bird, Arad Ortiz Jr. for the Larry Ravelli barn. What a roll this one is on. 4 of the last 5 starts has gotten his picture taken.
I think all of us in the game love the kind of claiming types, you know, star allowance claiming type horses that compile records like this horse does, that travel around and bring their game with them. I mean, they're just, to me, some of the neater horses in the game. They're never going to get the same attention, and rightfully so in some ways, than the stakes type horses. But these are the bread and butter horses in the game, and they're really just cool horses that make the game special.
I would say Larry Ravelli probably trains more horses that get on win streaks than just about any other trainer I know. And look, I mean, this horse that's doing it on the artificial surface at Press Isle Downs, the dirt surface as well. Larry probably has about 20 condition books in his car, because when he gets a horse that he thinks is right, he'll go anywhere to run that horse.
This horse, yeah, proof of that. Presque Isle Downs, Horseshoe Indy, Mahoning Valley, Turfway. That's just this year for this horse. 10 of the 13 starts, 7 wins, 3 runner-ups.
And keep in mind, one of the 13 was turf, where he didn't run well. So if you go dirt and synthetic, it's even better. He's a little bit of a Wesley Wardish type trainer, right? The way he ships around and stuff.
We'll have this race for you, as you see on screen, when we swap over to our Fox Sports 1 coverage right after this break. That's where we're headed right now. We'll see you over on FS1 after this timeout with race 3 on this Sunday card from Saratoga coming up.
Keeps coming, Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the Sunday card from the premier meet in the country with 3 stakes to come. Chief Wallaby, 4th in the Derby in Belmont, has been frustratingly close to a major win. Can he break through as the one to beat? In the Curlin, his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, hoping for that first win since his maiden score, despite being multiple graded stakes. Place Mott also sending out Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf winner, Gazora. Can she right the ship after struggling in her last start? 2-year-old filly Pirette already has a stakes win on her resume. Will her experience put her over the top of the Adirondack? And what a day for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher Saturday. Equaled a Saratoga record that he had previously held, a 5-win day, including his 9th Jim Dandy score with Renegade. We'll discuss the 3-year-old picture and where Renegade fits in as it's on to the DraftKings Travers. Great crowd on hand with a straw hat giveaway. Line was around the block early this morning to get into this racetrack here in Saratoga Springs on a terrific Sunday afternoon. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf. 3 stakes ahead and a big one in the 3-year-old division. There's some of these horses trying to move on to that DraftKings Travers and tackle the reigning Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo. We'll see who can stamp their ticket. Of course, the one to beat in that race, that is Chief Wallaby, 4th in the Kentucky Derby, 4th in the Belmont. His trainer has said he does not believe he is a 1.25 mile horse. So should he even win that race impressively, perhaps looking for some other options down the line. Take a look at what's coming up this afternoon on our card. We're just 4 minutes away from race 3. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne. So a mandatory pay pick 5 starting in this third. Glens Falls rescheduled. That is where we'll see the reigning Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Gazora back in action. And that Curlin with Chief Wallaby presented by Casamigos in race 9. 2-year-old fillies in graded stakes action in the Adirondack, where this guy right here going to be keeping a close eye with one that you were very close to. Tom Amos, one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Start with a Curlin, Chief Wallaby. It's been right there in some big moments, some graded stakes races along, right there with Commandment on the road to the Triple Crown. What do you think of him today?
Well, first of all, he's a great raw talent. Make no question about that. But they've done some different things with Chief Wallaby to kind of get him to progress, to mature into being a racehorse and understanding how to finish off a race. You watch him here. It's his first time in blinkers. His trainer, Bill Mott, made that move because he thought he was tight and a little bit claustrophobic even, and you can see he's a little bit spotty, even though when he finally gets through and moves down towards the rail, he looks like he takes off again. This is a maturity process that happens with racehorse, and after 5 races, it hasn't happened for Chief Wallaby. He's got to get it together, but you cannot rush progress. These horses are going to do it at their own speed.
Yeah, I'm not trying to beat Chief Wallaby. I think he's very, very good. And it's interesting with Bill, and obviously I respect Bill's decision with something like that. It's not like he doesn't want to be in the Travers. I'll be interested to see, especially if he runs well today, if he's thinking maybe of cutting back to 7 furlongs for the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins. And I think in a race named for Alan Jerkins, you should remember one of his sayings, which is, never skip a race because of one horse. An Englishman, obviously, that one horse that is a very daunting presence. The Chief would have run against him, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, of course. For those who don't know, Englishman, that was one of probably the race that sort of stole the show, Belmont at Saratoga week, with that huge performance he put forth. Even Bob Baffert, who had crude velocity in that race, said, I'm never going to run against that horse again.
That might have been the single best performance we've seen all year, and we've seen a lot of extremely good performances.
Up next, and we're just a minute to post here in race 3, this 6 furlong event, starter optional claiming field. And Willie Bird, the 7, the 8-5 favorite for the barn of Larry Ravelli. For those just tuning in on our FS1 coverage, how consistent has this one been? 7 wins, 3 runner-ups in 13 career starts, Tom.
And of his wins, the last 2 in a row that he ran on the dirt were both wins. Larry Ravelli, the trainer of Willie Bird, he keeps about 20 condition books in his car and looks all over to run these horses. This horse has been all over the Midwest to get that record going. He's very good at picking the right spots for his horses.
8-5 on the board right now. Let's check in with Megan Burgess for more.
Thank you, Greg. And my selection, the number 5, Shoot the Nickel, was a horse that took me a bit of convincing on paper, but when I saw him in the paddock, it's the strongest version of himself, at least that I've seen. Got a chance to see him all the way back last summer, and today I had a nice surprise seeing him here for trainer Linda Rice and Flavian Pratt up there at a square price. And, I agree with Andy's analysis last time out. He might have been the first to move in a race that was a complete and total pace collapse, and he came from off of it, moved a little bit earlier than the winner that day. But when you really stack up all of his races, he makes a lot of sense in here. And I do anticipate the speed, which the number 7, the current favorite, will be a part of. I do think it's going to be pretty quick, which could land Flavian Pratt in a perfect tactical position to trip out in the right way. How can I not mention the number 6, Jackson Heights, at Saratoga at a big price? Because he loves it here, and he always seems to come alive and run a good race when at a double-digit price the way he is now. Now, his last couple of races, he's going to have to really build off of in terms of his lackluster performances, but that was against much better. He takes a drop in class, Greg, and I'm eager to see perhaps if he can work his same magic here at the spa underneath.
All right, Megan, thank you. He's 17-1 right now. The 6 here, Jackson Heights for Ilkay Cantermachu, got off to a terrific start this summer.
Well, The problem with him is that he doesn't have a lot of speed, he needs a lot of pace. I'm just not sure how fast they're going to be moving. He's also a very funny horse, and that he is a real rail runner. And Dylan Davis has given him some great rides here. Dylan obviously not riding him. Will he get enough pace? I think that's the problem for a lot of horses, but particularly him.
Yeah, and let's talk about pace real quick, because as they say, pace makes the race. And it looks like Falls to Norwich, the 2-horse, as being the really lone speed in this race as far as I'm concerned.
You don't think Kunshin Bridge on the outside is going to go like he did last time? And I don't like him. He took advantage of a bias last time, but I thought he would go too with Manny on the outside.
Yeah,
so
and of course he's outside, so he's
speeds.
got to get over. Maybe he'll challenge him a little bit, but I think the 2 is the one that's going to show the way.
I won't be surprised if Bern Hunter loves forward here.
The favorite, though, that is Willie Bird, trying to win for the 8th time in 14 starts. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Just one more left to load, and that's Kunshin Bridge. Guided over. They're working on another one in there right now, so he's going to await his turn. Standing calmly. Peek at the tote board, sees 8-5 still for Willie Bird, the clear-cut favorite in here. Willie Bird moving around just a touch, settles down. Here's Kunshin Bridge to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the best of starts for Willie Bird, who's last. A very good one for Burnin' Hunk of Love. Along with Norwich, those two speed clear, with Stewie a close-up third. They're followed by Conniving, who is 4th in the early stages. Kunshin Bridge is 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Another length and a half to Willie Bird. Shoot the Nickel in a gap of 3 to Jackson Heights, who trails. Into the far turn, the opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Burnin' Hunk of Love shows the way, with Norwich pressing the issue in second. A length and a half. Stewie is 3 deep in third. At the rail, Conniving 4th. Kunshin Bridge is racing in 5th. 2 clear of Willie Bird, who has a lot of work to do. Shoot the Nickel and Jackson Heights there at the top of the stretch. On the inside, Burnin' Hunk of Love and Norwich. Burnin' Hunk of Love clinging to a very narrow lead. Norwich up alongside. These two are head and head coming to the 16th pole. Just in behind them, Conniving, Shoot the Nickel trying to make late headway. Norwich, Burnin' Hunk of Love. Norwich on the outside, or Burnin' Hunk of Love. Late run from Shoot the Nickel. It's going to be close. Photo finish. That is so close. Norwich and Shoot the Nickel, who absolutely erupted late behind them. Burnin' Hunk of Love.
Very tight finish, fun stretch duel here. It looks like Norwich, Fernando Abreu, the 2 here, in between horses off the claim with Ricardo Santana Jr. One more look, and hangs on.
I got to think it's Norwich, the 2-horse.
Yeah.
Big late close in a race that started to collapse with 2 horses that just really beat each other up in the front end, and Burnin' Hunk of Love and Norwich. Norwich was the best of those 2, hung on the best, and is going to get up in the win, but certainly it's set up for someone to close. Norwich, a big performance.
I got to tell you, Shoot the Nickel has one of the greatest abilities to lose photos of any horse I've ever seen. And I'm not knocking the race he ran, but I don't think they were blistering out front, but they were going fast enough. And I think in this race, the right horse held on because the 2 did so much more dirty work than the 5.
3rd straight runner-up finish, for Shoot the Nickel. But Norwich, Fernando Abreu, put together back-to-back wins earlier here in the meet. Picks up another one here.
Well, I'm happy to see Fernando win. He's a good guy, and he's a good trainer, and I'm glad to see him get the win here. This horse took a ton of money, huh?
He did
down
late.
to 5-2 in this race and got it done. The 7 got left. So let me just go back, Tom. Yes, he was overbet, by the way, in case you're wondering. Or that was Greg that asked me. He got left in there, but honestly, I don't think he was winning anyway. He didn't bring his game today.
2-5-1-3. Burnin' Hunk of Love, the one trying to steal it up on the front end. Weekends late here. It's Norwich with the victory at 5-2. One more look crossing the wire, never in question.
Never a doubt, as they say. That's the kind where you kind of wait by the TV before you walk out to the winner's circle, because you don't want to be embarrassed. You don't want to look like the Atlanta Falcons owner back in the Super Bowl.
Have you ever made that move too early?
Never. I'm too smart for that. Now my family members have. And I'm like, don't go out there yet.
Ricardo Santana Jr., he's having a very good meet as well.
And he's not getting the opportunity a lot of these other guys are getting. So Ricardo Santana, you know, when you get away from the last name Ortiz or Pratt and a couple of the others that are here, he's really taking advantage of some opportunities.
There just aren't that many opportunities left after those guys to ride horses. And, we're all fans of Ricardo's aggressive riding. And he's had some meets up here where he's managed to put together really good meets without, a big barn behind him.
Of course, used to have a very big barn behind him, the winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen. That partnership sort of ended as it being his exclusive rider a few years ago. Still gets a few opportunities for him. Still to come, 2-year-old fillies in the Adirondack. And Tom Amos certainly looking forward to stress relief there, but so is Brad Cox with Scarlet Begonia, a big debut.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
And your horse turns for home in the Kentucky Derby. There's not a better feeling in the world.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Bob Baffert, a trainer for my racehorse.
She's the grade, wins the Preakness.
Norwich in a battle down the stretch and pulling this one out. First off, the claim victory for trainer Fernando Abreu and Ricardo Santana Jr. with the victory here, 5-2 on Norwich, who picks up the 4th win in 19 career starts, Andy.
Tell you what, that was an exciting race. That really was. It was fun. Racing was so good here. It's a pleasure to be here.
$7.66 for the victory. Let's go to Megan.
And some elated connections in the winner's circle. First off of the claim, Jeff, with playing the field racing, it's got to feel good. 4-way shake and end up a winner next time out.
Oh my gosh, so lucky, so fortunate to get that horse a few weeks ago. And Fernando said, when we got him, I said, how's your look? He said, well, he has 4 legs. And we felt good about putting him in this spot. He come out of the race great, and my partners are elated, as am I, for getting a win here. It's so hard to get one here.
I believe you said this is your 26th win here.
Yes.
And it's difficult. How gratifying is it to get in this winner's circle and get your photo taken?
Let me tell you, 26 times, and it never gets old. Every single time, I lose my mind. It's too much fun.
Fernando, first off of the claim, it's difficult to do so here, claiming off of a barn and outfits as you did last time out. What's the key to kind of unlocking horses and putting them in the right spot as you did with Norwich?
Well, Jeff picked out the race, and from there, I noticed it was a little bit shorter, so I just freshened them up. I mean, just kept everything simple, and basically the horse did its job.
Congratulations to you both.
Thanks so much.
Greg?
One of the toughest place to get to, the winner's circle here at Saratoga. You got to cherish every single time you can get there.
All right, Andy, I'll set you up. Yeah, it is tough. I've had a few meets where it's been hard to get to the winner's circle, but the most recent race meet was so good, I said, I think I'll retire on that one.
That was a good time because, listen, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If in any way, whether you're a trainer, an owner, or a horse player, you haven't got your butt kicked up in Saratoga, that just means you're not a player.
Indeed. It is tough all around to be successful up here. That's how competitive it is. Most competitive meet in this sport. Norwich with the win. We move on to race 4 on the turf, 1 1/8 in a starter optional claiming field, where right now Lady Orient, who used to be part of your stable, Tom.
Wow, 8-5. I
Carrying
didn't see that coming.
You, me, and Maggie around the racetrack. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we know what's going to happen
we all
now.
like her
All right,
today.
what can you tell us?
So she's a very talented filly. She's won sprinting on the grass. She's never won going 2 turns on the grass. But if you watch her last race, and you're what we call a trip handicapper, which in my opinion is the last frontier to handicapping. You know, we've got so many systems out there, so many ways to handicap just mechanically. But with your eye, watching trips, she had what we would call the nightmare trip. I wasn't trainer at that time. Kenan LaRose, my assistant, had taken her over. So I wasn't part of the festivities after the race. But if I had been, there would have been some talking going on.
The problem with that trip was, and part of the problem was that Julian wasn't aggressive to get position early. And when
Julian
that happened,
Leperoux, the rider,
and
yeah.
I don't like to beat up on Julian. I think Julian's a very good rider, and I like him a lot. But he just kept losing position. Every single moment of the race, the horse was losing position, and that's exactly what can't happen in turf racing. In turf racing, you've got to hold your position. And the other thing about her, Tom, is you look at her PPs, and the last time she ran long on the turf, she lost to Fione, who is one of the best 3-year-old turf horses in the country. So she has shown that she has quality going longer. And as you say, I think with Jose Ortiz, she's got to be forward
Fiona
here.
owned a win last year over Nitrogen, who before she became champion 3-year-old filly on the dirt
Was the best
3-year-old turf
horse.
filly in the land.
I still think she was.
Let's move on to 2-year-old fillies. Grade 3 Adirondack. Tom with one in here for, of course, Kinnan training stress relief. Impressive first time out, but you have to start with Scarlet Begonia. Brad Cox having this terrific start to the meet, one of the top trainers in our sport, and a big debut at Ellis, Andy.
Yeah, she was impressive that day, no doubt about it. I mean, she just had a way of going. Now, to be fair, it didn't come up that fast a race. I don't know, maybe it's a little better than the 67 buyer. Talking to Brad Cox, he was very high on her. I was talking to her today, and we were talking about her, and he's really looking forward to her running. And I'm always going to be rooting for horses that are absolutely named after a Grateful Dead song. One of the greatest Grateful Dead songs.
This is a really good race. You know, many of the horses in this race are coming off wins because these horses are just starting their career. It's summer of their 2-year-old season. So oftentimes you'll look at the race itself to see what's behind it. And, I mean, with her, she was sent. She didn't have enough speed to make the lead. She has to drop back. She goes around, and she shows a lot of energy finishing. We're talking about Scarlet Begonia, the 6 horse. If you're asking if I'm scared, yes, I'm very scared.
There's quite a few to be scared of in here, including someone who's already a stakes winner in the field for Mark Casse. That is Pierrette. She started her career 2 for 2, including a victory in the debutante at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat her here only because you can't fit every horse you think has a chance on the page. But she's been good, and I'm not going to knock her. Mark's having a great meet, and she's a major player, if not the horse to beat in this race. I just wanted other horses.
If she sits behind horses, has to wait, then angles out and comes through and has a great finish. The commonality between the 3 and the 6, which are probably 2 top choices in the race, is that they're probably going to sit from off the pace, maybe stress relief. Whose mom I trained, Little Stitious, was a multiple stakes winner for Joel Politi, Dr. Politi, and not this time, is a great sire here, and she's won her only start, is that she's quick. And maybe she can take advantage of that quickness and from the 8-hole and maybe run them off their feet a little bit.
Well, she's probably going to be sitting second to Luminous Beauty in this race, who I think is a possible upsetter. But, I mean, Caroline's Girl, watch her race at Lone Star. I don't know how good she is. She was a private purchase in the race. It was a very visually impressive race. And Washington for Steve Asmussen, who was scratched out of the Schuylerville. I mean, she got knocked into the rail in mid-stretch, and she kept forcing her way forward. I cannot possibly remember a stronger, deeper field for the Adirondack.
Looking very forward to that one. That's race 10 on the card today, 6:19 Eastern time. Grade 3 Adirondack 2-year-old fillies. We're going to take a timeout. That man right there, what a Saturday Todd Pletcher had, equaling a Saratoga record that he had shared. 5 wins on the day, his 9th Jim Dandy victory, and Renegade on to the DraftKings. Travers with his big performance. We'll talk about where he sits in that 3-year-old division when we come back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wonder Again, Charlatan Ultra
can.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Sunday afternoon from the premier meet in the country here in Saratoga Springs. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you where you can play the action all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Big one yesterday in the 3-year-old division here at Saratoga in the Jim Dandy and Renegade. Not only coming up with a huge performance, but delivering Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher his 9th Jim Dandy victory.
Yeah, you know, look, this doesn't do the race justice. You're looking at Renegade behind the field, but he was much further behind as they were going down the backside in this 2-turn race. Irad Ortiz on his back. You got to be physically strong to be a jockey, but you also have to have some other skills, and one of them is having a clock in your head, knowing what's happening in front of you and deciding when to move your horse based on that. Renegade looked like he was too far back down the backside, but he's going to show by conserving his energy for the end of this race just how fast he is and how well Irad Ortiz knows pace, and he's going to get up and whip these boys.
Yeah, I kind of thought the whole way, the way Irad was sitting chilly that far back, that he was probably going to win, especially because the pace developed quickly. I mean, they weren't flying. I'm not saying he was gifted the race by any stretch of the imagination, but Commandment probably thinking the pace would be slow, a little closer than maybe you want to be, but not that, even more about Renegade. It just seemed like Irad was riding him with the most supreme confidence. And when you see a rider like Irad riding a horse, especially a good horse like that, you just get this feeling that he kind of knows he's going to win.
Todd Pletcher had said kind of back to the best version of himself, and maybe, you know, wasn't quite that in the Belmont Stakes. We saw him, Tom, right behind us in the post parade. He looked sensational as we see what Todd Pletcher did on a historic Saturday. 5-win Saturday on Jim Dandy Day for Todd Pletcher. Second time he has done that. Of course, Chad Brown's done it 3 times. Not often to put up 5 at this racetrack.
No, I mean, not often to put up 5. I don't care what racetrack it is, but when you come to the premier racetrack in the country and the toughest racing in the country, which Saratoga is, competition is really tough up here, and you win 5, you know, you're allowed to wave to the crowd like Chad's doing.
And Andy, what about Renegade now, moving on to the DraftKings Travers, and of course the Derby and Belmont winner Golden Tempo waiting for him?
You know, it'll be interesting because Golden Tempo's never really gotten bet that strongly. Now, we're going to assume he's probably going to be favored in Travers. I think the public, the bandwagon has gotten heavy. That could be a problem for him. If I'm Cherie DeVaux, I want people to be not picking my horse, you know, going forward. And Renegade has an enormous amount of public support sometimes deserved, sometimes not, but regardless, he has a bandwagon. So I think it's going to be close between these two. I do think, whether you like him or not, that Renegade is going to be close to being favored in there. I'll have to ask our morning line maker what he thinks.
Great, Tom. Look, these were the 1-2 finishers, Tom, of the Kentucky Derby, and they will meet again. Renegade coming off at least a figure that matches the best race he's ever run.
Well, let's talk about Golden Tempo for a second, who I think will be the favorite in the DraftKings Travers. We're talking about a horse that won the Kentucky Derby, and everyone said, myself included, hey, great setup. They went so fast up front, it had to give the race to a closer. But Golden Tempo didn't get that in the Belmont Stakes. The pace was mild. Everybody knew the pace was going to be mild, and yet still, he showed he was the best 3-year-old in the country. He has gotten a little bit sick and is over that. It was just a very mild episode of a trachea infection, nothing big. We get it all the time in horse racing. And to me, he's the one. He's the one to beat.
The thing I love about Golden Tempo is he broke his maiden earlier this year at 6 furlongs from dead last at Fairgrounds,
Could you
where
imagine
they don't
that?
win a lot like that. And given the kind of horse he is and his pedigree and running style, I think a horse does that, they show their talent. Cherie has done just as good a job as any trainer could do with him.
You wouldn't think you
well.
win the Kentucky Derby and you need to silence your critics, but that's what he did in that Belmont Stakes win. Let's go to Megan Burgess, her thoughts on what happened yesterday.
Renegade is a horse that I had a little bit of an issue with as far as his physical progression, especially coming out of a rigorous Kentucky Derby where he obviously faced adversity. Then he comes into the Belmont Stakes and he was well beaten by the likes of Commandment. Yesterday, he took that leap forward. We saw it in strides, and he was able to put together a very strong late run. I believe the Equibase chart has his final furlong as 12.25. When I looked it up on Equibase, it was more so 11.89, so Andy Sterling checked me on that. But incredibly fast nonetheless, and more equivalent of that final furlong that we saw in the Arkansas Derby that made us so impressed with him leading up to the Kentucky Derby. He's back here at a 98 Buyers speed figure for his effort in yesterday's Grade 2 Jim Dandy, Greg. So to me, he's going to have to take a formative step forward to get to the likes of Golden Tempo, who's obviously run in the triple digits. And it's going to be interesting to see with the recency that Renegade has coming off a 12-week layoff. That's going to be your Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. It's going to be an exciting rematch.
Yeah, we look forward to it again. 1-2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby, and yet just below triple digits for Golden Tempo.
I think Commandment will be the only one in the field that's run a triple-digit buyer when he won the Florida Derby, right? I think he's still, of the routers, is the only one that's done that. We did see a 103 buyer from that very impressive win by local knowledge in the Amsterdam. The sprinters right now are the best 3-year-olds.
So waiting to hear on what Napoleon Solo will do. Preakness winner who came up just short in the Haskell.
Your horse, Baby Vino.
Leading Change with a huge pedigree for Brad Cox, could be a new player in this division.
Yeah, when I talked to Brad, he said, you know, and he's right what he said. Listen, these are good horses, but there's nobody in there you're afraid. It's not like Englishmen, right? When they're sort of running for the hills with him. They're ready they all have a right to think they have a chance to beat Golden Tempo. Regardless, and I agree, he is the leader of the division, but he's not running such fast numbers that people are afraid of him. So I think a lot of people should be thinking of running. This Travers should be an overflow field, in my opinion.
End of August, and the unofficial fourth leg of the Triple Crown, that Midsummer Derby. Do not want to miss it. It'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday as we get a look at still the favorite, Lady Orient, with Jose Ortiz on board for trainer Kenan LaRose. Took over Tom Amos's stable. Let's go back to Megan.
I'm watching this 7-horse has been incredibly sharp, but the 3 Lady Orient is mentioned on the desk, had quite the trip last time out and comes in incredibly strong and robust for Kenan LaRose, who's done a great job with her. You know, you have to go through that race and obviously see her trip trouble there at Churchill Downs, and I think she's right where she belongs as far as on the grass. You can see through her form lines as well, but the physical matches, she is wearing wraps on all 4, just something to note there. But she's been very professional, forward on the bridle, been a cool customer here in the paddock. And, you know, last time out, she was steady twice down the lane. She had those issues trying to negotiate the right kind of trip, as she was avoided claim that day and then got a little bit of time away from then. But she looks fit for the task and will certainly be a competitor, hopefully with a less chaotic trip. The number 5 Dividend Recap is surely the horse that wants to go this distance. She is a big mare, massive actually. She kind of just towers over everybody, and I think that gives her even more extra credit when you go through her form and that layoff win, or I should say win off of the bench, where she had to be negotiated in incredibly tight quarters that day, where Manny really rode her to perfection back aboard again. But she just stands out as the strongest in this field, and she gets the added ground. You know, last time out, I did think, she was just a victim of another slow pace. The turf was firm, the speed carried, and the winner wired the field. So I do find hopefully she'll be, Greg, at the advantage of a better trip in this one.
All right, thank you, Megan. 8 minutes away from this 4th. Starts a middle pick 4. And extra reasons to show up to this racetrack today, the straw hat giveaway.
These look like cowboy hats to me, straw cowboy hats.
How many did you get for a Christmas present?
Straw hats are like what you saw in Hee Haw. Those are cowboy hats.
They called it a straw hat giveaway.
Okay, first
I'm
of all,
just telling you what they called it, Tom.
Greg has never watched Hee Haw. He's not like you. You know,
you're gonna get on me for that. It's gonna be a long day.
Really,
Are you kidding?
Greg and I've never watched either.
That was
by the way.
family viewing.
Maybe in the Amos house. The Serling house did not put on. We watched Monty Python's Flying Circus.
All of Saratoga able to not just get one of those multiple hats, but I was not able to procure one.
You're pretty big around here, Greg.
It is a straw hat
probably
giveaway,
get one.
but it's a straw hat
will get it
cowboy
for
hat.
you.
First of
giveaway.
Many mistakes from Tom
Well,
Amos.
that's because you took so many plushies, Greg. You ran out your giveaway quota with the plushies.
That's true. I did have to steal those for the kids. A lot of good ones still to come. Whitney Pin, and for those who are not aware, probably the most anticipated race we have of the year coming up next Saturday.
I thought you were going to say it was the Corgi race, but yes,
Well,
the Whitney's going to be an amazing race. Though I got to tell you something, and obviously the Whitney's going to be the race of the year, no doubt about it. I mean, not only all the horse coming back from the Foster, but when you throw in nitrogen with that brilliant performance last time, this is an incredible race next weekend. But not to be outdone, the Corgi race the following Sunday, and I'm going to say, I'm a cynical guy, and when we were first doing the Corgi race, our boss Tony Alivato said, Andy, I don't want to hear it from you. I thought it was great.
It was great.
I thought it was awesome. I loved it. People had so much fun.
They really did.
Even a guy like me doesn't get that mad as long as it's not Tom Amos having the fun.
I had the winner.
All we need to do, though, is add wagering to that.
I'm game. Maybe Tom and I can make a little
all
book on that.
All you have to do is go about 100 yards into the courtyard, take a right. There's a guy.
Okay.
There is a guy.
Let's go back to Megan.
Thrilled to be joined by Mary McDermott, Naira's social media content creator, who's always up at the crack of dawn to get us content from the backside. You've been hard at work, especially though this week.
Yeah, so yesterday with Renegades, big triumph in the Jim Dandy, we were following him all week. And then leading up into the Whitney, we've been out at the barns every morning. So we saw Nitrogen's work on Friday, White Abario work today, Sovereignty, Baeza, and a bunch of other horses that are going into the Whitney Stakes. So you can follow us at The Naira on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter for all of those updates. And it's just been really exciting to see all these horses coming into this week.
We've got a huge week of racing next week, one of the biggest races of the year in the Whitney Stakes. But not only the horse racing, but your content has been giving us insight to the fashion, all of the fun. What can we expect to see next week?
Yeah, so you can follow us on another channel for the Saratoga Racecourse at Saratoga 1863. And we'll be here right in the morning when the gates open for the running of the bulls, where people go and get their picnic tables. Anything fashion-wise, Whitney Stakes, obviously wear your pink out at the track, so we'd love to see fashion that way. And then we'll just be all around the track capturing anything and everything from fans to horse racing to just the party atmosphere in the backyard.
Always appreciate the hard work of our social team, always out there giving us the scoop, and excited to see more. A big week next week.
Whitney Day, Travers Day, those are the two biggest each and every summer here at Saratoga.
To me, the Whitney is the race of the summer. Obviously, the Travers is like our final big blowout. But the Whitney, I mean, I've been around a long time. The first Whitney winner I ever saw in person was the Great Ancient Title, the California bred, winning in '75, and just been so many great ones. None better to me than when commentator held off St. Liam that day and winning it. That was just, to me, one of the highlights of my life at the racetrack.
Here's our post parade for race 4, mile and an eighth on the turf. River Tay to start us off with Dylan Davis.
Good post for Bruce Brown, who's quietly having a good meet. And I don't know about a mile and an eighth, but I thought she could outrun her odds.
Big price on a summer day.
On a summer day. Look, this horse does have speed. More brilliant on the dirt than the turf, but I think we'll show some speed with the new rider change.
The favorite, Lady Orient.
Lady Orient should be the speed in here. Disagree about on summer day.
Jamie Rodriguez on pretty lavish, blinkers on.
Blinkers on, a horse that's been stuck behind a couple of races where the pace wasn't very fast. The blinkers can tend to help them stay engaged.
Miguel Clement barn with dividend recap.
No, she's definitely a player. I wouldn't bet her at 5-2, but I have her in the mix and won't be surprised when she wins.
My favorite.
Oh my gosh, she just went to 8-5. She was
Wow.
5-2. That was a big punch.
change.
She's better, Tom.
My favorite steakhouse in New York, Brian and Cooper.
Yeah, look, both Dividend Recap and Brian Cooper, they're going to be challenged because they like to lay back and make that late run. They're going to have to kind of change tactics a little bit to stay a little closer to what I think is a very light pace.
7 went by as well for Michelle Nevin, Starlight Dancer.
Got a win last time against Lesser. Love Michelle.
And 2 big long shots. Celestial Express we just saw.
Just going up in class, tough deal.
And Lotus Pedal outside Jenna Antonucci trains.
A little surprising this one is 21-1. I prefer other horses, but she's got some things to recommend.
Yeah, and I think the scratch of the 10, that's funny. That's not in this race. Changes the whole complexion of the pace.
Well, she would. I think Lady Orient's going to be in front, and I thought the only horse that might go after would be Pretty Lavish, but we'll see.
You can play all the action at Naira Bet, spot 200. That code to use at sign up and get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus again right there at NairaBets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond, including a pick 4 that starts right here as we look back to Lady Orient, the 3, formerly of the Tom Amos barn. Of course, handed over the reins to Kinnan LaRose. What's the toughest thing to learn is that, a new trainer starting out on your own?
I think it's relationships with the owners you have because they're used to a certain style and what goes on. But we won't go any further than that. Let's watch what's happening here. You can see just based on the rider's position, his hind end kind of leaning back on the horse instead of even on the horse. You can tell that Julian Leparoux's having a difficult time with her. She's not going to find a great path to go to. And down the lane, she never does get a clear path. Watch Julian Leparoux's hands on Lady Orient down the lane. He's never in a position where he can ask her to extend and run, and that's a sign that he's going to get it there. He finally gets an opening, but it's going to collapse here too for him. He's not going to get a chance to really let her run, and she's just not even hard-ridden at the end of the race.
I think Jose Ortiz, and I'm sure he watched this replay.
There we go.
He probably thought, well, I'm not going to let that happen to me because I'm going to go to the front. And the easiest way not to get into trouble is to have all the horses behind you, not in front of you.
Man who is having on board here on Lady Orient, not just a career-defining year, a historic year. Pulled off an Oaks Derby double. He added the Belmont as well, only the 3rd rider in history to accomplish that in the sport.
It's amazing. His first Oaks win was aboard Serengeti Empress for me, going back a few years, and I remember seeing him the next day. I said, how'd you celebrate last night? He goes, well, I just drove home and went to Popeyes for dinner. I was like, well.
Right back to work.
He said, what about you? I said, I haven't been out that late since I was in college. That was a signature win for our barn and for me, and I took advantage of it.
He's got 32 wins at this meet in a tie for the lead with Flavien Prat. Let's go back to Megan.
And I went against the favorite a little bit in this one with the number 6, Bryant and Cooper. And this horse for Chad Brown, kind of seemingly that sneaky one in here, might not quite level up in terms of class, but does try it again, which is encouraging. And she's one that, last time out, if you really take a look at the beginning of that race, she hit the gate pretty considerably. And she was shuffled way back. She had way too much work to do. And that was all while running for the first time since September. I think she's way fitter and better for the task second time around for Chad, who you're rarely going to get up there at 7-1. And I'm a little dubious as far as the number 3, Lady Orient, the voided claim, wanting to see her kind of run back and run well against what I find is a much tougher field. But as far as number 6, Brian and Cooper, after trailing, I thought she made up considerably good ground. Now, 9 have come out of that race. None have run back. But Greg, I thought at a price, she was worth it second off of the bench.
All right, thank you, Megan. Here's a look at now. Wow, dividend recap. 8-5 favorite for the Miguel Clement barn with Manny Franco. So let's look back to this one. Back on July 3rd, most recent effort, wound up second.
This is a strong finish behind a pace setter here. And, I mean, really, dividend recap looks very, very good coming to the wire.
I'm not going to be shocked when she wins here. It's a big horse. Probably needs to get herself outside. I'm looking at the 2 horses. They're the same price, basically, right now. Now the 3's the favorite. I just want the horses more forward, Tom. I think they're of relatively equal talents, but I would just prefer to have the one that I think is going to have the better position.
Sure. I mean, I think we're saying the same thing. This is a horse that wants pace in front to set up for her late close. And when you look at this race, you don't see a lot of pace on paper.
I agree. One of the, I mean, obviously dirt racing in a lot of ways, there are a lot of things about it that favor speed, but one of the reasons is horses towards the front, for the most part, are able to dictate how the races are run. While horses closing, they're going to have to be reliant on how the races are run.
It has been, for those who have not paying attention early on to the card, very formful to this point.
Let's hope
which
it
just
stays
means
that
there's
way.
chaos to come, but hopefully, yeah, for Tom's sake, after this fourth race. Lady Orient, the 3 back to favoritism, 8-5. Jose Ortiz for Kinnan LaRose. There's the 6, Brian and Cooper. Chad Brown Barn, already with a win on today's card. Let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Frank Miramati with the 4th.
Here's On a Summer Day loading in. Joined by Lady Orient. It's been a seesaw for favoritism between Lady Orient and Dividend Recap. Dividend Recap now both 9-5. Starlight Dancer is next. Backs away. And now Dividend Recap clicks down to 3-2 with some late support. Here's Starlight Dancer walking in. Long shot Celestial Express and Lotus Petal to the outside. Lotus Petal going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lotus Petal hustled out of the gate On a Summer Day, has speed too. These two have kicked clear early with Starlight Dancer in 3rd. Lady Orient 4th. River Tay on hold on the fence in 5th. Pretty Lavish in between horses, and Celestial Express is racing just outside of them as they move into the first turn. Pretty Lavish in the green is now 7 lengths off the lead. She's racing right next to River Tay. Dividend Recap is second to last, and Bryant and Cooper trails. Around the first turn, 25-4 for the opening quarter mile, and it's being set by Lotus Petal. Lotus Petal in hand, leading 1.5 lengths to On a Summer Day in second. They're followed by Lady Orient, who's racing on the inside of Starlight Dancer. Those two stride for stride. Celestial Express just outside of them. A Pretty Keen, Pretty Lavish in the green is on the outside of River Tay. They've been together throughout, 2 clear of Dividend Recap, and Bryant and Cooper 51-3 posted for Lotus Petal into the far turn. On a Summer Day in second, Lady Orient tugging along the inside, waiting for a spot to run. She is followed by Starlight Dancer, Celestial Express just outside of them. River Tay is next, Pretty Lavish. Then comes Dividend Recap, who has 8 lengths to make up. The trailer is Bryant and Cooper. Wide open with 1/4 mile to go. It's Lotus Petal, who's been there every step of the way. Leads it by about 1.5 lengths. Clear sailing for both River Tay and Lady Orient to their inside. Down the center, here's Pretty Lavish finishing well. Even further out is Bryant and Cooper coming to the 16th pole. And Dividend Recap found a split, and what a split it was. Dividend Recap rolls to victory. Lady Orient was second. Bryant and Cooper an oncoming third. Photo for 4th.
Dividend Recap, Miguel Clement Barn, Manny Franco, and the 3rd win in 8 tries on the lawn.
Well, you know, we talked about pace in this race, and
it
was really, really quiet on the front end, and Lady Orient lost her best opportunity by not being a part of that pace. Now she's stuck behind the pace setters against the rails. You see right here, she's a 3-horse, red silks, white cap. Things are going to finally open up, but if you're on the outside, you know, you're not waiting for things to happen or looking for a hole to emerge. You just get going, and you can get that momentum up, and that gives the win to Dividend Recap.
I would say the best horse won, to be fair. They were not moving up front. But sometimes pace is superseded by dynamics, and this race basically fell apart. And something I mentioned early in the day today, you might not want to be inside on the melon right now. You might want to be off the inside. We talked about it from yesterday's races, and I think we've seen it so far today. So ending up committing in that spot and having to go to the rail may have hindered her, but at the end of the day, when the pace is that slow and this horse comes rolling down the track, at the end, you and I like the 3, the best horse won.
This was not walking, this was crawling. You would have thought the distance of this race might have been 2 miles.
But meanwhile, the first and third finishers came from last and second to last. So, you know, it's not like the pace. Sometimes, the truth was, the logical horse that got bet basically ran 1, 2, 3 in here, and talent superseded the pace.
There's Miguel Clement, winning trainer.
I would also argue a little bit, and I'm not making an excuse, Lady Orient, in a lot of ways, maybe you just didn't want to be inside on the melon. Something to think about.
2 today for Manny Franco, Miguel Clement on the board. And they'll have some big ones to come later this summer as well. But dividend recap, here comes the 5-year-old mare. We showed you that runner-up finish here at Saratoga back on July 3rd. Does it one better here?
Does indeed. I mean, that was a really, really nice finish by dividend recap. I agree with Andy. Best horse won the race.
5-3, 6-9 finish still to come on the card. 2-year-old fillies, grade 3 Adirondack, and Kinnan LaRose trying to make a name for himself, taking over the stable of Tom Amos. He'll have stress relief in that graded stakes.
I just sent Tom a cold email. I really did not think he would answer me at all. I was like, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and see what happens. Basically told him, I said, Tom, you know, I have no experience in horse racing, but would love to be a part of your team in any way that I can. No, Tom wasn't easy on me. I felt like, you know, I had to come in it with an open mind and, you know that you're going to make mistakes, but at the same time, you know, you learn from your mistakes and you just try not to make the same ones twice.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run. Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class. She's so speedy in that sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, presented by Claiborne Farm. Dividend recap with a victory in race 4. Miguel Clement, 2 today for Manny Franco, as the 5 rolls by the competition here for the 3rd win of her career, Tom.
Yeah, and a nice win it was. A good finish as well, and maybe some future turf starts there and wins.
Yeah, it's funny about watching races and talking about dynamics of races, now they affect races. Sometimes the best horses don't really need the right dynamics in their favor. I mean, more on the turf, I'd say, than dirt, Tom, where horses can steal races. In this case, dividend recap was just best. And I didn't love her, believe me.
5'3", 6'9" finish, standing by with a winning conditioner. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Miguel's ready to roll. We've got a really incredible winner's circle. The vibe is incredible, but dividend recap really showed she's kind of been the victim of some compromised trips and got a better one today.
Yeah, to be fair, she's a very, very big mare. She's over 17 hands, so Dad bred us a big one. So, you know, coming out of the starting gates is not really her thing, but longer the better.
And your dad, of course, being honored next week in the Hall of Fame, and it's been one of those sentimental moments this entire meet. But what comes over you as you expect a big week next week?
It will definitely be emotional, so we'll try to avoid talking too much emotions because this can be inevitable. But listen, I would just wish he was here for it. Obviously, it's special. He had a great career, and so we have the Hall of Fame next weekend, and the following weekend of the race named after him, the Christophe Clement. So we'll try to do everything we can to win it for him.
Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
That's obviously going to be a very emotional race coming up, named after his late father, who's going to be inducted into the Racing Hall of Fame next Friday here at Saratoga. He brought up the size of this mare. Dividend recap, over 17 hands. Put that into perspective for our viewers.
So if we're talking about people, that would be like somebody that's about 6'6" to 6'8" in size. That's a very, very big racehorse. And yeah, it's two of you, Andy. And this is a girl nonetheless. But Andy's probably dated a lot of girls that were a lot taller than he is anyhow.
You know, I remember Mr.
I never
Buff.
noticed until the pictures. I see the pictures. They're always so much
Mr.
bigger
Buff was
than
on the
me.
circuit for a long time, Andy. Was that
He
was that
huge.
big?
Yes,
he was a
huge.
huge individual.
He was. Forgo was a huge horse, right? One of the well things about him. Anyway, big
This
horse.
one powering down the stretch for the victory.
Man, he got another win.
That will be probably a few tears going to be shed in that run that Christophe Clement renamed for his late father.
I know I'll shed some. I was a big fan of Christophe. A wonderful man. Really miss him all the time.
He had a great sense of humor, too.
Yeah, he did. He was just good fun. He was one of those people that you were just lucky to have known him.
Race 5. We stay on the turf, mile and a 16th on the inner turf here, New York Breds. This is a 50,000 starter allowance coming up in this next race. And Miguel Clement gonna have another chance to win here. Coach Case, as Tom and I are left alone.
Yeah, where did Andy go? Is there something I said about his height? Yeah,
interesting.
Jeez. Well, anyhow, where were you, Greg? I was disturbed by that.
Miguel Clement, chance to go back-to-back here, Coach Case.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Case has a big chance in here. We're going to watch a backtrack on that horse that I think you'll find very interesting, that gives him a real chance. Blinkers off on Coach Case. Wore him the last two starts. I think it's more about they don't want him to be so aggressive.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back in race 5. When we return, starts a mandatory pay pick 5. And yes, a Breeders' Cup winner. Back in action here at Saratoga. That is Gazora in the Glens Falls rescheduled. Winner of the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, and back at her preferred distance. Can that get her going in this 2026 campaign?
Warlike Goddess now making her move on the outside. Virginia Joy is in behind horses. And then it is Temple City Terror. And on the far outside, Flanagan's Cove. It is Key Biscayne. Warlike Goddess. Temple City Terror is right there. And looking to come on through is Virginia Joy. It is Warlike Goddess who has the lead as they come on for the finish. Warlike Goddess just loves these marathon events.
She was a specialist, certainly, at this distance, our Oceana cruising to victory performance. She twice actually beat boys in Grade 1 company. She was third in a Breeders' Cup Turf behind Rebels Romance. She was very good going along on the grass.
A specialist that was very special, Andy.
No, she was an excellent horse, no question about it. Very unlucky in the Breeders' Cup when she finished third, I want to say, in the filly and mare turf. Very unlucky trip, just kind of for her. Had some bad luck. Deep closers sometimes can get that to happen, but man, when she delivered, she was a really, really cool horse.
Well, we have in this year's edition the reigning Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf winner, Gazora, back in action. Trying to get the first win of her 4-year-old campaign here in start number 3. And she's going to finally get the distance she wants to try and do it.
Yeah, you know, her first race back off the layoff, I thought was very, very good. And you know, I thought she got a little aggressive right at the start in her second start back, which is not her. So I'm going to throw that out.
Yeah. Maybe at the time, losing to Kathy and Marissa at a short price, a disappointment. Kathy and Marissa may be the best filly and mare turf horse in the country.
She'd come back to win the Grade 1 Diana
right,
here.
She's super. And she ran great when she was third in New York. The trip just worked against her. She had no shot from the outside post, hung out to dry in the middle of nowhere. It's a better horse than that. She needs to show up today, though, Tom, right? Because distance is the equalizer.
And Tom, that's her running down the winner of your champion turf female there.
Yeah, we're talking about the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, and that is not the best horses in the country, the best girls in the country. It's the best girls in the world that have come from all over to compete in that race.
She's really good, and I think one of the reasons not only that Catherine Marissa beat her is Catherine Marissa is very good, but also she's just not quite as good. I don't, you know, it's not just quite so good. I want to say that because I'm not sure she needs to run as well as she did that day, even to win today, Tom. But I also think the competition often going longer isn't quite as strong. And I'm not saying it's a weak field because there's a lot of players in this race, and it's an interesting deep field. She's got to show up, though. Bill Mott's got to feel a little pressure because he got these horses for Peter Brandt from Chad Brown, who had so much success with him, though Chad didn't train her when she won the Breeders' Cup, and he's had no success so far. Things haven't gone well. She needs to show up today.
And this is her day. I mean, this is the race that tells you whether you have your mare back from last year or not. Ironically, Bill Mott's running another horse for this race as well, so she's going to have to run against a stablemate.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to Peter Brandt, who owns her the other day, and he's optimistic that she'll run a race, thinks she's training well going into this race, and I hope she does. I like Peter. He's a great supporter of our game, and has some interesting horses as well, bringing horses over from Europe. He's got one of the best 3-year-olds in Europe right now, a daughter of Newspaper of Record, son of Newspaper of Record. I hope she runs a race. I'm still trying to beat her, but I think she's the horse to beat.
Oh, you have a horse in here for Will Walden, who's been a force since he sort of came onto the scene here. Some very good turf horses and speed shopper, Tom. Grade 3 Bewitched Keeneland at 1.5 miles on the grass. This was a very big effort.
It was a big effort. There was a fast pace going on here. This horse rated well, was kind, goes around everybody. Big finish, much the best. The turf brings them together. So when you win on the turf by, say, a length, that's a big margin. But when you win on the turf and you actually clear a group, and it's a very good group, which it was in this Grade 3 event, that's a big deal.
I'm guessing because I'm not a big fan. I picked her 4th. I'm not going to be shocked if she wins, but I wouldn't bet on her. But you guys seem to like her, and you look at the thoroughgraphs, and I don't. So she must be pretty good on the thoroughgraphs. Is that correct?
That race we just showed you, if Gazora runs her A game, she's in the mix.
Yeah, I'm going to say I don't agree. I think if Gazora runs her A race, they're all in trouble here.
100%.
Likely the case with her class and what she showed us in the Breeders' Cup. We'll see. That's race 8 today, 5:09 Eastern start time, Grade 2, Glens Falls for fillies and mares. This just happened moments ago. Nick Santagata, long career in the game, won over 4,000 races in this career, earnings in his career of over $74 million. Just named the recipient of this year's Mike Venezia Memorial Award.
And this was before the Vosburg, when the Vosburg used to settle the sprint championship. That's how prestigious it was. Nick Santagata is the absolute quintessential journeyman. I mean, Nick won about 4,500 races the hard way. He rode it day and night. He rode at the Meadowlands. He rode everywhere. Garden State, wherever you could go, Nick was there. I'm sure he had many days he rode over 15 races. He still works as a valet. I love Nick. He's one of my favorite guys here. That guy could ride.
First ever retired jockey to win this award.
Well,
he deserves it. You know, when
Nick.
I was an assistant for John Paracella in the late 80s, Nick used to ride a lot of our horses in New York and in New Jersey. I lost track of him, and when I came back to Saratoga, I didn't even recognize him. So he saddled many a horse for me, kind guy. And it wasn't until he won this award and they showed a picture of him that I realized, oh my God, that's Nick.
Really?
And we met in the jocks room, and we traded John Paracella stories, of which there are many.
Yes, there are. And John, of course, passed away recently. Yeah, no, I have nothing but nice things to say about Nick, and I just think he exemplifies, so much about the heart and soul of riding horses,
So over 4,100 career wins, and still works with a lot of people here on this New York circuit.
Still gallops.
Yeah. New Mike Venezia, and a special moment, and it was emotional as well. Let's go to Mig.
I'm so pleased to be here with Nick Santagata, this year's recipient of the Mike Venezia Award. And Nick, you and I knew Mike personally. I know this is a very emotional day. I'm emotional. What does it mean to you?
Mike Venezia was my friend. He was my mentor. He was one of my fellow jockeys. He was a beautiful person, kind-hearted, would go out on the dark days and perform charity events, and he's truly missed every day of our lives.
Well, Nick, you embody all of the things that Mike embodied. Me as a kid, you always looked out for me. You'd give me rides to the Meadowlands, always had my back. You and Mike really kind of embodied everything that this award is about.
Well, it doesn't hurt to do good in this world. It'll always come back to you. But Mike Venezia, today's about him. It's not about me. It's about his memory. Every year, Richie brought back this award from the grave. It was and brought it back and honored Mike every year since. And Richie should get a lot of credit too for bringing this award back, and also remembered the memory of Mike Venezia every year. And at least we can do it once a year.
Well, Mike, Nick, I love you like a brother, but I'm going to disagree with you. This day's about Mike, and this day's about you, and you are so deserving. Congratulations.
I thank you so much. It's an honor. I'm blessed, and I want to thank the Michael Venezia family again. It was a special honor and a privilege. God bless him.
Well, guys, Nick Santagata, this year's recipient, and I got to go dry my eyes.
What a great moment. And everyone, hugs for Nick Santagata, who was in this game for 30 years as a journeyman rider, traveling all over racetracks across the East Coast, compiling over 4,100 career wins, and still a very big part of this game.
Been a great guy. He's got a great sense of humor. Always comes to the paddock with a smile on his face with whoever he's helping to saddle with me. I just think he's a wonderful man.
No, I got nothing but nice things to say about Nick.
Very deserving. Congratulations, Nick Santagata. I know that award, too. It means so much to Richie Migliori, who presented it there, because they were very tight as well. So congratulations to both those two. And, yes, certainly a day to remember the award that one is named after. As we move on to race 5, 8 minutes away from yet another pick 5 here. A mandatory pay pick 5 begins in this mile and 16th Interturf race. New York Bred's $50,000 starter allowance. We welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hello, Greg, and really happy for Nick Santagata there. He is also one of the hardest working guys I have ever met on the backside. Up until just recently, he was still galloping horses in the morning before coming in and saddling horses as a valet throughout the day. As we'll take a look here at some horses that aren't Coach Case, as Miguel Clement looks to go back-to-back here. But Final Denial is one of 2 horses that trainer Horacio de Paz will send out. And I've always always felt as though, despite having won a few times on the main track, that he is more of a turf horse. He just looks that way. He's got a real slack pasture and a real flat foot to him. He looks fantastic here physically, and now that he is a 5-year-old, he's really kind of settled into himself. He used to get maybe a little bit antsy, a little bit obstreperous in the prelims. That's not the case anymore. He does have cotton in his ears, but that's kind of typical for him. And I just think third off of the bench here. Last time he was lacking some position while out wide, and then the time before that, I don't want to say the pace totally held together because the paddock pasture closed from way off of it, but the Winter Complex Agenda was able to wire the field, and he just kind of ran evenly. So I think third off the bench here, we are going to see the best from Final Denial. The board would reflect that as well. Moving on to number 10, Salt Spartan, whom I think if he had a better post position would be far more intriguing, because as a horse that wants to show a bit of early foot, the 10 hole doesn't do him any favors, and also considering he's cutting back from mile and 3/16 to a mile and a 16th after showing speed, well, then it kind of lessens, it kind of dulls that early speed when you're cutting back from a longer distance. And furthermore, he is very laid back and subdued here in the paddock. I do, however, looking at him, like the cutback. He's a bit smaller, a bit more compact. He does wear that red hood that you see. Now, that is a piece of equipment that Dave Donk likes to use. It took a while to get the stewards to approve it, but it's something that they have long used in Europe, and it signifies, hey, this horse is going to wear this red hood all the way up until the gate, where the assistant starters do remove it prior to the horse going in the gate or as they're standing in the gate. So do note that that's what will happen with Salt Spartan, and boy, is he responding beautifully. A horse that in the past, going back a few races to be fair, has been a bit tough to handle, but as you can see here in the paddock, he's quiet as a church mouse. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here coming up shortly. So 6-1, Salt Spartan, who just went by, and back to Coach Case, still the 2-1 favorite to 9.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with the last race that Coach Case ran. Blinkers off this time. We're going to watch. I want you to watch Dylan Davis on Coach Case. He's going to have to make a decision at the head of the lane as to what path to take, because he's stuck right now. He just hesitates for 1 second in that decision. Here comes the decision. He's thinking outside. Now he's got to go inside. And I think that pause, that wait, Andy, cost him the race, because he's going to end up having a very tough time of it.
You're not the only one that thinks that. I know a Hall of Fame rider who texted me after this race and said, maybe Dylan should have just gone through right away on the inside, and I get that, and certainly if I bet him, I would be frustrated by that. I can understand that thinking. He had a pretty good trip, though, overall, to be fair. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, he had to wait, but, riders have to make split decisions all the time. When you're riding good, you always seem to make the right decision, and when you're not riding good, but he's riding great. I don't mean that. I just mean that at the time, it wasn't the right decision.
Can we discuss the irony of a Hall of Fame rider texting me to criticize a ride? Just think about that for a second.
I can't wrap my head around that, Andy. I'm having a little difficulty.
Let's go back to the 7 here. Final Denial. Horacio De Paz started out swinging at this meet. Had a terrific beginning here. He's going to have Manny Franco on Final Denial.
Well, Manny's looking for 3 wins already in the first 5 races, and I'm hoping he gets it. I thought Final Denial had a sort of wide trip to nowhere last time out. Going a mile and 3/16 might have been a little far for his best race in here, so you get a little less distance in this race. And I thought his prior race probably needed it off the layoff. Now it's third off the layoff, and he's got some races last year absolutely good enough to win here. Now, to be fair, he was 6-1 Morning Lion. Now he's 3-1. I don't know how much bigger price I'm going to get. So I'm not exactly thrilled with the price, but he is my selection.
So he has some attractive races, right? But 9 starts on the turf, hasn't gotten it done yet. That's a bit of a worry.
I don't know. I thought he's run well enough in those races to get the job done here.
I do too. I'm just saying, if you're going to look for something to take away from him.
That's fair. And he's 3-1. You know what I mean? He's not 6-1. If he was 6-1, I would say who cares. But at 3-1, I think that's very, very fair.
We have a wager AI play coming up.
I like these.
And they've come through in the last couple of days with some good exacta plays, particularly daily double play here. This one on your screen, the 4, 645 in a big effort on the turf at Monmouth. I thought this one interesting as well. And the 4 and the 9, Coach Case, with in the next race the 4 and 8. So a first-time starter for Chad Brown, my Togo. And the 8, Modest McLean, first-time starter for Linda Rice.
Well, I picked them 1-2. I picked it 8-4 for whatever that's worth, but I'm hoping they're wrong here. You know, just to sort of expand on that, the AA wagers are they're looking for value. When you say value, value is a very tough concept, but value, in a pure sense, is betting horses that are better odds and their chances to win. Horse can be 9-5. Horse can be 3-5 and be good value. Horse can be 20-1 and be bad value. It's not about long shots. It's about their chances to win relative to their odds.
All right, again, that pick 5 pool growing. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dave Donk, who I gotta say is the most obliging trainer on the grounds, and you have to be one of my favorite interviews. And I'm not just, you know, trying to kiss up here.
I'll take that as a great compliment. Thanks, Maggie.
Well, Dave, you will send out Salt Spartan, and here last time going a mile 3/16 was able to set the pace. What kind of trip do you foresee cutting back a furlong?
Yeah, there's only one lower level speed, we'll call it.
Yeah.
I'll be polite. So he's going to be pretty tactical, and it's Kendrick. So, you know, I'm going to let him do what he wants to do.
I love it. Talk about the Red Hood. I know it's something that you've been a proponent of.
Yeah, listen, it's very European. If anyone will watch the OTB channel and watch European racing, you're going to see so many of them. So it's just to keep him settled, go to the gate. He was really nasty when I saddled on Belmont Week. He was great today. So, listen, we're just trying to keep it calm, keep the demeanor. It's better for the horse, better for the rider.
Love it. He looks great here in the paddock. Dave, best of luck.
Thanks.
Always enjoy my Dave Donk interviews, Greg.
D-O-N-K, Donk, Donk, Donk. No bigger Jets fan on the planet than David Donk. And he had a huge day here a few years ago. Had a 3-win day at Saratoga. Can always rise up and surprise you here. But I mean, this horse here, the 10, this is a major player in the race.
Oh, 100%. And I saw David out the other night in town, uncharacteristically without that
Dangos
Jets
at
hat
2
on.
a.m.
You're the first to ever see him without that hat.
Yeah,
probably.
it's almost like when Kiss came on the scene, and nobody had seen Kiss without their makeup, and that was a big deal. Can you see the band Kiss without their makeup?
Well, I think
Did you see where I went there?
We've all seen Gene Stevens around the racetrack in one way or another, right?
Simmons.
Gene Simmons, excuse
Come
me.
on, man.
Gene
Get your
Stevens.
Kiss people right.
Yes, you're right. Didn't somebody just die from Kiss?
That I don't know.
Paul Stanley, one of the other members? No, he didn't die, but he's
8-5 favorite, the 9. That's Coach Case, Miguel Clement, Flavian Pratt. We're going to get to a post parade coming up in just a moment. And you know, looking ahead, guys, to the rest of this pick 5, and let's talk about that 6th race real quick as part of the sequence. Andy, you said those 2 firsters. Your top 2 choices that next race. Is there buzz about those 2?
Well, I mean, the 8 has worked well. Maggie has some good things to say about the workouts. The 8 has a giant pedigree. I see, looking at doubles, that Chad is a very close second choice with the 4. So I don't know how much buzz there is, but I think they're both okay.
Quite a bit on the 8. The 8 is the buzz horse in the 6th race. First-time starter, Modest McLean. The talk
pedigree.
of the backside.
Have the 2 good runners. If I had to use 2 in the 7th race, I would use the 4 Clock Tower and the 1 Credit Worthy. I think there's a lot of pace. Obviously, Bring the Band Home is dangerous, but don't really trust with my 3rd use. In the Glens Falls, I would use, if I use 3, I would use the 4 Favorite Memory, the 6 Survey, and the 9 Gazora. And I would lean heavily on the favorite in the Curlin if I was going to use 2 others.
So you're going to narrow down there?
Chief Wallaby,
yeah,
heavily
Chief Wallaby. If I use others, depending on different tickets, you play multiple tickets. Blackout Time and Golfy, who looks like the speed.
All right, good luck if you're putting a ticket together. As they come down Champions Way, we'll get our post parade here coming up. And I'm not sure what the reason was. Slight delay, obviously.
Because
here,
the riders were out congratulating Nick. They were all in the winner's circle congratulating him.
Tom, it's the most useful thing you've said all week on the show.
I'll give you an A for effort there, Andy. But
and accuracy as well.
The delivery wasn't very good.
I'm with Wager AI. I'm very high on this 4.
Well, you're looking at him right there, bouncing and on her toes. 6:45. About the time we get finished with this card today, I believe.
Or the show.
Here's
part.
Free refills. Back to the rail runner.
Yeah, Free Refills is a fringe player. As Kerry Bryan is one of the few trainers still looking for their first win. To me.
Dreams of Rome, Horacio de Pazbarn.
Yeah, he's got 2 in this race, and I think they're both players.
Look at Blue Pill, Ricardo Santana Jr.
I'll say one thing positive. This horse is getting a big rider change to Ricardo.
out of Waterbury, another for David Donk.
I could have said a lot of things about that name.
Like
yeah, that's
out of
you.
Waterbury, looks to be a little overmatched here.
Rudy Rodriguez barn, one with pace, Silo Empire.
100%. This is a horse that's jumping up a little bit in class, but certainly wants to be up close.
I use this horse 40-1.
That's
I'm
a
in.
ridiculous price. That horse is.
I bet a couple dollars to win on this horse. At that
Final
price.
denial to pause as well.
I get what Tom's saying, and it's a valid point, but I'm going to hope today's the day for the first turf win.
John Velasquez on Mo Creesa just got his 800th career stakes win the other day.
How about that? I mean, he is the patriarch of the room, class act. He really leads the way for the riders.
9-5 favorite. Miguel Clement barn, Flavian Pratt, Coach Case.
Looking for back-to-back wins, Miguel.
The more highly regarded from the David Donk barn, the 10 Salt Spartan.
I like Salt Spartan. I think this is a horse going to be close, if not on the lead, and I like the efforts that he's given recently.
And here's Corvus, Sylvester Gonzalez, rider change.
Well, good meet so far for Ilke Cantermachi, but this one's never been on the turf, and there's no pedigree to suggest that he's going to move forward on it, which he would probably have to do.
And sorry, Tom, there's the 10, Salt Spartan.
Okay, well, I'll say it again. I like this horse. This is a horse I think will be closer near the lead, and I like the most recent efforts that he's given.
9-2 on the board. On the inner turf here at a mile and a 16th. As we go back to the 5, that's the other Donk runner, so this one would certainly be a surprise. We have not had a real race to kind of shake things up yet on this card on this Sunday afternoon.
No, not at all. And we're seeing logical results and short prices all day, but that can change, obviously. I did pick a horse who's a relatively short price in here. I think the 6, and I agree with you, Tom, that the 10 should be forward in this race. I think Solo Empire is supposed to be in front, and Delilah Rivera obviously not getting the opportunities here that she got down in New York, but we've seen her ride well. And one thing about her, she's not afraid to go.
Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll take a look at your favorite in here, who I am going to chalk it out with, because he also, second off the bench, removes the blinkers. And I thought that in the early stages of that comeback race, he did get a bit rank. You know, sometimes that happens when a horse coming back off a layoff, they just get too fresh. So eliminate that propensity to do so and take those blinkers off, as he will today. He's really settled in the paddock. Physically, he looks tremendous out there. Looks like a happy, healthy horse. And that's all you could ask for, really, from your favorite. And hopefully, you know, that race sets him up for success. As we'll move on to a horse that does come out of a race that was much cheaper than this, and that's number 4, 645, that on paper I thought was interesting, because there were some horses in that race that had some back class, but in the paddock, he did not make a favorable impression. I mean, he's gotten so hot, so nervous. He looks like a horse that just lives on his nerves constantly, because he does not carry much weight and conditioning. So we'll see. Does he put himself forward in this race at all? He's at least acting that way. Number 8 at 12-1, I thought was interesting. Mo Creesa actually takes a little bit of a drop in class here, as this is a starter allowance for the New York breds. And at times, he has been quite a bad actor in the paddock. Well, that gray pony that has Bam aboard has been with him throughout the preliminaries, and it seems to keep him so much more calm. Physically, he looks great. John Velasquez gets back aboard, where they have teamed up, maybe not to win, but have had good performances together. And I just think, as a long shot, this horse does get some subtle class relief. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Here we go, loading up. Race 5, start of a mandatory pay pick 5. There's the favorite. Coach Case stepping in for the Miguel Clement barn with co-leading rider Flavian Pratt. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
And here is out of Waterbury going in. Chestnut takes up his spot. That was Mo Creesa acting up, settles down. Corvus completes the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mo Creesa in the center of the course has speed, as does 645, and Dreaming of Rome along the inside backs off, as the lead belongs to 645, who is tackled now by Salt Spartan on the outside. Those two head and head, joined 3 deep by Corvus, and Coach Case settles just behind them in 4th. Down on the inside, it's Dreaming of Rome, 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, racing 2 lengths in front of Mo Creasa out of Waterbury. Final Denial is in that group too. Blue Pill, Solo Empire is next, and another couple back to Free Refills, who trails 23 and 4 for the leader, and that leader is 6:45. Taking him down the backstretch, a length and a half in front of Salt Spartan in 2nd. It's 2 more, back to Dreaming of Rome, who is on the inside, a joint 3rd. Corvus, red blinkers on the extreme outside. Coach Case is racing between those two. Out of Waterbury and Mo Creasa each have about 8 to make up, moving into the far turn. Then Blue Pill, Final Denial on the outside as they come toward the quarter pole. And the lead still belongs to the front-running 6:45, who went 3/4 in 1:13 and 2/5 seconds. They're at the top of the stretch. 6:45 with a 3-length lead. Clear sailing for Coach Case, who takes up the chase into 2nd. These two are dominating. They're in the final furlong, and it is 6:45 with a 2-length lead. Coach Case is starting to pick up some serious, dangerous ground. It's either 6:45 or Coach Case. 6:45, and Luis Saez all the way. Coach Case was 2nd. Final Denial finished very nicely and got the shodo. And then it's a photo for 4th that did involve Dreams of Rome.
6:45, Mike Denny Barn, Luis Saez able to hold off the favorite for the win here in the 5th.
Yeah, and look, maybe this race was won right out of the gate with 6:45 and Luis Saez. He went to the front. He was able to control the pace to a certain extent. When they turned for home and he cut the corner, as you'll see right there, all of a sudden he makes some separation. By saving the ground and cutting the corner and turning for home, he's able to hold off a very, very fast closing 9-horse in Coach Case.
Yeah, Coach Case had his chance. Just couldn't catch this horse. And this is the Luis Saez that we saw win the meet here a number of years ago, an aggressive ride. That's what Luis does well. And Luis should get back to that aggressive style, and he'll get himself in the winner's circle more often, because that's what he does best in these situations. My 7-horse, in all honesty, and 5-2 is a ridiculous price, but I want to ask Manny. It seems like that horse just got really lost in the back of the pack. Manny was wide in the backstretch. He realized he was in a bad spot, so he sort of waited to duck over the rail and did well to be 3rd. But I was surprised. I thought he'd be a little bit closer, but wasn't.
4-9-7-2. Wager AI identifying this one going off at a bit of an overlay here. Wins at 6-1 to start that double. So we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, I'm mad at myself. I'll be totally honest. The rails are down on the inner turf course. What does that usually mean? Speed. And I knew that, well, I didn't like this horse because look at him. He's still acting like a goofball. I knew that he was going to be speed in here, and given the way he was acting. And so often, Greg, we see horses able to steal it when they are forwardly placed. And Coach Case didn't make it easy for Flavien Prat either, because he wanted to linger on that inside lead for most of the stretch. And so, and kind of lug in a little bit on him too. So yes, the winner proving best, but Coach Case, see, you can see Flavien Prat also correcting him after the line there, giving him a few stern pulls on that right outside rein to say, hey, you got to stop lugging in. Unfortunately, too little, too late.
6-1, 6:45. Luis Saez, Mike Denny Barn, and a 5-year-old son of Lauban, winning for the 3rd time in his career on the grass. 6-1 upset of a 9-5 favorite here in race 5.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was the first day the rails were down because we were off on, we didn't run on the turf on Thursday and Friday, and there was no bias whatsoever yesterday towards the inside. Sometimes it happens. I think it happens a lot, especially when the horse gets baked, kind of, you know what I mean, and we don't get much rain. I think with the rain this week, it mitigated that. This horse just ran, I mean, this horse ran well. I don't think this horse got lucky taking a bias.
Look, the turf course is unlike the dirt courses. When horses go over it, they can beat up and chew up that turf course. So when you're talking about the rails being down, we put temporary rails up and work our way out, so we're protecting maybe the first 5 yards of the turf course, and then 10 yards of turf course, and then finally when you take them down, you're using the real turf course, and I think that's what we're referring to. Turns are tight in those.
I do understand all that. I do the track trends every day for the website and the program, and all I'm saying is, and Maggie's right, there have been times at all tracks when the rails go down to 0, where the inside, because it's a fresh ground, is what you're talking about. Having said that, I don't believe it's the case right now because of the rain that we got. And the other thing is, we used to wait more time between moving the rails. Since we've been moving them more frequently, they're using all the course a little bit more, and it's not like there's as big a difference. When you're running for 2 weeks, say, without the rails moving, then it can get pretty chewed up.
I'm not
in this
challenging
case,
your
not.
opinion. I'm just telling, I want everybody to understand what the
Oh,
rails
yeah, no,
being down, what
I
that
do,
means.
but in this case, I just don't think we have an inside bias.
6:45 with a win. That man right there had to sit out the first 5 days of this Saratoga meeting. Boy, is Arad Ortiz Jr. made up for lost time. 25 wins at the meet already. He's in striking range of the leader, and he had a 6-win historic day already. He sits down with Mig next.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS1 as we are brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a mild upset here to kick off this one. Middle pick 5 for race number 5. Mandatory pay pick 5, I should say, as number 4, 645 gets the job done. And I'm pleased to be joined by Mike Deeney. Mike, the number 75 mean anything to you?
No.
You are the 75th trainer at the meet to get a win here.
Oh, that's good. Now I can maybe keep winning.
Exactly, keep it rolling. This guy coming out of a, to be fair, 12-5 claimer at Monmouth, but I thought ran very well that day. Talk about finding the starter allowance for New York breds and how well he fit.
I was scared to bring him up here because he's so wild. And I just happened to look the book one more time and I saw a New York allowance where you had to run for a tag, and I said that should be an easier spot than the straight allowance. So I said we'll take a shot and see, and then I was just hoping we get the saddle on him today.
As you said, he can be a little tough to handle, but talk about Luis Saez being so aggressive with him and kind of using that energy to his advantage.
Yeah, he's always rode good for me, and he rode him in Monmouth, and he said every time he took the lead 3 times, and then he gave it up, and he got nipped on the last shot by a horse that made $500,000. Sure. So I said, as long as he's good and he's dancing in the stall, we'll just try to run him back quick and hope it works out.
And it did. Well done. Congratulations. Also, co-owner like you are of a lot of your horses.
Yeah, I bought him at Tampa for $16,000, and he won 2 there, so he was paid for it. So this is all fun money.
Fun money. I love it. Well, have fun with your fun money. Okay. Mike, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mike Deeney, 75 trainers, Greg. It's just remarkable. What a 2026 this meet has been at the spot.
Now, what a claim, as he said. Claim this one for $16,000 back in December 2025. Going into this race this year, Had won almost $43,000. Three-time winner since he's claimed him.
75 different trainers, but only one president. Mike Denny's nickname, Mr. President.
Why?
I was late to the party. I don't know the answer to that, but that's what I always called him.
That's a remarkable number of different. Just talk about spreading the wealth at the most competitive meet we have. That's amazing.
What is today? It's today the 19th day of racing, so we've probably run close to 180 something day of racings. 180 something races here. So that's pretty amazing, right? So, yeah. 40% of the races.
Incredible.
Or whatever you want to look at it.
It's been good to see.
It's great.
A lot
It's
of parity.
great. Yep.
Race 6 starts the pick 6 on our Sunday card. 7 furlongs. New York breds. Maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up. And had talked about my Togo, the 4 first-timer, Chad Brown, and Modest McLean, the buzz horse, according to Tom here, that first-timer on the outside for Linda Rice. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. It's time for the Golden Goggles Award. And Mig sitting down with a rider. I had to wait. Riding, coming into this meet, I should say, Rat Ortiz Jr., winning 4 straight riding titles. When he finally got his turn, did not take him long, just his second mount, and now already 25 wins and counting. Rat Ortiz Jr. sits down with the Mig.
I read, what was it like? I'm sure it had to be mixed emotions in the Kentucky Derby. You came up like, it's right there. I can win the Kentucky Derby, and then Jose comes and picks you up.
It was tough. My dream is win the Kentucky Derby, and you know, it was so close. I feel like a winner getting close to the wire. When I look to the side, I see his socks. I know it was him, so at the first, I was happy for him. I was so happy for him as soon as we crossed the wire. That was the first thing crossed to my mind. Then when I pull up, I realized that, damn, like how close I was, and it was tough for me, like, you know, get over it. That night I watched the replay 100 times, and I was happy for my brother. You know, he deserved it. He deserved everything he got. He had an amazing year, and he's a great man. I'm happy for him.
You know, I've watched you from the very beginning, and there was times I've been critical of you. I thought maybe overdoing the race riding a little bit. But you don't go over the line anymore. You ride that line perfectly, like a razor's edge.
I was hurting myself, honestly. I was getting too many days, which I don't like. When I'm not riding at home, watching the horses, watching the races, it's painful, bro. That's the worst thing. I hate to be at home when they have racing. I just start working with myself. I listen a lot of people who wants me to be better. And I start working on myself, even my agent, you know, a little tips and other riders too. And I just try to ride my horses. It worked out great last few years, so I mean, I'm looking forward to keep getting better.
July 25th, you had a 6-win day. But Counting Stars, I thought, was especially all your skills on display. Talk about that ride a little bit.
She gave me the confidence, honestly. I keep running a little bit. I don't have too much speed on the race. I know we're gonna be on the lead. If we break good, we was on the first 10. After that, I just have a long haul, and she come back to me beautiful. It was ears up every step of the way. We wasn't going that slow, but it was beautiful. So I let him be her, and the 3 boys start like getting out a little bit just to buying time to turn for home, and then Jose realized I'm going too comfortable, I guess, and he decided to go. So he surprised me a little bit, so I started working on it. So I go with him, I make the turn with him, and then from the quarter pole to the west, it's gonna be a battle, you know, it's gonna be a horse race. And then I just showed the stick, and she opened up a half lane. I said, man, I'm going, I have so much horse.
And Counting Stars has another gear and opens up with authority.
Obviously a 6-win day, but just you're riding every day. And that's why you're the recipient this week of the Golden Goggles. I just appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with me about your career and all the good you're doing.
No, thank you.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
What a performer. And, you know, we say it all the time about Rat Ortiz Jr. He has that Mamba-like mentality every single race. He rides with everything he has. He has that killer instinct.
Both he and his brother, I mean, I know it's an overused statement to say they're students of the game, but you never see them out in the evenings in downtown Saratoga where you see everybody else. And they're home. They're getting ready for the next day. They know those horses when they come to paddock. When he comes to ride a horse for me, he knows as much about that horse, even if he's never been on his back, than you would want to tell him into the paddock itself. So they know pace. They just know what to do.
There are two riders here.
They're going to break all the records.
I have never seen take a race off. Manny Franco and Irad Ortiz. These guys, those two guys, and I'm not trying to knock anybody else, but those guys, they ride every horse like it's the most important race they've ever been in. And you know, I know it's their job, and they should ride that way. But should and do are two very different things. And Irad rides every single race like it's the most important race of his life.
And as you heard in that piece, he's the top of the game. I mean, he's right there. It's him and Flavien Prat. Of course, his brother's having this incredible year this year. He's still trying to tweak in every little thing he can do to get better as a rider. It just doesn't stop with him.
So it was the comment he made about Renegade, the Kentucky Derby. He said, I watched that replay 100 times. You know, I'm sure he watched it to say, what could I have done differently to make Renegade just be a half a length better and win the Kentucky Derby? But that's someone that's dedicated to their craft.
I would guarantee when he went home, and I'm sure as he should be, was very excited about his 6-win day here, especially on a Saturday in Saratoga. And the probably thing he was thinking about was a race or two there where he feels like he could have done something different and won another race. And that's what the really great athletes do. They're not thinking about their successes. Irad's going to have a lot of successes. He's ride a lot of favorites, good horses and stuff, but I imagine he's thinking more about the mistakes he thinks he may have made or the things he thinks he could have done a little bit better.
Take a look at what he's done here at Saratoga. 4 straight riding titles at the most competitive jockey colony in the sport by far.
And he actually, I think Irad said, you know, the meet's supposed to be a little longer this year, but I'm going to ride the 40-day meet. I'm not going to ride the 46, now 45, because we had to cancel one. So Irad just said, you know, he's a true, you know, he wants to do it the right way. The other guys, he gave him a little bit of a head start, and he's already nipping at their heels.
It is amazing. He spotted
14
Pratt,
wins
his brother,
to
14
2.
wins. It's only 7 back right now. Let's cut that in half already. We're not even at the halfway point. Pick 6 coming up. Starts in race 6. We're 13 minutes to post. And there a look at that Buzz horse. The debuter by McLean's Music for Linda Rice right now is the favorite. We'll be back with the post parade next.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching Saratoga Live. Race 6 starts the pick 6. New York breds trying to get that first win on their resume here. 7 furlongs for 3-year-olds and up. We saw Modest McLean going to break, a first-time starter for Linda Rice. That is the current favorite, and the man we just saw awarded the Golden Goggles by the MIG. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Yes, looking forward to this one's debut, as I think the rest of the track is, apparently, as Modest McLean. He is a son of McLean's Music and out of a mare that produced Arctic Arrogance, who won at first asking, also a 2-year-old stakes-winning New York bred, and also have to another first-time out winner up here at the spa as a 2-year-old in Overstep. So there's Percassi in the pedigree. Now, it has taken him a little while to get to the racetrack, as he is a 3-year-old. You can see that this homebred may have taken a little while, because he's not, as far as conformation, he is not the most correct. But sometimes it doesn't matter what you look like when you're just walking or standing still. It's about how you move while you're going fast, as we all know here at the racetrack. And this guy, he moves when he's going fast. Watching his workouts leading into this one for Linda Rice back on July 18th. You can watch that on First TV. He was by himself. He was a little headstrong to begin with. So usually an indicator that a horse will have early speed as well, as he goes to 7/8 first time out. But he really covers some ground in a really lovely way of going, and that's represented here in the paddock as he overstrides quite nicely, has that big kind of swinging walk to him. And as I often say, Linda Rice, she doesn't really have them cranked up oftentimes to win at first asking, and it shows looking at their fitness levels when you view them in the paddock. But this guy, he looks fit. He's incredibly defined. He looks all racehorse to me, and I'm very excited to see what he does out on the track. But possibly standing in his way is another first-time starter, and Chad Brown, maybe a little bit more well-known, or better percentages, if you will, with debuters. And my Togo, a son of Midnight Loot, who I'm always a little bit suspect of Midnight Loots, because they're usually big, beautiful horses that'll train really nice in the morning. Sometimes they don't bring it over in the afternoons, but this guy looks a lot like many Midnight Loots I've seen. The Dam, she was okay, you know, kind of dirt sprinting. He is, however, a half to Tough Street, who Chad trained early on in her career, and she's kind of one of those gritty New York breds, runs kind of those middle distances on the main track. He looks nothing like her, to be fair. She's a smaller chestnut filly, and he is a big, dark bay gelding in here, but comes in here fit, well prepared from the mental aspect of things. 7 furlongs does feel like a good starting point, but I wouldn't be surprised if this guy actually wants a bit more ground moving forward, just given his size and scope. On to one who has run, but coming off of a layoff, is number 5, Just Tipsy. Will add blinkers for this comeback and back to state breds. He's a horse that I'd only seen late in that debut race, late in his 2-year-old season, I should say, and he just didn't look very athletic or very fit. He's transformed. He's gotten so much longer in his frame. He's more defined and athletic. And since they've put those blinkers on, which a fairly larger kind of cheater cut blinker, his workouts in the morning have been better. Watching his last, where he worked 47 flat out of the gate, he was on the outside of a horse by the name of Imagine John. Javier Castellano was in the irons. He had to be asked a little bit more late, but Imagine John's a decent horse, to be fair. And I think this guy is going to show us a better version of himself here now as a more later 3-year-old than what we had seen previously. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Look at Jenna Antonucci talking to Javier Castellano. Jenna Antonucci of Arcangelo fame, and of course the first trainer ever to break through in the Triple Crown with the Belmont Stakes victory. And of course Cherie DeVoe adding to the success for female trainers, first ever Derby win this year. Just Tipsy for Jenna Antonucci, the 5, 6-1 on the board. Meanwhile, Music in Motion. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Let's go back to Twinkletown and Jose aboard for Ken McPeek in this Grade 2 Saratoga special win. Ken McPeek said after not really used to seeing in my wheelhouse a horse going 21 a change and keep on going.
Now, this is a big performance in a race that you know, he was maybe a bit of an afterthought, but I mean, this is dominant.
Well, his debut was extremely good, and he projected to be the speed, and the 4 not breaking certainly didn't hurt him, though he wasn't going to beat him booked. I mean, listen, his debut was very, very good. It was on a wet track, so you always wonder, do viewers going to run big? Can they come back and duplicate or build on those?
So
and
you have
want to do it on a dry track.
You have the same scenario later today in the full sister to this race in Adirondack. You know, you've got a group of horses that have made 1 or 2 starts, and they can move forward as well.
Yeah, or move backwards, as fillies often
There you
do.
go.
Fillies will do it
There
more
you
than
go.
boys. And listen, it's always a process, right? You know, we've seen brilliant maiden winners come back, lose the spin away, and maybe come back and win the Frisette or Alcibiades.
Well, Peak says hopeful more than likely with this horse, although he says this is definitely a 2-turn horse and wants to get to the Champagne moving forward into, you know, getting obviously towards the end of the year, and we'll see Breeders' Cup, but he thinks going forward that's what this horse will do best.
Yeah, he told me that yesterday that he wants to go to the Champagne. So.
Oh, you guys are like.
Yeah, we ran each other and hugged it out. I don't know.
Yeah. Jose Ortiz, who was on board Twinkletown for the win.
No ill will towards people.
Tied for the lead with Flavian Pratt right now.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, Greg. I was listening. He was talking over you.
Manny
Could you repeat that?
Manny keeps winning though.
Call to post as we get set for the post parade to kick off this pick 6.
Just
Ricardo
in
Santana
time.
Jr. will be on Boss of Everything.
Yeah, I actually think of the horse with experience, this is the one that I would take. I don't think he ran that badly last time in a tough race.
First time starter, the 2 King Lucky.
Yeah, you always turn to the board and you look and see what kind of odds this horse has. It's the smart money showing up. This horse looks like he's being left alone.
Linda Rice with the favorite debuting. The experienced stablemate here, the 3.
This is the one getting bet of the ones that ran. 5-2, taking a lot of money.
My Togo debuts Chad Brown.
This was taking money too. As a first-time starter for Chad Brown.
Jenna Antonucci, blinkers on, just tipsy.
Yeah, this horse is race 2 back, gives it a chance to get a piece.
Slight turn back in distance for the 6, true Adirondacker.
A lot of things going on here. First time gelding, blinkers on. They're searching for an answer.
Nothing but nitro, has not shown a lot of nitro so far.
No, big rider switch to Dylan Davis riding for his dad.
And 8-5 favorite, a first-time starter for Linda Rice.
Yeah, this is the talk of the backside when I was out this morning, and there was that last work on July the 17th from the gate that everybody was bragging about. The good-looking horse, but this is a tough post for a first-time starter. We can only do so much in the mornings with horses. We can't simulate the starting gate with this many horses, and oftentimes horses that are not unraced and have never been in the gate of the group will break away from the field to their outside post position. They don't have another horse outside of them to keep them going straight.
Keep your eyes on that with that outside post for the 8 in the debut coming up. You can play this pick 6 that starts here in just 2 minutes by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Spot 200, that code to use at sign up to get that $200 deposit match bonus. As you look at Arad Ortiz Jr. had that 6-win day earlier in the meet, and here's what's ahead for him as he seeks his first winner on the afternoon. He's on the favorite here. He's got Credit Worthy in that turf sprint to come. Speed Shopper, big player, and obviously facing the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare turf winner Gazora, and a big chance in that nightcap as well. Or sorry, in the Adirondack, Scarlet Begonia.
Take a look at that warm-up there with our first-time starter. You can see he's a little edgy with the pony. That's another thing we're trying to do in the morning. We're trying to prepare these horses for everything that's going to happen in a race. We'll bring them to the paddock even when they aren't running and get them used to being in a surrounding with people and everything else before we put the saddles on. We also take them with the pony to get them used to galloping alongside a pony. And the reason for that is because you're talking about a very strong animal and a 115-pound man trying to hold him back. The pony allows the horse to warm up and the rider not to have to exert any energy.
Meanwhile, Andy, here's one with experience, the stablemate of the favorite here for Linda Rice. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, and Last Star, you know, not just experience, has a race over this racetrack.
And like last time, he might lose to 2 first-time starters again because he got beaten by firsters last time. Listen, his last race is okay, and he can win this race if, you know, the others don't show up, the 4 and 6. 4 is a little chilly on the board. I wouldn't bet him at 3-1, but Tom, you obviously disagree. Like I said, if I was going to take a horse that had experience in here, and I didn't, I would take the 1 Boss of Everything at twice the price.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And my problem with the 3 this time around is I didn't love that he was beaten by first-time starters in his last start. I actually picked him that day, but the fact that he was outfinished by a horse that he dueled with on the inside, that was for Dave Donk, that actually did take some money, and I think is a very nice horse, and is there a normal wife? But then he was passed by the horse who took all the money that day late in the game, One Big Beautiful Bill. He looks fantastic. I have absolutely no problems with this guy physically. He's getting a little warm out on the racetrack after a spirited warm-up beneath Jose Ortiz. I just prefer Linda's horse, the first-time starter, even from a physical sense of things as an individual. It's not like this horse looks poor by any means. It's just I think the 8 might have more quality. As we'll circle back to number 4 in here, that is my Togo. As professional as he was in the paddock, he was not, however, when he hit the track. It could mean absolutely nothing. He acted up badly with the pony. He's really unsure of the pony, which isn't usually typical for Chad's horses. They are pretty well schooled. So we'll see. Maybe that's hinting at greenness and maybe needing one mentally. Is a very nice mover, though. However, Greg?
So, wow, 5-1 on a Chad Brown first-time starter here with Pratt aboard, your co-leading rider at the meet, who was 7-2 morning line. Yeah, this is not one who's taking a lot of attention right now.
Clear-cut second choice in doubles. He's betting doubles like he's like 2-1 or 5-2, believe it or not, and just keeps going up and up. I'm not sure he's taking more relative money than the Finger Lakes first-time starter, the number 2. Well, I mean, in relative terms, right?
Yeah.
A Chad Brown first-time starter with Flavian Pratt versus Finger Lakes, and I'm not in any way knocking. The trainer's actually very good, Dana Saul, as is Jose Baez, who's riding the horse. It's just, you know, you're not going to expect that horse to take any money, and it's not. But Chad's horse is a little bit chilly right now. Went down to 9-2, just back to 5-1. What Harvey Pack used to always call the backflash, always a negative with a first-time starter. We'll see if that's the case today.
So,
I
Tommy,
like that.
Yeah. In your opinion, 6-5. Look, obviously this horse has shown talent in the morning, but the fact that at 7 furlongs, first time out, has an outside post, and you talked about what can happen certainly with a first-time starter and the outside post. Now even money. Is this getting a little overboard?
Well, look, that work was spectacular, but it's practice. And oftentimes these first-time starters, they forget when they come in the afternoon, they've got so much going on around them that they forget their lessons. You see it all the time. So at even money, I'm looking elsewhere.
You are the first trainer I've ever spoken to that has that opinion about the outside post. Maybe you're right. I don't agree, but every trainer I know wants them outside.
Though, and Mig talks about it all the time as well.
We see it some.
We've seen it plenty of times.
Andy, none of the trainers want to talk to you. If you talk to trainers, you would get a lot more people that would say that.
I'll have an actual conversation because I do talk to trainers, and they all disagree. But that's okay. Maybe you're right.
There's the favorite, even money. As we get set for the pick 6 coming up, over $250,000 in this pool. And experience can matter. Talent can matter more.
It can, and too much experience can matter in a negative fashion when it comes to maidens.
Pick 6 starts here on this Sunday card from Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS1. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Last couple left to go in. Waiting on the big favorite, Modest McLean. Modest McLean. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Just Tipsy is very quick, and so is Boss of Everything. These two hook up right away, and Modest McLean came away in good order. Only a length and a half or so off the lead and moving in willingly now. Here's Music in Motion. My Togo is 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 4 back to True Adirondacker. Another couple of lengths back to King Lucky, and Nothing But Nitro trails. Down the back stretch. Boss of Everything, Modest McLean, in hand and tugging through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Modest McLean puts his head in front as they round the far turn. Just Tipsy is racing in third. At the rail, it's Music in Motion, fourth with 4 to make up. Another 3, My Togo has lost some ground. Then it's a big gap back to True Adirondacker, King Lucky, and Nothing But Nitro. Modest McLean has put away Boss of Everything. Just Tipsy moves up on the outside to challenge as the field turns for home. Just Tipsy running a big race. Modest McLean in between them. Music in Motion's been waiting for room, and he's let out now as they come to the 8th pole. And it's now Modest McLean and Music in Motion in a Linda Rice showdown. On the inside, Modest McLean. Music in Motion on the outside. Music in Motion runs down Modest McLean. Boss of Everything finished third. Just Tipsy was fourth.
Well, it's experience that beats talent in this showdown of stablemates. 7-2, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
Man, Jose Ortiz, when you're doing everything right, you're doing everything right. We're going to watch this replay. We're going to take it from the top of the stretch. He is behind horses on the 3-horse. Watch those orange silks when we get to it. And he's got nowhere to go. The leader is backing up right in his face. He has to go around. He sees a seam. He's going to make it, and it's going to shut down on him. He's got to restart this horse again. He's going to go for the seam right here. He's going to shut down. Oh, wow. Goes outside, has to restart his horse, and once he's in the clear, he's able to run down Linda's other horse, her first-time starter.
There goes the crop, by the way.
And get it done.
I think Irad probably a little frustrated. He ate a little green, running in spots, you know. Looked on the turn like he was going to draw away, and they didn't give him that. Maybe 7 for a first-time starter, but you're right, 3 had some trouble. Had a very good trip, except for the trouble over round, but Linda gets the win. Maybe not the one she expected to win, but the win just nonetheless.
Linda Rice with a couple of victories on the afternoon. Let's take a look again. The trouble in here, Jose losing the crop. 3-8-1-5 finish.
Look, it was there. That inside horse comes out a little bit and shuts down on Jose. He's going to have to go around. This horse really showed a lot of courage when he finally got clear. There goes the streak dropping. But you know what? When you got horse, sometimes the crop is not that important.
Yeah. Tell you what, the money was right on the 4. That horse did no running.
So Music in Motion, 7-2. Stablemate upsets this even money favorite there was so much buzz about. Yeah. But Tom, for a first-time starter, trying to win at 7 furlongs, first time out, what do you take away from this?
Oh, I take away a great race. Music in Motion will gain a lot in experience here, and like a lot of
Modest
horses,
McLean.
second time out, which will be next time, will be, Modest McLean, as you said. It will be a horse to deal with.
One more look down the stretch. There it goes. Not needed.
Overrated.
No
crop is overrated.
Joel Rosario won a lot of races, barely ever using the stick.
Good point.
Pat Day won more.
Yeah, he also lost a lot of photos with horses that were
Oh,
best.
come on. He was the most brilliant rider of our time.
Not the people in New York.
3-8-1-5 finish and a 7-2 modest upset here. Oh, this 8 took a lot of money in here to start off this pick 6. And that man right there continuing an incredible summer and a career year where I know we got a long way to go. We say it a lot, but the man in the driver's seat right now for an Eclipse Award.
I'd say so.
Yeah,
for
a lot
sure.
of racing left, but absolutely. It's the leader right now, for sure.
2 for Linda Rice on the afternoon. Number 33 at the meet for Jose Ortiz. And we're going to send it off, hand it over to the next crew. We're done for the afternoon. What a pleasure with you two. Just a real pleasure.
Well, every moment I spend with you, Greg, is great, despite who else might be sitting on the desk.
I'm going to leave it alone.
Enjoy the rest
Everybody
of your weekend.
knows how I feel. Thank you.
We're kidding.
It can only go up from here.
These guys love each other. We'll be back with the next crew right after this, and stakes action still to come. Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Gazora back in action. The Adirondack for 2-year-old fillies, and Chief Wallaby in the Curlin still ahead. It's Music in Motion. Start off the pick 6.
Prince of Monaco's
is Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco, Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live here on this Sunday, as it was a Linda Rice McLean's Music Exacta here in race number 6, as the one who had experience, Music in Motion, gets the W over first-time starter Modest McLean. And as I'm pleased to be joined here by Linda Rice, who does get her second winner of the day. Linda, experience holding an edge, but also different tactics with Music in Motion today. Jose opting to take back and make the late run.
Yeah, it was, it unfolded a little differently than we saw it pre-race. I kind of thought Irad's horse would break a little slower and sit comfortably on the outside and let Jose lay up close. Flip the switch. Things, in racing, that's how it goes. And, you just have to let them figure it out as it unfolds. And they both did a great job, and I was really proud of both horses.
Talk about Modest McLean, though, who we saw, as you said, just a little bit green. It was like after he broke just a half a step slow. I don't want to say he was ranked, but he was just very, very strong in the bridle for Irad.
Yeah, he's a strong horse, and I told Irad, stay with the pony. This horse he's a strong horse to handle. And we broke him from the gates, worked him last week, and he was pretty keen today, keener than I anticipated, and Irad. So Irad just, he had to go with the flow and let it happen. So.
We're not giving up on him, though, right?
Oh, no. Irad said they don't beat him next time, so I was like, all right.
I love that. Well, Linda, congratulations on a wonderful day.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Music in Motion gets the W in his 5th career start, breaking his maiden for yet again, Winning Move Stable. And Linda Rice, who they also get their second winner on the card, and Music in Motion returns the $9 over the even money favorite, Modest McLean. Lots of everything will round out the trifecta, as that will do it for race number 6. Coming up next, we do have the late pick 5 for you. We also have a new crew. Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the gang will step on the set. We also have some graded stakes action, including the Adirondack, the Glens Falls as well. Stay tuned, you're watching Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA.
Saratoga.
This is how you close out the first weekend in August at the August place to be. A stakes race triple header. First, the talented French filly Gazora, highly decorated Breeders' Cup winner. So why does it feel like she has something to prove in the Glens Falls? Then the road to the DraftKings Travers. Yesterday, Renegade threw down the gauntlet. Now it's Chief Wallaby's turn. But even if he wins, what's next? And finally, freshman fillies. How good is Scarlet Begonia? Kentucky Invader favored in the Adirondack. In that Brad Cox Shed Row, Scarlet Begonia could provide the barn with a second graded stakes win on the weekend. And here at Saratoga, well, everybody wins on a Sunday like this. Just getting to the teeth of the program. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai on the heels of a stellar Saturday at Saratoga and that stirring performance by Renegade in the Jim Dandy. We have lots to recap, but this Sunday program, yes, in part because of the weather earlier this week and a couple of stakes races that have been postponed, a solid Sunday card with the highlights still ahead, all part of this late pick 5. Upcoming, a little bit of everything with a marathon in the Glens Falls for fillies and mares, the Curlin Potential Travers Prep presented by Casamigos, and of course the Adirondack, all coming your way on Saratoga Live as I welcome in my co-hosts, Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori. Guys, this particular program, we focus on the Curlin. Everybody knows that the Jim Dandy yesterday, that is the traditional Travers Prep. But usually the Curlin winner goes on to the Travers. Richie, what do you make of the overall talent in this year's field?
Well, I think there's some horses that need to take a step forward, and two horses in particular, in Chief Wallaby and Blackout Time, that are almost taking a little bit of a step back, right? You know, your Blackout Time was second to your two-year-old champion, Ted Naffy. Chief Wallaby broke his maiden. He went right into a steady diet of grade 2s and grade 1s. So this is a little bit of a step back because this race is restricted to horses who have not won a stake this year. These two, though, have to make a statement today.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you see the morning line there, 4 to 5, scratch the 3, full mine. You know, to answer the question, Lafitte, he's only 3 lengths behind these horses in the Kentucky Derby, right? He was only 3 lengths, well, actually, a neck behind Commandment in the Florida Derby, which we're going to watch right here, by a neck in his second career start. So the talent is there. So I think what happens today, if he's able to win by a nice little margin, and Bill Mott says, you know what? Maybe we are a 1.25 mile horse. I think he has to be ultra impressive today.
He's proven he can hang with the best, Richie, as seen in the Florida Derby. But then what happens right there?
Yeah, honestly, he's still showing a little bit of greenness. He wants to lug in. Commandment comes to his outside. He kind of looked at Commandment for a stride or two and drifted away from him. You know, I think that's why Bill Mott went to put blinkers on him in the Kentucky Derby, just trying to get him to completely focus. Listen, he's been asked a lot of as a young horse. Paul, yourself, might have had major league talent, but there was still a process to get to the major leagues.
Yeah, you got to go through that process, and it's a mental process that every horse has got to go through. And you could, you know, you don't really want to put blinkers on for the Kentucky Derby. I mean, it's just never been a winning recipe in how many years they've ran that race at Churchill Downs. And so Bill made that decision. The horse ran pretty darn good in the Kentucky Derby. And like I said, he's not that far behind the major players in here. And you watch Commandment and Renegade, who ran 1-2 yesterday, same horses. So you're not seeing any new faces. So he's really not that behind that many other horses.
The Curlin upcoming 16th running, one of 3 stakes races headed your way as we wind down week 5 at Saratoga. All part of that late pick 5, a late pick 5. You're welcome to play with us at Naira Bets. Sign up today, nairabets.com. You want to take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. You're going to use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, nairabets.com. 7th race, 12 minutes. Trainer Lindsey Schultz has a runner. Had a runner a couple of weeks ago at Monmouth Park in an upset. Baby Vino had him ready for the race of his life. The upset in the Naira Bets Haskell. Next stop sounds like Saratoga for the Travers.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass.
a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The local Baby Vino 28-1. Moving up on the inside, Napoleon Solo. Baby Vino head on the inside. It's Baby Vino. Short lead, Napoleon Solo. Dig it in. Baby Vino neck in front. Napoleon Solo trying to counterpunch, but it's Baby Vino coming to the line. Jorge Vargas Jr. and Baby Vino have won the Haskell.
Paco tried to slam the door. Jorge Vargas and Baby Vino said no. $58 winner, Paul, while defeating the Preakness winner and the Naira Bets Haskell.
Wow, the year of the woman just kept on going, and the women trainer is Lindsay Schultz, and Baby Vino, a horse that is getting better with racing. A son of Vino Rosso. What a courageous ride by horse and him as well, Jorge Vargas.
You know, it's interesting, though. You don't have to close the door if you don't open that door to begin with.
That's true.
And he got the shortest path home and a terrific ride there by Jorge Vargas. And, I mean, a horse that's been steadily improving.
Think about what's gone on. Jenna Antonucci, obviously the trailblazer with Arcangelo. Cherie DeVoe with Golden Tempo. Brittany Russell's on highlight with Taj Mahal. Then you have Lindsay Schultz, who wins with Baby Vino. Amelia Green highlighting that she jogs journalism around the racetrack. And then 2 days ago, Carla Gaines beats a Jenna Antonucci runner in the stakes at Del Mar. So I think we're going to look back at this. A lot of the young women that want to get in the training game, and they're going to look back on this.
Lindsay Schultz has a Moody Bay going here. This is not a stakes race, but you have proven, classy, fast, talented turf sprinters. You're looking at one of them here in Credit Worthy, with Maggie Wolfendale right behind us in the paddock. Yeah, this one, Maggie, a star-studded affair to kick off this late pick 5.
And Lafitte Creditworthy might be the least accomplished. In fact, I think he is the least accomplished horse in this race, yet he's your 9-5 favorite. He's never faced Stakes Company, and we've got stakes winners, including a Breeders' Cup winner here in this field. So, Creditworthy. I get why he's favored, though, because he has the right style. It appears there is a good bit of speed here in this affair, and he is a late closing sprinter. And now that he comes back as a 5-year-old, I need to remind you of that because clearly has some issues staying on the racetrack. He really truly looks like your quintessential turf sprinter, just a bull of a horse, that flatter foot to him as well. Now, it's hard to gauge how fit he actually is. If you put a gun to my head and said, how fit do you think he is? I'd say he's about 95% there. But as I often say, with turf sprinters, you don't have to be 100% fit if you're happy and healthy and have a little bit of conditioning underneath of you, and that is exactly what I'm seeing from Creditworthy. But I wouldn't be so inclined to readily take 9-5 on him, as he is, like I said, facing a horse that is very accomplished right to his outside in number 2, the aptly named Gelding, No Balls. And I get why David Aragona made him 10-1 on the morning line, because I too thought he would run at Horseshoe Indy, because he's entered an allowance race there, and honestly, it looks a lot easier than this spot, and he didn't have to ship halfway across the country to get there, as opposed to here in Saratoga for Larry Ravelli. We did not see the van mate, I would say, run very well earlier on in the card, but that could be an apples to oranges argument here. No Balls, just a total beast, as he is a 7-year-old, big burly horse. He gets back to the turf, which is where he wants to be now that he's third off of a layoff. With that being said, though, he looks like he is fit, like he's doing well, seems happy in his presence here in the paddock. In fact, the only other time I had seen him is going back 2 years ago, and he was a lot more quiet that day. He's a lot more engaged and on the muscle this time around, which I love to see. And then one of my old favorites is number 3, Nothing Better. I know it was not a great race that he comes out of at Penn National, facing only 3 other foes. Yes, the second place finisher came back to win, but only with an 85. But it was a really strung out field in the end, and we know that Nothing Better is capable of better. This is one of the better times I've seen him as of late. In some of his efforts in New York last year, I just thought he looked kind of weak across his top line, like his age was beginning to show, as he was an 8-year-old last year. He's 9 now. He looks tremendous here for Jorge Duarte, and maybe a little bit of a confidence booster last time out, and a tightener on top of that. Levy?
Nothing Better, Maggie, at 11-1. There's No Balls. Yeah, if I had that name, I'd be edgy too. I'd be on the muscle too. And this is him at his very best. Been 3 years now. 2023 Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint Santa Anita. What a ride. Richie Gerardo Corrales saving all the ground.
Yeah, what a ride and what a brave effort by No Balls. He showed actually the opposite of that, coming through the eye of a needle. And
he's like, watch this.
Yeah,
I'll show you.
And he's got the right style for this race, because there seems to be a ton of speed in here. This is a turf sprinter closing in on $2 million in earnings. Obviously aided a lot by that Breeders' Cup victory.
I mean, Larry Ravelli, the trainer, paid $3,500 for this horse.
Man.
You talk about a horse that's overachieved and working great guns at Hawthorne Park in Stickney, Illinois, and that's where, you know, Larry usually has a lot of his horses. We'll see where they go after Hawthorne may no longer be, but credit worthy in here. And No Balls. No Balls is very interesting. He seems like the gait, he's gotten a little old. Sometimes they get a little antsy around the gate, but he's getting bet.
How far removed is he right now, his form, from, say, his best, as we just revisited?
Well, you know, listen, equine athletes, like human athletes, you're going to lose a little bit of your physicality or lose a step over time. I think this is going to answer some questions, though. I mean, last time was on synthetic. I'll forgive it. The race before was okay. This is third off a layoff, and he gets an ideal setup as far as the pace in front of him.
Call to post. Start with credit worthy. Gerardo Ortiz has a brand new set of golden goggles and on a live runner here.
And certainly could be on his way to a next set of golden goggles. Off the layoff, comes off a win this distance at Saratoga.
Aforementioned No Balls.
Yeah, he, like Maggie said, he is a big bro. Like a big fullback, but he has running back speed.
Nothing Better. The 9-year-old still has it.
Still has it. Also closing in on $1 million in earnings, has speed.
Clock Tower, Aqueduct Paradise Creek winner.
Yeah, 12th career start, and is getting Lasix for this first start, and in the morning has been blazing the racetrack.
Keewaydin, quick filly, second start on grass.
Yeah, well, one start on turf, nice win, got a good figure. Gonna have to do it a different style there. I don't see this horse making the lead today.
Hamudi Bay for Lindsey Schultz.
Yeah, the lone horse in here that's actually in for the claiming tag. So if you want to buy this horse, pull up to the racetrack with $110,000.
Number 7, full disclosure, overmatched in the Harvey Pack.
Overmatched there. They take the blinkers off. Leads me to believe they would like to see this horse relax a little bit more, not be as engaged as he was last time.
Bring the band home, searching for his fastball.
Yeah, you know, his 2 races before last year were so good. He was just very disappointing in his last start, but maybe getting off the rail will help him.
Jean Valjean on top of his fastball.
And he gets the luxury of an outside post. His race 3 back would put him in the frame here, and maybe he can stalk and not get involved as much in the pace.
Yeah.
Not a stakes race, as mentioned, feels like a stakes race. High-octane turf sprinter, start of the late pick 5, circling back, Paul, to your top selection here. Number 4 in Clock Tower there. Here he is. How'd you come up with him?
Well, you know, he was a really good 2-year-old. I don't know if he's really progressed since then, but his one race in the elusive quality, he was really good. Now, Warlow won this race 26 blocks. We saw what he did down here. He was dominant, but he gets Lasix for his 12th career start, comes in with some bullet drills, and you very rarely say a gate, it gets a Wesley Ward horse beat, and he's been bad out of the gate. If he gets out of the gate, I think he's a player in here.
Right there, just couldn't push on by, Richie.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting that it gets Lasix for the first time. Sometimes we see that kind of help a horse finish the deal, and to me, I identified him as potentially the 3rd best closer in the race behind No Balls and Credit Worthy. I want a closer in this situation. I think he's going to get that kind of trip.
A lot of heat, a lot of pace, a lot of speed in this one. There you're looking at Credit Worthy, Rod Ortiz, who is a current favorite. It's been a while, but this was his latest last summer. Right here, late August, Credit Worthy. Paul, in kind of a blue-collar effort, really has to work for this one.
He's an honest horse. Now, he's only run, as a 5-year-old, only run 6 races, but he's 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. He had a grindy win in his debut, and he came back, and this was a good effort because he did not break great, and Jose Gomez was able to get him up in the last and final strides. Now, Ira Ortiz is going to have to work out a trip from the rail.
And listen, he's coming off of an extended layoff, just short of a year. But that hasn't seemed to be a problem with the Chad Brown runners. It's interesting that he's the favorite when there are far more accomplished runners in here.
Probably has something to do with the gentleman you sat down with earlier and received the golden goggles. That might have something to do with it.
Irad is just riding in a zone that very few riders ever reach, and he's doing it for a protracted period of time.
Can you upgrade those goggles to platinum goggles after yesterday?
Well, if he gets them again this week, we're working on platinum. We actually are. So.
Bring the van home. There he is. And Maggie, we're just waiting for him to find his best stuff. Is he giving you an indication that we'll see his best fastball this afternoon?
Lafitte, I can't say that I would be the most positive that we're going to see the 2025 version of Bring the Band Home. Now, it's very slight. It's something that I noticed, given that I had seen him last year. He just does not look as strong across his top line, like that very, important part of a horse. It's called their sacrum. It's right where, their kind of flank meets up to their hip, or to the point of their hip. And it can be such a troublesome spot for a horse. You think about as an athlete who has back troubles. Well, that's what I'm kind of seeing. I don't know that he does, but just it looks weaker than it did last year. And we do not see him in as good a form heading into this, but he is second off of a layoff, so maybe he can rebound here. He does get teamed back up with Javier Castellano, who has been aboard him in the past, especially those 2 big wins here in the Troy and Harvey Pack. We'll see what he does. He was moving well on the racetrack. He does have to deal with a lot of other speed. I did go with number 4, Clock Tower, in here. I like the fact he gets Lasix. Now you can definitely see that he is a 4-year-old facing some really, kind of gritty veterans and older horses of the game because he's a bit smaller. But I do think he sits the right kind of trip in here, not on the lead, but just off of it, maybe the first one to make the winning run. Lafitte?
Looking forward to this one. Start of the late pick 5, race 7, live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
One more, Jean Valjean. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Nothing Better is going out to vie for the lead. Bring the Band Home is sharp in the opening furlong as usual. On the outside, Jean Valjean. Clock Tower is racing in 4th, and here's Moody Bay. And Moody Bay splits rivals up to take the early lead moving into the far turn. It's Moody Bay in front. Bring the Band Home is just a head back second, 21-4 for the opening quarter mile. It's 2 more lengths. Nothing Better gets a very nice triple on the inside third, followed by Jean Valjean in 4th. Then it's Clock Tower racing inside Full Disclosure. Credit Worthy trying to launch a bid. No Balls was off slowly in his second to last key, waiting at the back top of the stretch. It's wide open. Credit Worthy is firing today, and he's coming with a big run. Here is Credit Worthy, and No Balls following him late. Credit Worthy, No Balls between them. It's Clock Tower. Credit Worthy drifts out, trying to hold on. Credit Worthy, Clock Tower's coming. Credit Worthy wins. Photo for second, Clock Tower, and No Balls fourth to a Moody Bay.
Lots going on in this one. Wild finish, but in the end, it's Rod Ortiz for Chad Brown, Seth Klarman's Credit Worthy to kick off the late pick 5.
And just worked out that perfect inside-out trip under Irad Ortiz, who just seems to be making every move. He's swinging off the turn. He angled to the clear. He got to save ground around the turn, wanted the clear, got to it. The opposite trip for the 4-horse, Clock Tower, who was very unlucky. Got sawed off in between horses there, angles back out, and re-rallies. I think it'd be fair to say that Clock Tower was best.
Yeah, it's just one of those instances where Dylan tried to stay in the pocket. He was trying to get outside the 9-horse in here, Jean Valjean, and he just couldn't. I mean, you watch right here. He's going to try. The 1's already got the jump, but watch right here, the 4. He's going to try to split between the 9 and the 9's got just enough horse to close that hole, and the 1 takes the overland route. It's one of those situations where the guy that won the race is hot as can be.
And honestly, bring the band home under Javier Castellano did come out a little bit and kind of tighten things up even more. He just got caught in rush hour traffic with no place to go. It was an unfortunate trip. But listen, let's give Credit Worthy the credit he's due. Came off an extended layoff and came with a big rally. And we identified that we wanted a closer. He turned out to be the right one.
You got to give No Balls. It seems like he got back to his form, Lafitte.
Yeah.
Third place finish. Credit Worthy. Paul, you may have zeroed in on the right horse along with Maggie, but no luck in the stretch. Credit Worthy taking advantage. That has to be a sinking feeling, Richie, when you're expecting a seam to present itself at some point. You're waiting for daylight, and it just doesn't materialize.
Well, and I think it's important to distinguish between a bad ride and an unlucky ride.
It was an unlucky ride.
This was an unlucky ride. You're trying to save ground. You're trying to make the right moves, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations. If he had to do it all over again, I think he does the same thing because he was right in that pocket. You're kind of hoping that the 9 is a dead horse at that time. The 9 had just a little bit left, and the 8 came out. You know, more times than not, if he splits, it's the right move.
Yep. The 9 just tiring at the top of the stretch. But as you know, as you've explained, Richie, tightly bunched field. Coming off the far turn in a turf race, normally they do spread out. And a lane will present itself. And you kind of count on that. You bank on that. It's a calculated risk, a calculated gamble. Doesn't always work out.
No, 19 out of 20 times a seam will present itself. This was just unlucky. But you're going to win more turf races riding that way than looking for the outside all the time.
And you're right. You give Credit Worthy all the credit in the world. And Chad Brown having him ready. Nearly a year layoff. And he takes down a very good field in race number 7. Speaking of which, a good field. A terrific field coming together for the Whitney Sovereignty reigning horse of the year, but winless this year. Is Magnitude the best older horse in the country? They'll clash on Saturday in the Whitney.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wonder again, Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. In a zone, what else is new? Arad Ortiz, the victory, credit worthy. A day with White Barrio again in the Whitney on Saturday. Maggie Wolfendale with the winning pilot in the winner's circle.
He's just checking himself out on the monitor here. Just kidding. Credit.
I thought you start.
Credit worthy. No, Irad, you got the trip that you projected because there was speed in here, but you also got the first jump and the clear run on many others.
Yeah, I got lucky. I was available to tip him out right on time. He helped me. He broke better today than last time. Last time he missed the break, he still get there. Broke good, helped me. I know he's gonna be some pace in front of us and work out good. I followed Dylan in the turn. He looked great, so I followed him and I was available to tip him out, and I got the jump on him, I guess.
Yeah, that one hurt a little bit. I kind of like Dylan's horse here, but that's okay. I love talking to you. As we'll see you well represented later on in the Adirondack. I know you did not ride Scarlet Begonia first time out, but she's a daughter of Life is Good, horse you're very familiar with. How excited are you to get on her?
I mean, I'm excited to ride her. She looks pretty fun first time out, and at reality won nicely. Drop himself back a little bit with the kick back, but when she hit clear, she give a good turn of foot. So, I think that she will improve with that race. So exciting to see what she can do today.
Definitely hit the afterburners late in the game there. So looking forward to seeing you and her team up a little bit later, but congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Arad Ortiz Jr. getting yet another win here at the Spa. He was the one having to run from behind, but Lafitte, I don't think that's going to last too long.
No, he's going all Silky Sullivan and Zenyatta on him now. The closer, Arad Ortiz.
He's just like 3 hits a day. It's just like Katie by the door. And like I say all the time, it evens out a lot, but sometimes I give Irad credit. Sometimes better be lucky than good.
Very thoughtful, the interview, the sit-down earlier today. And we'll get to that a little bit later on. In case you missed it, Arad Ortiz, and he's riding Speed Shopper here as we turn the page to the first of 3 stakes races, the marathon, 1.5 miles, Glens Falls Speed Shopper Survey at 5-2, and we had a Breeders' Cup race, Breeders' Cup win in the last race, and here as well with Gazora Ritchie. I want to kind of reset the storyline with Gazora and the fact that she's a Filly Mare Turf winner last fall out at Del Mar. Back then she was based in France, and everything that's gone on since that win at Del Mar last fall.
Yeah, from a perfect day, great trip, wins a Breeders' Cup, and things kind of go a little bit sideways, right? She goes from her trainer's barn in France to Chad Brown's barn, finishes second to a very nice mare in Kathy and Marissa in the Modesty. And then Peter Brandt decided, you know what, he wasn't thrilled with that result. And I read some things about he wasn't happy about the weight that she was assigned and maybe didn't want to run with that weight. So he made a change, and she went to the Bill Mott barn. Now, she went from a future first ballot Hall of Famer to the youngest Hall of Famer ever inducted in Racing's Hall of Fame from trainer-wise in Bill Mott. Had a terrible trip. She's a horse that needs cover. She pulled too much. She has 2 things going for today. Junior Alvarado's been working her, so he's gotten familiar with her in the morning, trying to get her to switch off more. And she gets to the distance where she's excelled, 1.5 miles.
And I don't think if it affected at all, any kind of rain will help her. If you look at her form over in France, a lot of her races were good where it says GS, ground soft. It could be soft to good at certain places. You don't really know the denotation. Obviously a heavy racetrack in the Arc, but I mean, to run 13th in the Arc is pretty good. So if you look, this horse might be just a better horse over a softer ground, and with the rain, maybe it did a little bit. You don't ever know.
Yeah, the distance key for her. We'll see if Gazora can bounce back in the first of the 3 stakes races, with the Glens Falls coming up next here at Saratoga. And then next week, one of the most anticipated races of the year. It's 1 star after the next, Paul, the Whitney Probables, the Filly taking on the boys Nitrogen, a reigning champion, a reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty. He was everything in racing last year, Paul, the Derby, the Belmont, the Travers. This year it's been different. His 4-year-old campaign still seeking that first victory as we go back to the Travers last. This is Sovereignty at his best.
I mean, he was just tremendous. You remember this day, just the roar of the crowd as he came home. He was just so much ahead of these horses at this time. Now look at the horse in third, Magnitude. He's kind of flipped the script on him, hasn't he? So it just shows you how a year or 300 and some odd, 60 some odd days can flip it a little bit. Maybe getting back here to Saratoga will help Sovereignty.
That was then. This is now, Richie, the Stephen Foster. They met again, and as Paul mentioned, a reversal of roles here. Magnitude running away and hiding.
Yeah, and listen, Magnitude has come back as a 4-year-old, as a finished product, and we've seen this movie before from the Steve Asmussen barn, think Gunrunner, how he gets horses to develop over time and into their best form, and they have these outstanding 4-year-old campaigns. But you also, I want to be fair to Sovereignty.
Sure.
He started his campaign later, wound up on the lead. That's not his style in the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Came back here in an off-going in Churchill Downs, which he had won the Derby in off-going. But he started his campaign later, and he really didn't hit his best form until he had 2 runs under him last year. Now he's got the 2 runs under him.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think he's training the same this year as he was last year?
You know, it's interesting. I didn't think so earlier on. And now watching him here at his Saratoga base recently, I'm seeing more of the horse that we saw, have that, great campaign through the summer last year.
Megan Burgess is with us. Megan, an indication, maybe a clue of how these terrific horses, older horses, are going to perform in the Whitney, starting with Magnitude. How is he looking, preparing for the Whitney next Saturday?
Well, it's been fun to follow Magnitude from Oaklawn Park to his debut as a 4-year-old, now all the way up to seeing him turn into the 4-year-old that he has. He had to work this weekend back, actually yesterday, for trainer Steve Asmussen. You'll see this outside of Tistastic, who is a stakes winner in his own right, and Jose Ortiz is aboard for this move in the blue. He's under a hammerlock. You notice he is not moving a muscle, and Magnitude just going as easily as it gets. He's got his ears up. He's doing things all on his own. And obviously, if you see Jose move a muscle, you'd probably want to run off a little bit with him. But this is everything that you would want to see for a horse going into a test like the Whitney. Gallops out on even terms with Tistastic, not doing too much. A very prototypical work for trainer Steve Asmussen, as Magnitude has really developed along. And Sovereignty kind of has some catching up to do with him, as we'll take a look at his latest breeze. This was this morning, a half in 50-1 over the Oklahoma training track, where sometimes it can be a little bit deeper of a surface as far as the times are concerned. You'll see him have a little bit of lather there on the inside with this normal exercise rider, Neil Pazanski, aboard. That's very normal for Sovereignty. He's working on the inside of a maiden horse in Thunder Roll, more so just to be there as an accompanying ploy, not so much as any monumental mate that he needs to outwork by any means, and he's doing things incredibly easily. I have to agree with Mig. I feel like he has come alive here at Saratoga and his home base, and I, for one, am very intrigued and very delighted with how he's been training. But if I had to pick my poison between the 2 horses, it'd be Magnitude for me. He's training like the gorilla he's shown to be, Lafitte, and he's going to be tough to beat in next weekend's Whitney Stakes.
Megan, thanks so much. Do not miss this one. The Whitney next Saturday. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins at 5 Eastern. The Whitney and so much more. It is the best horses, the biggest races all summer long, only on Fox. Gazora. What'll she do in her second start for Belmont? There she is, currently 7-2 for the Glens Falls, a reigning Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner, the French filly. She has the class. She has the back class. What'll she do in the first of 3 stakes races here at the Spa?
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these 2 will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan
is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live. Coverage brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. We're all in on this marathon. Mile and a half, Grade 2 Glens Falls, top class fillies and mares. Take a look at the field. Corresponding odds with Gazora. The current favorite, 5-2 to her inside. There is the second choice. You're looking at Speed Shopper. Maggie, what's she showing you?
Can't knock her form at a mile and a half. In 3 starts going this distance, she has 2 wins with a troubled third. And last time when I saw her back on, well, for the Grade 1 New York, she just seemed a bit agitated in the paddock, just kind of not totally settled. There was a lot more people here that day, to be fair, as well. And while she didn't run horribly that day, she just kind of was one-paced. What are one-paced horses? They're distance horses. So she gets back out to this much preferred mile and a half. And furthermore, she does arguably come out of the best race too, portfolio duration, being able to wire the field that day. But Kankora went back to France and won a listed race. And of course, Kathy and Marissa, she would take down the Grade 1 Diana. And physically, Speed Shopper looks sensational here. She's beautiful. She's such a pretty filly. She's very Quality Road. I swear Quality Road stamps all his progeny with these very beautiful heads and these big, long foretops. So you can always spot a Quality Road just by looking at their heads. Moving on to the other horse in here that is accomplished at a mile and a half. That is Servi, who is, whoop, okay, she is not having anything of being saddled here in the saddling stalls. So what they'll likely do, hopefully, is make this up. As we see Simon Harris, the valet here, he'll make up that saddle. So he'll put the pads, which does include a lead pad, all together, be able to put it on her back and do her put the tack on while she's at a walk. Here we see Lorna Chavez on Mango helping out, assisting here. I would assume that this is not out of character for her because she's one of those horses that wears that red hood, which she'll wear all the way up to the gate, and she came over here with the pony. So obviously she is naturally a high-strung type of individual. Now, physically looking at her, I love what I see. She has brought great conditioning, shipping across the Atlantic Ocean here for trainer George Bowie, and I like her because, too, I thought she had a bit of a troubled trip last time out in the Wolferton Stakes against males and behind Map of Stars, who won the race, is 6 for 13 in his life. And she just kind of ran up behind a wall of horses and had to wait to extricate herself to the outside and kind of a little too late. So I like her. I like the fact that she does have some accomplishments at this type of distance. I will keep an eye on her, though, however, just hope that she behaves here throughout the preliminaries. And then I know that Gazora is your favorite. I'm not her biggest fan. I'm taking a stand against her. Whether that's good or bad, it remains to be seen. But how about Bill Mott's other horse at 20-1, Alluring Angel? She comes out of a narrow defeat for only her second start of 2026 off the back of a layoff in that Robert G. Dick Memorial at Delaware Park, where she was on the wide chase throughout. The winner got a perfect trip. The other horses that finished, other sides of her got to save more ground than her. And I really felt that towards the latter end of last year, she was really defining herself as a long distance turf runner. She gets reunited with Kendrick Carmouche, who knows the ins and outs of this turf course. Reminder, this race is on the inner turf course. The rails are down. She draws the one hole, and I hope that Kendrick is aggressive with her and puts her forward in this spot, which could lead to an upset, Lafitte.
Being led around with a man with a Dodger hat, so yeah, feeling that much better about Alluring Angel's chances as John Velasquez enters the paddock. 3 wins yesterday, stakes wins yesterday at Colonial. He's riding Storm Miami here, and on Friday, Richie registered his 800th graded stakes victory in the Amsterdam.
And just incredible. I mean, and I marvel at Johnny Velasquez because he looks the same on a horse as he did 20 years ago. His legs are still rock solid, and usually that's the first thing you start to see slip a little bit with a rider, not with John Velasquez. 800? I think I had 166 graded stakes in my career.
Yeah,
800,
I think it's like 803 because he won 2 yesterday, I think, at Colonial Downs. But yeah, and it doesn't matter. Short on the dirt, long on the dirt, short on the turf, long on the turf. I said this the other day. He's the gold standard in that room. And there's a lot of guys. You talk to Tyler Gaffalione and a lot of guys that are in and out of that room. They idolize this guy, and he's still at the top of his game.
The jockeys look up to Johnny Velasquez. Rides Storm Miami here. Oh, yeah, by the way, seeking a 6th win in this Glens Falls Johnny V. And then you look at the co-favorite towards the outside here in Speed Shopper. And as Maggie mentioned, it's that affinity for the distance. Her latest victory 2 starts back, Keeneland, 12 furlongs. Richie, Speed Shopper, she covered a lot of ground and still scores.
Well, and that's because of her stamina. She's stamina inference. 3 tries at a 1.5 miles with 2 wins and a third. She made that long extended rally, so you're not looking for as much of an acceleration or a turn of foot is how we call it. You're looking for that grind and just keep running at you. That's where I landed. I'm surprised that actually she is co-favored right now.
Yes, I landed there too, and she's the lowest will pays when it comes to the pick 3s and the doubles. That last race that you just saw was just so eye-dropping. And in New York, you see in the Keeneland, they went 114 and she was 7 lengths out of it. In New York, they went 112 going mile and 3/16, and she was right on the pace. I just think that, she's going to lay back and make one run, and she's going to be dangerous in the lane.
Dynamics of the race. There you see Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winning trainer Cherie DeVoe. What does the pace look like on paper?
Well, Maggie already identified that Alluring Angel should be very forward. She has actually made the pace. The last time she won at Aqueduct in the Long Island Handicap, she essentially went gate to wire under Kendrick Carmouche, and he's going to protect his inside position. I guess Storm Miami, Johnny Velasquez for Amelia Green, is the other one that could potentially show some speed.
Yeah, and that's where Speed Shopper probably, if you're looking at the favorites, if I'm talking the 4, 6, and 9, the 8's going to get first jump on all of them. The 4 in here, Favorite Memory, comes out of a race, hasn't raced since May, but that horse lays way back. The 9, Gazora, we'll see what happens with her. But if you look at the 6, I'm worried with the 6, Lafitte. You see in the comment lines, dwelt towards rear. That's over in Europe. Usually they break a little slower over here. Yeah. So I'm worried that this horse is going to really get left behind the 8 ball.
Maggie was okay with the behavior here of Servi. It's just so different what takes place in the preliminaries, the racing here stateside, and what she's accustomed to overseas.
Yeah, I think that they have more opportunity maybe to get them away from the crowd a little bit more over there, a little bit more of a pastoral type setting. And she said something key, though, Lafitte. It doesn't seem like this is out of character for her because they've already fitted her with the hood. So it seems like she's been successful in the past, probably pulling these kind of antics.
She was wearing her handlers out.
Yeah. Man, I felt for the trainer there. He looked like he was a bit gassed, just trying to keep up with her.
Better him than her.
Yeah, 100%.
Gazora. Paul, do we see the filly that had the stuff to win North America's most prestigious race for long-distance turf females, the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf last fall?
I just think she needs to take a step back. Listen, when you go into like 3 different barns over, a year's time, maybe she's lost a little confidence. So maybe if I'm Junior Alvarado, I think he's going to play this, sit back and make one run. Her best races have done that.
But with Francis Henri Griffard, Chad Brown, Belmont, I mean, penthouse to the penthouse to the penthouse.
Yeah, listen, I guess in a lot of ways they're lateral moves. They're all world-class horse trainers. That being said, I think the key is getting her off the bridle, getting her to settle. Horses don't stay those distances well when they pull too much. She needs cover. She only has one horse drawn outside of her, but Junior Alvarado has become Belmont's go-to guy. He's been working her in the morning.
Yeah.
And I think that's to familiarize himself and get her to switch off, melt into his hands more.
Distance. The distance of the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, almost too sharp. Almost too sharp.
Yeah.
She just got there. This is in her wheelhouse, 1.5 miles. Let's meet the field. Another look at Alluring Angel.
She should be forward, I think, with the rail and Kendrick Carmouche. I think she could make the pace here.
Venencia won Keeneland's Dowager at this distance.
Yeah, this is the same team, Safi Joseph and Micah Husbands. They won the Clement L. Hirsch yesterday at Del Mar with Eunomia.
Favorite memory, English filly, second start in the States.
Yeah, she didn't run first time here. She kind of just ran around the racetrack. Maybe she's a little bit better. Bred unbelievable by Frankel.
Storm Miami and Johnny V.
Ran extremely well last time at 1 mile and 3/8 at Delaware. Has to take a step forward.
Survey, Michael Tabor's Irish import.
Well, she's got the rocking chair going. Looks like she's ready to go.
Masserat, pictured 27-1 outsider.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh puts her in here. She looks a bit overmatched, but Brendan Walsh is a heck of a horseman.
Speed Shopper, look out.
Yeah, it will be in the Gary Barber Silks. It's bear by Quality Road. I think Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to have this horse in the best spot. We'll see if she's good enough.
Peter Brandt's Gazora, reigning Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner.
Well, this is third off the layoff, and now we're going to find out if Gazora is still the same Gazora we saw win the Breeders' Cup.
Dona Clota, Chilean mare.
Yeah, got her first win here in North America. She's 5 for 17 lifetime last time out at Delaware. Now Javier Castellano for Resolute Racing.
Good to see Castellano back in action, returned this week after a fall opening week. This 3-turn, 1.5 mile marathon, Grade 2 Glens Falls, featuring Grade 1 talent next at Saratoga. Richie, another look here at favorite memory and Jose Ortiz. 10-1 on the morning line. She's live, 9-2 currently.
Yeah, I thought she was very interesting. She's 2 for 4 at the 1.5 mile distance. She ran last time, and much like the others, probably a distance that was too short for her. More of a horse that's stamina influenced, and you're picking up Jose Ortiz. And I guess I thought I was being clever, liking her a bit. Public's kind of on her too, Paul.
She's galloping out, or at least warming up with a little bit of purpose. If you look at some of her back form, she has shown a little bit of pace in the past overseas. But you look at her races over firm ground at Salisbury, that was a good win. She went by 9 at Doncaster. She was 20 cents on the dollar. She obviously has some talent. And when Jose gets aboard for Cherie DeVoe, this horse has been working at Keeneland. Maybe he said hi to Golden Tempo.
Favorite and second choice between Gazora and Speed Shopper. Welcome to everyone watching us on Fox Sports 1. This race was originally drawn, supposed to take place on Friday. They redrew, and for Gazora, she originally had the 4. Now she has a post towards the outside. Does that matter for either of them, their post positions, where they're starting from, given the 3-turn and the circumference of this 1.5 mile race?
Well, it's not a very long run to the first turn. It's a 3-turn race, and you don't want to be wide on every turn. I think it's more important for Gazora, because Gazora wanted to get keen last time, and she needs to find cover. So I'm looking for Junior Alvarado to find a couple of horses to hide behind.
Gazora, there's Survey. We check in with Megan Trackside.
The French connection, you could say, with Flavien Prat aboard. Survey, who's certainly lived up or has the races to make her a competitor in here, and obviously well-traveled from overseas, but a horse that I anticipate to be prominent in the running of this race. We've talked about the pace development, the lack of speed, and through her races in France, she was able to be well-positioned and forwardly placed. And, you know, this was a horse that ran huge against males in a Grade 1 overseas. They actually meant to send her into the jaws of a tackling some of the best horses in the world in the Shima Classic. Didn't necessarily work out for her to do so, but she's held her own, especially when you can account that she ran well off of the layoff as a 5-year-old. And yes, that day it was just a 3-horse affair, and she was prominently placed, but you have to appreciate her ability to switch off, and she had an incredible turn of foot late, which I do find will transition and serve her well in this U.S. configuration. But for more on the favorite, we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Meg, I'm glad I'm not standing alone with taking a stand against the favorite in here, Gazora. Look, she can win, and good things do come in small packages, but do you want the least attractive horse in this race? It's her. She's just a horse I'm never going to be able to warm up to. She's small, she's a little bit weaker looking behind on her hind end, and yes, maybe a mile and a half will do her well, as hopefully she's forward in here. And I thought it was interesting, you know, last time she was kind of wanting to run off a bit too free, and she was also lugging in. Well, she comes back in with the same sort of very mild equipment on, which is just a figure 8 with a snaffle bit, which is about as mild as you can get when it comes to equipment. We do see Junior Alvarado with his feet out of the irons just to keep her settled. Maybe she is a little bit more calm and content than what she was going back to that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, which is a plus, considering now from the mile and 3/16 to the mile and a half. Though the horse that continues to impress is number 8 in here. That is Speed Shopper, moving so beautifully. Now, I did pick the 1 in here. I'm taking a stab with the horse I thought would project to get a good trip, but I think, to my eye, Speed Shopper is actually the horse to beat. She's done everything right, and like I said, she's so much more relaxed than what she was for that New York. As we'll also check in with number 4, Favorite Memory. I think the last race was just a prep. It was a slow race that was dominated up front. She was way out the back, and she actually showed some interest very late. This is what she's made to do. She is made to go a mile and a half. This is a big, strapping filly, and I think Cherie DeVoe and the public seem to think the same thing. As you guys pointed out, she's taking a lot of money at 9-2.
Live on the board with Jose Ortiz. These races, it's all about endurance, trip, and staying relaxed. Something our viewers can look for early on, like which horses are fighting jockey, jockey fighting horse. Don't want that. It's the horses that settle in, drop their head, and waiting for their rider's cue.
Yeah, if they're pulling and the rider and the horse are working against each other, they're using their energy in an inefficient manner. You want a horse that's going to settle into your hands and get in a good rhythm. They breathe better then, and they use themselves more efficiently.
Who sets the tempo, Paul?
That's a good question. I do think Storm Miami has got to go, right? And Alluring Angel will press the button from the inside because that's what Kendrick Carmouche does. So I'm with Maggie. I think the 1 does get the best trip. Just see if she's good enough.
They go around twice. Mile and a half. Glens Falls, live on Saratoga Live. Here's Frank Miramonte.
Thanks the feed. Here's Speed Shopper coming up with Irad Ortiz Jr. Right up to the gate. Here's Gazora. Junior Alvarado today. And the last one to load, Dona Clota. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Glens Falls. And Favorite Memory had to take up as the gate opens. Storm Miami is sprinting out for the early lead. Alluring Angel is up close in the early going. Venencia between horses and Speed Shopper moves up to take 3rd. Dona Clota is in 5th. 6 lengths off the lead as they begin their run into the far turn for the first time. Servi has settled well toward the back of the field. Gazora is a length behind her. Then Massarat second to last and a little bit keen, trying to calm down a bit. And 3 more back to Favorite Memory. 25-2 for the long shot Storm Miami, who comes into the stretch with a 2.5 length lead. Alluring Angel is out in the center of the course and comes after now. They're absolutely crawling for this caliber of runners. Speed Shopper, Dona Clota is in 4th. They are followed by Venencia. Servi is covered up nicely along the inside. Gazora 3 deep, 6 lengths off the pace. Massarat is next, and Favorite Memory continues at the back of the field. The half in 52 3/5 seconds. And it is Storm Miami and Alluring Angel 1-2. Just behind them, Speed Shopper is on the hedge now in 3rd. Dona Clota is in 4th. They are followed by Venencia and Servi, who are stride for stride as they make their way onto the backstretch. And that pair about 6 lengths off the lead at this point. Gazora is next. On the inside, Masserat and Favorite Memory has gotten closer. They're covered by 10 now. And it's Storm Miami in front over Alluring Angel. That's been the story most of the way. Irad Ortiz Jr. getting a nice trip on Speed Shopper, who's under a tight hold too. Donna Clota is in fourth. Servi is following Speed Shopper into the far turn. Right next to Venencia. Another couple of lengths back, Gazora, followed by Masserat and Favorite Memory. Coming to the quarter pole, Storm Miami and Alluring Angel. Speed Shopper and Donna Clota are next. Gazora's trying to launch a bit. Green far outside with 10 to make up. And getting out late is Servi, who's starting to finish very fast. Here comes Servi in the center of the course, and she is eating up real estate with each and every stride. Servi and Flavien Prat will blow them away in the Glens Falls with a tremendous kick. Storm Miami was second. Alluring Angel held third. Masserat was on the scene late.
A handful for her handlers pre-race and a handful for her competition in this Glens Falls. Wow, Servi takes charge in deep stretch. Impressive in this Grade 2 Glens Falls.
And Flavien Prat, all of his ample skills on display, and she was the one horse that could actually really close into a glacial pace. They went 3/4 in nearly 119. They went a mile in 144 and change. The world record for a trotter is 148.4, and they're on a trotting gait. This was a no pace whatsoever. Johnny Velasquez almost pulled up an upset. Nice trip for her, just second best to a filly that inhaled her.
Yeah, she won the race out of the gate. You know, if you look back at some of her races, like I said, dwell back in the start, she broke right on the button, and Flavien Prat parked her on the rail right behind Irad Ortiz and Speed Shopper. Speed Shopper came up empty with a great trip. Servi did not, and my goodness, did she fly home.
Megan mentioned held her own at the Group 1 level overseas against the boys. Servi, those Michael Tabor colors you saw in the winner's circle after the 95 Kentucky Derby, Thunder Gulch. And for Flavien Prat, back-to-back wins in the Glens Falls.
Yeah, and look at this filly trotting off the turf. She looks quite proud of herself. She said, I might be difficult, but I repay your efforts getting the tack on me. Kind of interesting with the one, and a good call by Maggie there on a big long shot. Alluring Angel, mid-stretch, it's just about the 16th post. She kind of runs with her head up in the air. It looked like that Kendrick Cumber's kind of lost his rein for a second. Watch coming up in here. I mean, she's digging in, trying so hard. And right there, he lost his right rein, and it kind of threw her stride up. I think she was going to be third regardless, but I just thought it was something worth pointing out.
Another European-based runner winning a graded stakes race here. Servi, as we saw in the Belmont Derby and the Belmont Oaks at the beginning of the meet. It's common. We see it in the fall, in the Breeders' Cup. They travel a long way, and the Europeans that make their presence felt, and typically in the grass races, clean up in the Breeders' Cup year after year.
Yeah, they really do. And listen, they race on turf. We race more. It's a more balanced now, but we race more on dirt, so they're not going to beat us usually on the dirt. But the turf, they're bringing the horses that have shown they can defeat the best on the turf over there. And boy, this filly quick, and what a nice trip though, huh? Saving all that ground.
You want the best correlation? Football is our dirt racing. Soccer is their turf racing.
That's a perfect analogy, Bob. That's really good. I like that.
That's good. What a performance. Servi, for Gazora, I don't know how you can hold that one against her, and we'll circle back to Gazora. But first, Maggie is with Flavien Prat. Back-to-back wins in the Glens Falls.
That's very good point there, Lafitte. As Servi, Flavien, I saw her. She was a little bit headstrong early on. Talk about being able to get her to settle, and obviously that European form of having that foundation to get a mile and a half served her very well.
Yeah, no, she traveled super. I had to ask her a little bit in front of the grandstand for the first time just to hold my position, so that's probably why you saw her a little keen at that point. But after that, she relaxed well and showed very good turn of foot, obviously.
I think both the Europeans teaming up led to some good mojo, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's always a pleasure to ride for a good trainer from Europe, and the Coolmore lads. So yeah, and I'm very, very pleased.
Flavien, congratulations on back-to-back Glens Falls victories.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
That was exciting. She turned it on, and it was over. Servey for trainer George Bowie. Michael Tabor's Irish import cleans up in the Glens Falls, and Flavien Prat. 2 wins in the Glens Falls back-to-back, and 2 wins on the afternoon, 6-5, 1-7. As exciting as that stretch run was, similar of what we saw yesterday in the Jim Dandy, a 9th for all-world trainer Todd Pletcher, and for Rod Ortiz unleashing Renegade. Sensational in the Jim Dandy.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Here, the August place to be at the spa. We just saw a tour de force performance by Servey, the European brigade. Often that form translates from Europe. I'm here with Antonia Pack, you've just been globetrotting with her. You have been by her side throughout. How gratifying is it to see her be able to translate that form here in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I took her to Saudi. I usually ride her, but Paul's been riding her since we've been over here. So yeah, we've both done, well, I would say a good job. So yeah, I mean, she got given a great ride, and yeah, she just ran how we expected, really. The filly has shown promise running against the boys. Was it always the plan to ship to the U.S. eventually, or was this kind of a surprise? Yeah, so I actually bought her because they wanted to take her around the world. Yeah, so I think America was her goal, and hopefully that she can come back out here and win again.
Absolutely. Great catching up with you, and Servey was much the best. That was pretty impressive, Lafitte.
Yeah, it was. Entering the winner's circle with Flavien Prat. Servey is that prototypical classy European where the strategy, find cover, and then the acceleration that jumps off the screen in the stretch.
Yeah, we call it turn of foot, that acceleration. They're trained in Europe to go head to toe. they put horses right in behind them, and they switch off because they don't have daylight. That's cover. She had that cover, beautiful trip, saving the ground, but when she got out on that glacial pace, she kicked it into another gear.
I think when you get a slower pace, you're playing their game, right? And sometimes she's closer to a lot of the horses, and they didn't go very fast, and now she's in shouting distance, and she's just going to run those horses down late, and wow.
Different brand of racing altogether. The Glamour division, the 3-year-olds. There's the field for the Curlin. Full Mean is out. As expected, Chief Wallaby, odds-on favorite in what could be for these 3-year-olds a step towards the DraftKings at Travers. You know, Todd Pletcher will be there. He's racked up Travers wins. And that 3-year-old Renegade, owned by Mike Rapoli, that prep yesterday, that performance, next stop, the Midsummer Derby, the Travers.
Drain the clock. Jackie's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. You would do 70, you would do 70, you would do 70, 570,000. Thank you.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on FS1. Beat a Triple Crown winner in the Travers. They name a bar after you. That's the way it works. Jim Dandy defeated Gallant Fox at 100-1 about 1,000 years ago. 24 hours ago, the Jim Dandy pick up the action, turning for home. Paul Silent tacked it closer than we're accustomed to seeing him. Commandment, the favorite, and Renegade way at the other side of your monitor.
Yeah, Mig and I were we were upstairs watching this, and we were ready to come down to do the later set, and the amount of patience and the amount of courage it takes to time this right on the button. Flavien looking back, knowing that Irad is coming. It's just, it was poetry in motion kind of watching it.
He got to make the turn, though, before he angled out, right? So he didn't lose as much ground. Now he gets on his right lead, and Irad's starting to really get into him, and he's finding the gear. What I found interesting here, though, guys, he blows by Commandment with all this momentum. Commandment sees him then and jumps back in a little bit, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Commandment, if you watch Commandment, I think Brad put the blinkers on. You see Renegade, just phenomenal record, never missed a board. I just don't, Commandment, he doesn't like those turns, okay? And he loses a little ground on the turn. So a lot of people yesterday were like, oh, Flavien was 2-3 wide. I don't think the horse wants to be on the rail, to be honest with you.
Don't get me wrong. This is not questioning Brad Cox. Who am I to question Brad? But maybe could the blinkers have worked against him in that sense, and not picking up Renegade until it was too late?
Well, and also I think in hindsight, it put him a little bit closer to what turned out to be in a race that didn't appear to have a lot of speed. Once Silent Tactic went, there was more speed on, so maybe he wouldn't have been quite as close. And also, I do think once he got by the Blinker Cup and he really spotted him, he rejoined.
You saw Robert and Luana Lowe, they bred Renegade, and Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher. An afternoon they won't forget anytime soon.
No, it ain't particularly Todd Pletcher. I mean, some people were already ready to give the training title to Chad Brown with a lot of racing to go. Todd jumps in with 5 wins, and then suddenly he ends the day 1 win behind him. He is not going quietly into that good night. He is too good a horse trainer and too tough a competitor.
Sure. I still couldn't believe when you told me at the end of the day, oh yeah, he's one behind Chad Brown on the trainer standings.
It's amazing what a 5-win day will do for you.
And he has a couple horses. That 2-year-old is going to be probably the favorite too as well. He was impressive yesterday.
For the present and the future, a big day for trainer Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. They've teamed up for Travers wins in the past, and they'll try one more time. They'll try again at the end of the meet in the Travers with Renegade. And which of these 3-year-olds could take that next step towards the DraftKings Travers in the Curlin? That's next on Saratoga Live.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blackett.
I'm Sophie Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Pletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Welcome back. Thanks for spending your Sunday afternoon with us here on Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for the Curlin Stakes, a rescheduled Curlin Stakes from this past Wednesday, as we do see, yet again though, the favorite being number 6 in here, Chief Wallaby, as he is one that drops out of 2 fourth-place efforts in the first and third jewel of the Triple Crown. Now, he did have the mojo of the Bill Mott birthday going for him originally. Today, he's going to have to go without it. I'm kidding. But looking at him here in the paddock, he's a solid horse. And what I find interesting is that, Bill has said that he doesn't think he's truly a mile and a quarter horse, despite, in my opinion, running incredibly well in the Kentucky Derby. But getting back to a mile and an eighth might bode well for him. And I kind of see now what he's talking about. As the season has progressed, we've seen these 3-year-olds kind of grow, get longer. He hasn't necessarily done that. He's good looking, he's well conditioned in here, but he's actually a little bit more shorter coupled than many of the foes that he meets here today. Now, he has been working with Gilded Bandit, and it could be a total moot point. It might not matter, but they've been working heads up, side by side in their preparations. But Gilded Bandit came back earlier this week and really disappointed with a poor 6th place effort in the Amsterdam. So we'll see what Chief Wallaby brings to the table, currently 4-5. Right to his outside is the current 2nd choice with Blackout Time. The mojo's with Blackout Time because, of course, it is Kenny McPeak's birthday here. And happy birthday, Kenny, and good to see one of his assistants and regular exercise riders, Robbie Alvarado, retired jockey, out of the hospital and doing well after having a stent put in his heart. He's here in the paddock today. But Blackout Time I find interesting because I liked him going back to those 2 races against Tough Company in the Arkansas and Rebel, Derby and Rebel. But he just didn't perform well, and I wonder if he's a little bit of a tough horse to kind of, keep together and keep on the racetrack. But he came back, yes, with a huge performance when getting Lasix back at Churchill on June 27th over the sloppy sealed track. But I don't think it's an outlier. I don't think he got, improved vastly because of the Lasix, because of the wet track, because he ran very fast numbers on fast tracks without Lasix as a 2-year-old. Very fit here, really reserved. He's actually walking and moving better than what I saw from him at Oaklawn. So I think he's very intriguing. But as we get it over to Meg, I know both you and I interested in a stretch out horse.
That's right. And when speaking with trainer Chad Brown earlier in the day regarding the number 5 Sea Strike, who makes an aggressive move, pivoting from his sprint races to this stretch out and distance. But I saw him last time, seeing him today, he wants this added ground. And you can watch his works on First TV. He has been training solo, incredibly aggressive. They've kept him alone. I can tell why. And he's a horse that I find is going to really inherit the positives of being able to stretch his legs. Now, the last couple of races, he's been one that's definitely shown some hints of immaturity. On debut, he was incredibly keen early. He wasn't settling into himself, and then he came with, obviously, that late run, getting the better of a pretty strong field. Then last time out, he gets in front of a really strong group of older sprinters, including the likes of Local Knowledge, who we saw come back to win, of course, that Grade 2 Amsterdam. And again, I felt like he was just kind of further back. The race was dominated up front, and again, he was a bit green. I find, hopefully, he'll be able to settle and switch off now, being able to stretch his legs out in distance. He's incredibly fit, just a very good looking individual, an expensive 2-year-old where he did breeze 20 and 2. Those longer breezes typically signal those horses that want to go a bit longer. And Lafitte, I find he's getting to do what he indeed is best at.
We'll find out how he handles the added real estate. They all have a long way to go to follow in the footsteps of the race of which this one is named after, the mighty Curlin Ritchie, a 2-time champion, a 2-time Horse of the Year.
It's just an incredible animal, and to me, the reincarnate of Man o' War. You put up a picture of Man o' War next to a picture of Curlin, and I feel like you're looking at the same horse. And obviously a great racehorse, over 10 million earnings, but great sire as well.
Illindale Stallion, Curlin, that Breeders' Cup Classic win in 2007 at Monmouth Park, defeated by Ravens Pass on a synthetic track at Santa Anita the following year. I'm guessing if that race was run on dirt, Curlin probably goes back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah.
And for these 3-year-olds, in what could be a potential step towards the Travers here, Paulie, and for Chief Wallaby, as we touched on the top of the broadcast, there's Bill Mott. He says no, he doesn't think he's a true 1.25 mile horse. I don't know. Is there any way he proves his trainer, no, actually, I can handle the 10 furlongs, this the Florida Derby, where he's right. They're proving he can't hang with the best.
Yeah, he's been only a couple lengths behind, but maybe the great equalizer is the distance. Now, this was like when he was a little bit green. Maybe he's been a little bit better without the blinkers. Kind of runs a little high-headed, then he's kind of looking around. But when he sees his competition on the outside, he kind of regates a little bit, and that's kind of a little bit of immaturity. You know, he was only behind Commandment in his 2nd career start by a neck, so the talent is there.
Not a Travers prep until it is. Golden Tempo, that's his next stop, trained by Cherie DeVoe, standing by live with Maggie.
Yeah, let's talk about Golden Tempo as we saw him work very well, Cherie, with Jose Ortiz aboard this morning. 3rd work back off that little bit of an illness. Talk about what you saw.
He worked really well. You know, he's one of those where you have to really pay attention, not just to the half mile that he works, but it's his extended gallop out, and that's by design. So, you know, we're happy he came back really well. So we'll probably have the same type of work next work and then have something easy and all systems go for the Travers.
That's so exciting. Talk a little bit about your horse, though, in here. I know he's maybe a little bit overmatched, Mount Vernon, but I thought in beating a highly regarded horse from your barn last time out, did he take a step forward in your eyes?
He definitely did. In his training, we also switched from grass to dirt for the first time. So, there's that to play into it. But we really want to see where he's at. There's limited options for the rest of the meet at Ellis, and this race came up. We weren't entered first edition of it. So we decided to take a shot, see where he's at. He has moved forward and seems to have gained some confidence. So we'll just see where we're at.
Excellent. Well, looking forward to him, but really looking forward to the big guy, Golden Tempo. Thanks, Cherie.
Thank you.
All right, Cherie DeVoe, really looking good. Golden Tempo, your Derby and Belmont winner. Lafitte?
But some depth to that stable. Of course, Maggie, yesterday the win at Colonial and the Secretariat Supercharger. And now Mount Vernon in this Curlin, who you'll see right after Gulfy at 17-1 with Kendrick Carmouche. There is Mount Vernon, and Rod Ortiz takes over.
Yeah, good win last time at Indiana. Horseshoe, Indiana, was having a little bit of trouble, but this is a big step up.
Tiernanog back to dirt after a pair of turf spins.
I think this horse lays back and makes one run. I think this is your horse for the bottom exactas here.
Least experience, C-Strike.
Yeah, stretching out. Chad Brown has confidence about him going longer. He is by midshipman, kind of topped out at a mile.
Odds-on favorite, Chief Wallaby.
Yeah, good bullet work going back in. We'll see if he answers the questions today. Coming back to the mile and an eighth.
Blackout time. Happy birthday, Kenny McPeak.
Yes, second to Ted Knoppe in the Breeders' Futurity last fall, and Ted Knoppe just rejoined the Todd Pletcher barn.
Can't wait to see him return the champ, and there's Minor Inconvenience, a last win, last summer's Funny Side.
Yeah, it was 76-1 in the Wood Memorial. Today you're getting 42-1 for this gray.
The road to the DraftKings Travers, this is one path. The Curlin next at Saratoga, blackout time. As you mentioned, Richie, who was second to an eventual champion, Ted Knoppe, last fall in this race for blackout time, indicating yet maybe he can still fulfill that promise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he had some interruptions in his training. He couldn't quite make the Triple Crown races, but I think this signified that he's kind of back on the beam, like the way he finished here. Now, obviously this is, tougher, but I like this effort, and I like the way he finished, and he's run well on fast tracks before, so I'm not just going to put the sloppy track as the reason he ran this big.
What are you expecting, Paul?
Well, he's a very interesting horse. He's been training great guns at Churchill Downs. If you go back to his race, right, in the Arkansas Derby, I'm looking back right now. Silent Tackers was 3.5-1. Renegade was even money. This was the third choice in that race. So obviously he's got a ton of talent. He was, 5 lengths behind Silent Tactic. And maybe the freshening up will help him. He's a major player in this spot.
Where would you expect Jose Ortiz to have him situated early on from that sixth post in this mile and an eighth journey?
Yeah, I could see him just in a more of a kind of mid-division, position, 4 or 5 lengths off the lead. He's not slow, but I think the way he ran last time and he really finished, they want to keep him more in that kind of style.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at him on the racetrack, Jose Ortiz teamed up with Kenny McPeak yesterday to win a race, the sprint race.
Saratoga Special, yes.
Saratoga Special, very good horse.
You like the winner?
And that horse came off a sloppy effort, open wind. What does Blackout Time come from? A little bit of a confidence booster, winning by open lengths on a sloppy racetrack.
So it has been done before. Horse named V.E. Day won this Curlin and then resurfaced in the Midsummer Derby, took down the Travers. What are you looking for? Maybe not just from the horse that crosses the wire in front, but a type of performance that you say to yourself, yeah, okay, that horse can compete on a Travers stage.
You want to see a horse have their legs up underneath them and finishing, because the Travers is another furlong. Now, just so people understand, we had the Grade 2 Jim Dandy yesterday. This is a restricted stake for horses who have not wanted a graded stake, and this gives them an opportunity to face a little easier company and use it as a building block.
Presented by Casa Amigos, the Curlin. Megan, you were at Oakland all winter, and you've seen a lot of Blackout Time.
I have, and I do find he's a fitter, stronger model of himself seeing him today. He had excuses in some of his races at Oaklawn. First of all, coming off of a layoff, and then having to do so chasing 3 wide on a pretty contentious pace in the Rebel. We see it back in the Arkansas Derby. He did not run quite well that day, and honestly, I wasn't in love with him physically that day. Now, trainer Kenny McPeak has been very candid about him suffering with some foot issues, an abscess that took him out of potentially a run in the Grade 1 American turf. Well, looks like he's still finding his home on the dirt, as I felt like his last effort was everything you wanted to see from him. Irregardless of the track, the conditions, the sealed surface, I think that he has really been the one to develop, and I like what I'm seeing from him, albeit going with the little bit of the unknown. But for more, we'll check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, checking in with the 5 here, Meg, that I know both you and I are landing on, Sea Strike, and I'm going for the fact of I hope he can wire here. Now, I know that the rail runner Golfy does have a good deal of speed, but this is a horse that's stretching out. He does have to get out of the gate. It has been his Achilles heel in both of his efforts sprinting. But a lot of times when you have a horse that breaks slow, the perfect remedy to that is to add more ground, because they just don't run as fastly away from there as they do in the sprints. I like the fact that we see Flavien Prat keeping him with the pony, because in his morning workouts, while they've been brilliant, they've also been aggressive. And I think he's a horse that you have to kind of keep quiet, keep the lid on, and they have done just that. So I find him very, very intriguing in here as a forward type of runner. Tiernanog is a long shot as he returns to the dirt. It was the scene of his fastest race to date, 3 back when breaking his maiden at 1.25 miles. But as Andy Sterling brought up to me earlier, those 1.25 mile races at Churchill always seem to come up fast. However, I do like him getting back to the surface, and he is a bear of a colt. So I'm intrigued to see what he does as a long shot. Luffy?
Let's see how it all unfolds. Pace, what are we looking for early?
Yeah, I don't think there's like a clear-cut pacemaker. I actually thought the 8 Minor Inconvenience might wind up being much more forward. He had races last year where he had sprint speed with Ricardo Santana, who rides today.
I think Kendrick,
from the rail.
From Phileas Fogg Connections, they're going to try to do the same thing that Phileas does.
Chief Wallaby, odds on. Frank Mirmati with the call. The Curlin, live on Fox Sports 1.
Here's blackout time. The last one is Minor Inconvenience. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Curlin, presented by Casamigos. Blackout time is set hard, and so is Sea Strike on the inside. Golfy is there too, along with Chief Wallaby. And going very wide into that turn was Golfy. Golfy is the leader and has it now by 2 lengths. Sea Strike is racing in the second spot. It's another 2. Back to Mount Vernon on the inside of Chief Wallaby. They are head-and-head 3rd and 4th. Blackout Time, who broke so well, settles nicely through a quarter that went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. The 2 trailers, Tiernanog and Minor Inconvenience at the back. And so it is Golfy showing the way. Has it a length and a half. Sea Strike settles into a nice stride in second. 2 more, Chief Wallaby, and Mount Vernon is down on the inside, claiming 3rd. A couple of more. Back to Blackout Time. Outside, Tiernanog and Minor Inconvenience. 47 and 3 for Golfy, who's been there throughout. Sea Strike getting a little bit closer now as they move into the far turn. Chief Wallaby gets the best of Mount Vernon at this stage. Chief Wallaby is 3rd, and Blackout Time is in the race. These 4 separated by less than 4 lengths. From the back, Minor Inconvenience is starting to make a run. Tiernanog is next, 1, 11, and 4. For 6 furlongs. And Sea Strike takes the lead. Chief Wallaby moves into second. Golfy on the inside, back to 3rd there at the top of the stretch. And Sea Strike, streaking through the stretch, has built up a 4-length lead. Chief Wallaby is trying his best in second, but Sea Strike is loaded. What a terrific display from Sea Strike, who jogs by 7 lengths in the Curlin. Second went to Chief Wallaby, then it was Golfy and Minor Inconvenience.
Wow. Stretching out for the first time. A dominant performance. C Strike in the Curlin, and for trainer Chad Brown, make it 7 wins in this particular race.
This was an impressive effort here. He tended the pace set by the one, always in hand, always traveling. When he asked him, he dropped down and found another gear. And now I know it's yesterday, maybe 2 different tracks. He just ran faster than the Jim Dandy ran.
Yeah, that was really impressive. He just settled right off the one. You could see Kendrick Carmouche, like we thought, was going to go to the lead, and Flavien Prat said, okay, he didn't break great like Maggie was saying, but good pick by Maggie and Megan in here. This horse was much the best, and I would think he comes out of this race okay. You're going to see him.
You just said he was faster than Renegade in yesterday's
He
Jim
just
Dandy?
ran a faster mile and an eighth than Renegade ran yesterday.
And it looked like Chief Wallaby was loaded, was just going to swallow him. And you
no
see
excuses
Chad,
for him. He had a perfect trip.
No, Chad has not been shy about this horse, saying, I haven't had a horse that's worked better than this horse in the morning. Well, he showed up in the afternoon today.
Practice like you play like you practice. What we just saw from C Strike. All right, so faster than Renegade, but why shouldn't we get too carried away?
Well, again, this was a restricted state.
No, I mean the time, just...
Well, I mean, listen, time's one barometer. It's watching horses. I'm going to tell you right now.
That horse was pretty good.
This horse impressed me because his stride never deteriorated. He ran through the finish with his legs up underneath him. He's going to stay. I mean, I was not of the mind that he would get the mile and an eighth. He got the mile and an eighth like he'd get every bit of a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, this is some kind of effort. You know, and only his last start, the only thing he did wrong is the gate. Everything else he solved today. And, you know, Todd Pletcher, what, 5 yesterday?
5?
Chad Brown says, I'll get 3 hits today. 3 so far.
Chad Brown, 3 wins on the afternoon, a 7th win in the Curlin. Flavien Prat doing Flavien Prat things. Just won the Glens Falls about 35 minutes ago. And now strikes, C Strike, Flanagan Racing. It's because he's so lightly raced. We don't know who C Strike is just yet. A glimpse while he tried to do something. He tackled something he'd never done before.
I think that we know a lot more who C Strike is now. And look how many goggles Flavien has on. He didn't need but one the way this horse ran.
Maggie, we're just going to start penciling it in the rundown. Megan, we're going to start penciling it in the rundown. Interview with Flavien post-race.
That's right, as we are joined out with C Strike and Flavien Prat. And Flavien, he really managed to put it together routing today. What did you find from a maturity perspective you felt was different today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming from short, he got himself into the race. And I was driving super all the way around. You know, obviously question mark of the distance, but it seems like it's no more question mark.
That's for sure, but tactically, we knew that the speed wasn't exactly overzealous. How happy were you with the response of him being able to be more forwardly placed?
Yeah, no, exactly as I said. I mean, coming from a sprint, we were expecting to be close in the race. And, you know, it was just a matter of could he carry it, and he sure did today.
Congratulations, nice job.
Eye-opening performance, and all of a sudden another player, Paul, in this 3-year-old division with the Midsummer Derby. Flavien looks like the cat that ate the canary. With the Travers 4 weeks from yesterday, Paul. 4 weeks from, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of times you just don't want to overreact. Well, I'm going to overreact. That horse is the real deal. You know, Midshipman stands for not much, and this horse went for $650,000 out of a line of David Merritt's, an obscure pedigree, but this horse is a runner.
He ran like the odds-on favorite.
Goodness gracious.
And being led into the winner's circle, Flanagan Racing, C Strike for Chad Brown, Flavien Prat in the Curlin. And next, the story of trainer Kinnan LaRose, who won his first race at Saratoga just weeks ago, and now sights on the Adirondack next at Saratoga.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Gainesway, power, passion, performance. Saw all of that from C Strike in just his third career start, stretching out for the first time. Sensational in the Curlin Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 105th Saratoga Sale of Selected Yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? I imagine everybody there, and C-Strike will be right here, August 29th, for the Travers. Based on this performance, Richie, we pick up the action heading into the far turn.
Yeah, just past the half-mile pole. You see Flavien Prat, the way he's perched up on C-Strike, right? And he's just got this long hold. And you pan back to the horse that's laying third. That's Chief Wallaby, your big favorite. And he's cruising under Junior Alvarado. So right here, the table is set. And it looks like Chief Wallaby is poised to go right on by. And just instantly, watch when Flavien Prat starts to lower his body and move his hands forward. Race is over in a matter of strides. He dropped down about 1.5 feet. Look how low he got. And he drew away from a horse that's been competitive with the best of this division with disdain.
Yeah, the scary part about this horse, you look at the best 3-year-olds in the division right now. They're Renegade, they're obviously Golden Tempo, the leader, Renegade, and Commandment. What do all those 3 horses have? They're dead closers. This horse has got early pace. He could be dangerous.
Exciting to celebrate the win today and what this could mean in the future to Maggie in the winner's circle.
And I am so pleased to be here with a very happy winner's circle. And of course, Sean Flanagan of Flanagan Racing. And Sean, we were talking about this horse stretching out. You know, you had said that it was a bit of a troubled trip facing winners for the last time. And I love the fact that getting more ground, it kind of mitigated him breaking slow. And he just got so comfortable out there.
Definitely. Well, Flavie snapped him right out of the gate today. Like, he broke second, I think. You know, I was like, okay, got great track position going into the first turn. And I was like, okay, just lay off him a little bit, you know, and we'll see. You know, who knows? I mean, you never know about a horse. I mean, he's gone 6 and 6.5, and now all of a sudden we're going 1 1/8, and we'll see if he's got any gas in the tank. And my God,
he was on full still at the 8th pole.
They wrapped him up over here. I couldn't believe it. So I don't know what Chad's going to do with him next.
Yeah.
But if there's any chance we could put this horse in the Travers and win Chad's first Travers, would that be insane? That'd be, I'd love to do that.
And I couldn't imagine doing it for a better guy and a better group than you.
Well, thanks. But, you know, he's a great horse. Well, Chad always said, he told me like 2 weeks ago, he goes, I got news for you. He's the best training horse in my barn. And that's what he said. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I don't know if he's just pumping sunshine or what, but, you know, but.
And quite a vibe by John Kimmel as well.
John Kimmel did a great job picking this horse out. Yep. Kimmel and Salusto, I think the two of them picked it out a couple years ago. And we brought this horse along really, really slowly. He had, I don't know, he had something, foot problem. They all do. Problem, right? So, but, you know, so he missed the Derby trail, and which was, you know, pretty sad. And, and Chad, you know, you could tell in the interview, this morning, I think you interviewed him this morning, and you said...
Oh, no, Megan did.
Oh, Megan did. Yeah. That's right. That's right. And he said, well, you know, we got to bring this horse along because, you know, we're getting deep into the 3-year-old season, you know. Yeah. But anyway, wow.
Well, Sean, holy cow's right. Congratulations. The dream is still alive.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Sea Strike, and I got to say, they got big baskets at Casamigos, so I can imagine there's going to be big celebrations tonight. Cliffy, woo!
Make the call over a margarita. Why not for Sea Strike? Potentially Travers bound. No, John, Chad Brown was not blowing sunshine, not based on how he performed this afternoon in the Curlin. You could tell even for those closest to the horse were taken aback by his performance.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you wouldn't have been surprised if he won. The style, the fashion in which he won, how dominant he was. And, you know, I'm glad that Maggie brought up John Kimmel and Salusto and Kimmel, Bloodstock. They're buying good horses. John picks out another good one. Retired from training, but didn't retire from the racetrack. He also picked out that filly Valora, the New York bred that won yesterday for Linda Rice.
Really nice horse.
So they're picking out some pretty nice horses.
And this has got to be fun. I mean, this horse, you know how many times, even Chad said in the interview earlier today, he said, we're going to go gate to wire or try to go gate to wire. Well, they rated. He said, this is the best working horse I've had in my barn. You know what? Chad Brown said that. Think about how many horses he has.
The horses he has,
and he even said going from 6.5 to 1 1/8 and bury a horse that was maybe one of the best horses in the Kentucky Derby, that's very impressive.
Not blowing sunshine. We look forward to see what's next with Sea Strike. What a performance in the Curlin. Not done yet with the racing. Stakes racing. 2-year-old fillies upcoming in the Adirondack. Grade 3. 6.5 furlongs. There is the field. You have Purette at 2-1, Scarlet Begonia 2-1 co-favorites, and number 8 Stress Relief, trained by Kinnan LaRose, currently 8-1. Kinnan LaRose for a long time, like he was the athlete, but things change, and now he's training the athletes. He learned from one of the best, and now a torch has been passed in a story that starts not too far from Saratoga.
So I'm from Ogdensburg, New York, which is about 4 hours north here, all the way up through the Adirondacks. You know, we'd come to the racetrack quite a bit, certainly every summer, if not multiple times a summer. Grew up playing basketball, baseball, football, you know, had great high school teams, and we made it to the Final Four twice. We never won the state championship in high school, but we were close. And, you know, in college, my senior year, we set the most record for wins in a single season at Sacred Heart in the Division I level. So that was, you know, it was a really fun team to be a part of.
LaRose catching fire for 3.
And I was either going to try to keep playing basketball or try to find something else. If I wasn't playing basketball, I always had the races on. That's how I heard about Tom, and you know, I felt like Tom was somebody that I could connect with. You know, Tom went to LSU, and you know, for me, I said, well, you know, maybe I'll give horse racing a try. I just sent Tom a cold email. I really did not think he would answer me at all. I was like, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and see what happens. Basically told him, I said, Tom, you know, I have no experience in horse racing, but would love to be a part of your team in any way that I can. Now, Tom wasn't easy on me. I felt like, you know, I had to come in it with an open mind and, you know that you're going to make mistakes, but at the same time, you know, you learn from your mistakes and you just try not to make the same ones twice. Yeah. So when Tom came to me about, you know, the whole transition, I think my thoughts were kind of everywhere. At first, yes, absolutely. I mean, that's an opportunity that not many people get in this game, where to be able to be handed a stable and still have that asset of Tom, you know, being in my corner and being able to still work with him in a different fashion. I mean, you know, it's an opportunity that, you know, you can't resist.
They're off.
I think the biggest lesson that I've learned is that things are going to happen that are out of your control. And you just got to try to control the things that you can control. You know, Tom's always taught me, you take care of the minor details, and the big details take care of themselves.
Here's Arthur Jr., a final try. Arthur Jr. gets up.
Keeneland was where I met Tom, and for me to get my first win at Keeneland, it's kind of crazy how it all comes full circle. There's many similarities with basketball and horse racing. Obviously, two different sports, but at the same time, it's that competitive drive that never leaves you. Getting up every day and putting in the work. I feel like I try to take that same approach here, with the team we got on the backside. It's a team effort, and you need everybody to show up and everybody to put their best foot forward. And I think for me being a captain, of my team, I think I can try to lead people down the right direction. I mean, seeing that sign, every morning when you drive in, just very grateful. Very fortunate for the opportunity to be here. Never would have dreamt that I'd be in this position. I've had so many people help me along the way that have put in a lot of time and a lot of effort. Very thankful for them, and hopefully we're making a good impression and keep going moving forward.
Live look, Ken and LaRose. If you didn't have a rooting interest prior to this Adirondack, now you do. Richie, can you expand on the responsibility, what he's taking on, and pros and cons?
Well, the keys to the kingdom were handed to him by Tom Amos. He's been working with Tom. It would be akin to being the difference between being the head coach of the New York Knicks or maybe the bench coach, right? You're the first person that is going to take the responsibility. You're the one whose shoulders it falls on. So there's a kind of a liberty in being the guy behind the scenes doing it. Obviously, he's learned his lessons well. But now he's the one who's got to deal with the owners. There's no buffer. He's the one who's got to deal with the racing office. He's the one who's got to take on all those responsibilities. But he's also very blessed because Tom didn't just hand him the keys to the kingdom and walk away. He's still a source for him to bounce ideas off of, and Tom's still involved. It is probably the greatest transition from an assistant trainer to a trainer when you have a guy that has maybe the highest percentage of the top 10 winning trainers in our sport as your sounding board.
Yeah, you got to give Kenan a ton of credit. I think his sports background helps in a lot of different ways. If you're 15 minutes early, you're 15 minutes late. I think you have to have that schedule. And he played a Division I sport.
How good do you have to be?
Especially in the basketball realm. Siena made a great run to the tournament this year. Believe me, there's a lot of guys out there. I'm still looking for Bob Hess's picture on the Stanford baseball team. There are a lot of guys that claim they played a lot of sports. This guy played Division I basketball. Tough thing to do at that level. And I give him a ton of credit to learn this game and to kind of relearn everything, and he's pretty sharp.
Well, listen, he found another passion. He pursued it. He did great at it. But I think being a former athlete, too, gives you a little bit of an edge, Paul, because obviously you got to know how to win to be a premier athlete, to be a champion. But you also got to know how to lose with class 100%. And grace.
It's very different. For example, in the NFL, Paul, how many times have we seen really good offensive coordinators run an offense, and they're averaging 37 points a game? You get the gig as the head coach, and you don't quite have or experience that same kind of success. It doesn't always transfer. It's not easy.
You have to. Everybody has you specialize in something that's good, right? And then you got to compartmentalize everything that you have. I think Mig hit the nail on the head. When you're a head trainer, a lot of other things come in. You got to talk to the trainers. A lot of stuff that I would think Tom has taught him, obviously, and he's very good with his clients. And I'll tell you this. The basketball game, the trainers are now the favorite.
Yes.
And what a win would mean for him in this Adirondack. However, talented group of 2-year-old fillies. You're looking at one of them in Pierrette. Her second start, second victory, the debutante, late June, Churchill Downs. She's favored, Paul, and watch the moxie she displays in stretch.
Yeah, she's been very good in her first two starts. I think the other part is she's conquered the inside spot twice now. In her first effort, she went from the 1-0. What'd she do? She railed again in her second start, kind of switched out Richie. She's just been very professional in her two starts.
Gotta like when they show courage.
To Maggie right behind us with eyes on Pierrette.
Yeah, taking a look at your favorite Pierrette in here. I really like what I'm seeing as she is your favorite. She's not a finished product. Obviously, there is some developing to do. But I like that because you're dealing with these young horses that you hope to move forward. But she does have the size, she does have the athleticism, and I know that Mark Casse is very high on this filly by Gervin. And I mean, look, she's putting an undefeated record on the line, and she's done it in the right kind of way because she's not an out-and-out speedball. She's shown that versatility, she's shown the ability to rate and still get there. And I think that's a good quality to have when you're dealing with these young, inexperienced horses. But boy, she is a classy customer here in the paddock too. The 2 was being a bit tough to saddle, and she just kind of looked at her like, what are you doing? So definitely love what I'm seeing from Pierrette here. Is number 4, Washington. She's actually a big price, and whether that's a negative or not remains to be seen, that she's up there at 11-1, but her first race was very impressive. Hopefully we'll get to take a look at it, but she basically bounced into another foe and off the rail twice down the lane and put her head down, swished her tail a bit, and still was able to get up and get the job done. Now, since then, she was a scratch from the Schuylerville at the beginning of the meet, but it's not like she hasn't been keeping pace in the morning, as she has been working with very good 3-year-old sprinter Goodall. Ricardo Santana aboard for that July 25th effort. She was asked a little bit, but she stayed with her, and she's obviously a much more accomplished and talented runner. So I thought that was promising that Steve thought enough of Washington to match her up in the mornings with Goodall. She does look as though she's quick. I know she didn't have the speed first time out, but that was a sloppy racetrack. And, you know, the second time out, she might break better. She just has that kind of bullish type of frame. She is fairly laid back and she's very well behaved here, but I do think that, at least as of now, she might outrun her odds. But for more on a Texas bred, we check in with our resident Texas bred. Meg?
I mean, how could I ignore the resident Texas bred in this field? That's number 2, Caroline's Girl, who was quite the flashy talent. That was down at my home track of Lone Star Park. A lot of memories there. She is a powerhouse. She's incredibly fit for her trainer, Safi Joseph Jr. Now, Mark Cornett of C2 Racing actually kind of saw that race. He is not listed as an owner, but he is the one that brought together this partnership. Nice write-up there in the Daily Racing Forum, elaborating on that. But this is her litmus test. They thought enough of her to send her here. You can hear it in the Lone Star Park call. The caller saying that's probably one of the most impressive 2-year-olds they had ever seen there. And she was. She was able to make a long, sustained run. And according to her trainer, Safi Joseph Jr., he thought that was incredibly impressive. Remarks her as an easygoing, smart filly, though, as Maggie alluded to. She was a little bit reluctant to get the tack on. They brought her outside. She's been able to negotiate that well. And I do find she will honestly move forward with even more distance than this. The number 5, Luminous Beauty, has been a progressive type. She's definitely got the size and the muscle mass behind her for trainer Jenna Antonucci. She's also been kept calm with 2 handlers, joined by the pony, and showed professionalism as she has in her last couple of starts. You know, last time out in the Schuylerville, she chased wide on a gold rail where it was a speed-favoring racetrack, and the winner wired from the inside. I find she can really build off of that performance. She's one of those horses that is continuing to move forward as a 2-year-old, having already been ready to roll on debut, and to me will bounce back in this Adirondack. Lafitte?
How will she respond? Megan, defeated favorite in the Schuylerville. Luminous Beauty. There is Scarlet Begonia. Morning line favorite, 5-2. Second choice currently.
Yeah, she was good
and
first time out.
she was. This was her unveiling early July. Ellis Park. She is 3-5. Richie and right away flashes promise.
Yeah, and one thing that when you see young horses break their maidens, a lot of times they do it gate to wire. When you see one come from off the pace, they're taking kickback. They're learning. They've got to negotiate traffic. That speaks of a quality. There's a lot of horses that have ability, but do they have the quality to match it?
Yeah, she was 3-5, so the word was out. And a lot of people will say, well, she made her start at Ellis Park. Well, when it's just her debut and the big money is going to come in her second or third start, why just leave her at her home track where she was training? You know, in that race, she was kind of broke a little flat-footed, but she showed a lot of promise closing late. If she stays intact, she's got some big strides.
Scarlet Begonia, riders up for this Grade 3 Adirondack. Next step towards the Grade 1 Spinaway, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at the end of the meet. And then you have Caroline's Girl, as they reference the Texas bred. at 5-1. How good is she? As we go back to her first asking, mid-June, Lone Star Park, facing fellow Texas-bred fillies, Paul Caroline's Girl. She doesn't win like an 11-1 shot.
You're not supposed to win like this. She broke dead last. She kind of circled the field about 6 or 7 wide for our good friend Lane Luzzy. And just parks. Now, George Bryant, a trainer that has kind of a small barn, he's like 6% for the year, and then got sold privately to Safi Joseph. Sometimes it doesn't matter what's behind you. When you win by that much, you should be live today.
To put the separation she put on that field.
Like a vapor trail.
And she was out in the middle of the racetrack. That was like, I don't know if people remember Arazi when he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That was an Arazi-esque type move.
And Arazi runs right by him. That was Bertrando he ran right by. Even the track announcer said on the Galabout that is one of the most impressive two-year-old performances we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and he blew the turn. He was out in the middle of the track like her. I think this is a really interesting race, and I like the fact that we have some two-year-old fillies that have shown a lot of moxie and the ability to come from off the pace.
Spendthrift two-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. We start with a 40-1 shot towards the inside there in Bandmaster. Another look at Caroline's Girl.
Yeah, the Texas bred here going to try to step up, and she looks the part.
Pierrette, undefeated debutante winner.
Has gotten a lot out of her 2 runs. She's seen a lot of different situations, and she's brave.
Washington, 1 start, 1 win in the slot.
I thought she was game in her win. It's just really tough to gauge how fast that race really was.
Luminous Beauty at 13-1.
Well, her race 2 back was a sensational run, and then she disappointed. Will she bounce back?
Defeated favorite, Schuylerville. Then Scarlet Begonia, the impressive debut score at Ellis Park.
Yeah, going from 5.5 to 6.5. She should enjoy the extra furlong.
Number 7, Prime Aurora. There she is, 3rd in the opening weekend, Schuylerville, for the 4th of July weekend, Schuylerville.
Yeah, and Johnny Velasquez sticks, so that's always a sign of confidence.
Number 8, Stress Relief. There she is for Kenny LaRose.
Yeah, win her first time out. She won an open lengths in a 5 furlong race. She's very talented and got pedigree to go long.
Those Dr. Joel Polides. Joel Politi, red and white blocks. Then Almighty One there, 3 starts, all on synthetic.
Yeah, but we did see Kevin Rice win with a horse on the dirt that had never raced on the dirt previously before, so it seems like he's got a pretty good on handle, and what his horses want is going to have to improve, though.
2-year-old fillies taking center stage in this 3rd and final stakes race. Winding down week 5 at Saratoga. You just saw Washington revisit her lone effort. Late May, Churchill on a sloppy track. Washington, Richie, this gives my anxiety.
I mean, she gets put in so tight here. And for a 2-year-old not to bail out of the spot, I mean, she nearly went over the fence at one point, and a lot of horses would have just given up at that point. The fact that she dropped her head and kept on, this speaks of a courage that very few horses possess. And this is where I landed. I'm picking her just because of that bravery she showed here.
When she got jostled to the rail, she started flipping her tail. She was not happy about it. Steve Asmussen's Adirondack wins. Wicked Halo thoughtfully, and the great, Just Wicked and the great, my Miss Aurelia.
If she packed it in right there, it's like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, you wouldn't have blamed her. First day on the job, that's her experience, and she still wins?
You'd be looking to bet her back next time if she finished 4th in there.
Yeah, true.
The fact that she still won, there's a lot of things you can teach a horse. You can't teach a horse to be brave.
Yeah, and you see we got a Texas bred in here, and everybody's got their hats on, Lafitte.
That was a casting call for Urban Cowboy Remake.
Whoa. I rode a Mechanical Gold once.
How'd that go?
Once.
And leave us hanging?
It didn't end good.
We won't leave you hanging. We have this Adirondack and these 2-year-old fillies. Grade 3, and one of the better Adirondacks, which I think we've seen in some time.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of times we see races like the Adirondack, and it'll be loaded with speed. A lot of horses that won first time out going gate to wire. And then something's got to give. Yeah. Who's going to be the fastest of the fast? You're seeing a bunch of 2-year-old fillies that have won with different styles from off the pace through tight quarters. I think this is a terrific addition.
To Maggie, trackside.
And we'll take a look at your current second choice, actually battling for favoritism, is number 6, Scarlet Begonias. which arguably is my favorite Grateful Dead song, maybe next to Friend of the Devil. But looking at Scarlett Begonia, she is coming off the back of a win at Ellis Park, which she too showed the ability to race, showed the tenacity. And what I liked most about that victory is the separation she put between herself and the rest of the field late, drawing off and winning by 3 3/4 lengths. But you could see it in the length and the extension of her stride that she really will appreciate getting a bit more ground to work with, an extra furlong here today. However, looking at her, she very much looks like a 2-year-old filly. She's very much on the smaller side. There were much more physically impressive horses, though I did like her energy. She was just very focused and very forward and into the bridle throughout the prelims, whether it was with the handler and now with Arad Ortiz Jr. She had been keeping good company in the mornings too, working in Kentucky with Angel of Kirk, who was impressive in her debut up here. We'll see if she can keep the ball rolling, but I did go with number 3, Pierrette. She just was a standout to me. Meg?
And to elaborate a little bit on the number 8, Stress Relief, who it was an impressive winner here at Saratoga, and we'll have to get a bit faster off that 66 Beyer speed figure to likely compete with some of these, and it did show that early speed. She's one of those horses that I feel like has been doing better out of that race, which is promising, especially when looking at her work. She's been aggressive and galloping out without the need of encouragement. I find she's going to take a step forward second time around, but I'm landing a little bit with a long shot, hoping the number 5, Luminous Beauty, can bounce back at a big price. Lafitte?
When you watch a lot of these horses, there is some speed, but there's not a lot of horses that are fast from the block. I think the 5 is the fastest horse from the blocks and could, take these horses around for a while.
A reason she was favored in the Schuylerville. You were looking at Stress Relief for Ken and LaRose, and what that would mean, a first graded stakes victory.
Eagle has landed
in the Schuylerville. If somebody can tie in that hawk to this Adirondack, God bless you. Frank Miramati with the call. The Adirondack live on FS1.
Last one to load. Almighty One. They're in the gate. Got a few restless ones. Need to calm down. And they're off in the Adirondack. Luminous Beauty and Almighty One are both very quick away from the gate. It is Luminous Beauty the fastest as Caroline's Girl moves up to her inside second, 4 lengths back. Bandmaster is now in third. Stress Relief racing in fourth, followed by Scarlett Begonia, who's in between horses, 5th and 5 lengths off the lead. On the outside, Prime Aurora. Pierrette is next, another 1.5 lengths back to Washington, and pulling up is Almighty One. Around the far turn, the quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. Luminous Beauty shows the way. Chasing is Caroline's Girl off the rail, getting closer, as is Stress Relief on the outside third. At the rail, Bandmaster is in fourth. Prime Aurora is 3 deep coming to the quarter pole, where Luminous Beauty clicked off a half in 45 4/5 seconds, leads the way by 2. Stress Relief with that white face coming determinedly in second, and Scarlett Begonia is third. On the outside, Prime Aurora. Stress Relief takes off in a scintillating performance. Stress Relief wins the Adirondack. Photo for second between Luminous Beauty and Scarlett Begonia.
So impressive. Daylight win in the Adirondack. Stress Relief, and for trainer Kenan LaRose, a moment he'll never forget. The first ever graded stakes win at Saratoga in this Adirondack.
And a really nice performance here by Stress Relief. I think the outside post aided her, because even though she's coming from off the base, you can see her white face is still pretty clean.
Yeah.
And she's just a nice filly that looks like she's going to relish to continue to stretch out.
Yeah, the 5 set the pace and it really ran a good race. You can see Scarlett Begonia kind of cut down to the rail here, but the 8 was so professional. She's got a pedigree to move onward too, and pretty fast time, 1:17 for these fillies. That's pretty good.
It really is. This was a nice effort, and I like the way she galloped out under Junior Alvarado. Seems like the 7/8 of the spin away would suit her just fine.
Will that be the next stop? We'll see. stress relief. And for Kenan LaRose, like, he hasn't been the man that long. He hasn't been the boss that long, right? What does this mean for him as the head man, as a trainer, and in winning a graded stakes race here at Saratoga?
Well, any endeavor you do in life, it's important to have confidence, and this is going to lend itself to having confidence, knowing that I can do this, I can win at this level, and also your owners are going to start feeling even more and more comfortable that you're the guy, you can win at this level.
This is extra special because Joel raced this mare, owner, breeder. It's a whole
Tom
different
trained the
ball.
mother.
Yeah,
Tom trained her mother.
Yeah, so, and not this time. He's a super sire, right? We already know that. I have a Ghost Sapper mare. 6.5 furlongs is just getting into her scope.
Whether it's Dr. Joel Politi or any of the other owners, clients of Tom Amos's, and yeah, we're in good hands. We're going to be all right. Our horses are going to be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, no matter what Tom said to kind of pave the way, still got to produce, and he's been producing right from the jump. I think it's a great thing, a great story. Luminous Beauty, a nice effort to be second. Scarlet Begonia rallied through traffic. How about Bandmaster at 51-1, trained by Oscar Barrera Jr., the third, excuse me, who doesn't usually have 2-year-olds. He usually has claiming horses. Kind of a nice effort for that filly.
Yeah.
This was a big win for stress relief, though.
You know, and a good effort by Luminous Beauty. And Jose Morales, I tell you what, that kid can ride. He almost won a stakes at Del Mar for Jenna, and he's a pretty good rider. Doesn't get a ton of rides. He's 12% for the meet, but he can
strong finisher.
Yeah, strong finisher. And he put Luminous Beauty in every chance to win.
Dr. Joel Politi had a second-time starter, win in the first race last Saturday. Stress relief, that's 2 daylight wins. And look, she's by not this time. You know the precocity. You know how good he was as a 2-year-old trainer. Dale Romans would always describe him as like spooky good, the versatility. She can be any kind. We have no idea. What we do know is that she was impressive today, and for Junior Alvarado, a win in the Adirondack. To Maggie.
Thank you. As Junior, she was just so impressive. She was attending the pace, and she still had so much left to finish down the lane.
Yeah, you know, she was very nice today. You know, I saw her replays when she broke her maiden. She seems to do everything very nicely. And, you know, I got to work her last week, got to get a good feeling of her. And you know, she just has so much class. And, you know, today, you know, she broke good, put herself in a good spot. And, you know, when I give her the cue to go, you know, she was there for me.
Junior, I don't want to take anything away from Stress Release, but the race before with Chief Wallaby, talk about the runner-up effort. Just a better horse today?
Yeah, you know, second best today. You know, sometimes, you know, it's hard to swallow those pills, but, you know, I think he ran good. He tried. I just think, you know, like we talked with Bill, you know, I think we might have to cut it up a little bit in distance. I don't think he wants to go that far, but, you know, like I think this race is just about her and how she show up today.
It's also about Kenan LaRose getting his first graded stakes victory. Well done, Junior, in providing that for him.
All right, thank you.
Lafitte.
Junior Alvarado, Maggie, it's a microcosm, the life of a jockey. Half an hour ago, he's on an odds-on favorite, defeated in a stakes race. Not a good feeling. Now, in the very next race, he's in the winner's circle at Saratoga, having won the Adirondack and a first for Kenan LaRose, all about stress relief in the Adirondack.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS1 is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. This is normally when I tell Andy his emotional support animals are loose again.
Well, you know, if you don't have a winner to meet, they say you have the duck. Well, that's not the case with so many trainers here right now.
Very well done. What a story. What a story. Kinnan LaRose, stress relief in the Adirondack to Megan.
I caught up with Kinnan just a few months ago, Lafitte, at Oaklawn. He sent his first starter at Oaklawn. Now your first graded stakes win at Saratoga. Put this moment into words, Kinnan.
Oh, I mean, it's awesome. What a special place to have it happen. But, you know, I'm just over the moon for Joel Politi and his family. You know, they bred this filly. You know, she's a gorgeous filly by not this time. And, you know, credit to Joel and credit to Junior. Junior rode her perfect today, and, you know, we're very happy with the win.
Told me off camera how straightforward she was in the barn on the racetrack. Talk me through her mental maturity so early in her career.
Yeah, for sure. She's been like that for us since day one. And, you know, she was broke at Highlander Training Center, and, you know, they did a great job with her. She came into us, and, you know, just a very straightforward, classy filly, and, you know, she's a pleasure to have.
Your partnership, your mentor, I should say, and Tom Amoss was here congratulating you in the winner's circle. How special is it to be able to carry the torch in such a big way?
Yeah, all the credit goes to him. You know, I wouldn't be here without Tom and his family and, you know, everything they've done for me and my family. I mean, just so grateful and, you know, humbled to be here and just grateful for the opportunity.
I have to ask, spin away next?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, we'll see how she comes out of it. You know, take it day by day, but definitely on the radar.
A historic day for a promising young trainer. Won't be the last graded stakes win for trainer Kinnan LaRose. Lafitte?
We'll see. We'll see about that spin away, the colors. Dr. Joel Politi, what a proud moment for Tom Amoss, the filly stress relief in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Adirondack. He trained the mother and Kinnan LaRose, who he passed that torch to.
You know, the generosity of spirit from Tom Amoss. You know, a lot of trainers will help a young person get started, but then they're on their own. You know, they basically like shoo them out of the nest. He's been there through every part of the process, and obviously Kinnan has learned his lessons well, even down to the trainer speak there when she asked about the next start. We'll take it day by day. Let's see how she comes out of it. That's Tom Amoss talking there.
Well, Tom comes from old school, right? Kind of like you and I. We came from small beginnings, right? And you kind of rise up and you can do whatever you can. But, you know, Tom is like, one thing I think of Tom, he had it so tough when he was younger and he had to do it all his own. I think he's learned from those lessons and said, you know what, Kinnan's not going to go through that. I'm going to kind of walk him through this process and go through it. But then again, there's a lot of guys that are assistant trainers that are not doing what he's doing. Don't listen to the boss. So I think Kinnan's upward and onwards. This filly's got a big future.
Truth is, he just wanted to spend more time with us on set.
Nah.
Tom Amoss. Congratulations, Tom, on the proud moment and stress relief. Terrific in the Adirondack. Yesterday in the Saratoga Special, that performance, 2-year-old on the ascend, Twinkletown. We'll revisit. You're watching Saratoga Live.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
My father owned horses in the Venezuelan racetrack, so I had ways to start loving the race horse. My name is Pedro Lance. I'm a bloodstock agent, mostly working for Middle East clients. Now I'm mostly buying horses for KAS Stables, the sons of King Abdullah. Fasig-Tipton has been very nice company to work with. Very productive sales has been for KAS Stables. As always, when I go to Saratoga sale, I'm looking for the best of the best. You see the best pedigrees, the best horses. When you buy a horse there, you can feel like you're buying not only a top race prospect, but also a stallion. Any horse that come out of that sale, very probable will be a famous stallion. Sierra Leone, American Pharoah, Flightline. Every year is a pleasure to go to the Saratoga sale.
American Man is the quickest of the quick. Local Knowledge in second. American Man, Solitude Dude on the outside, and Local Knowledge. Solitude Dude and Local Knowledge are head and head coming to the 16th pole. Local Knowledge and Twinkletown, very quick away. Twinkletown on the outside, short lead. Booked and Twinkletown are really going at it. Twinkletown towered over the competition. But here's Amber Glen right into second. Amber Glen tugging nicely in second. A length and a half back. Amber Glen makes her move with a quarter of a mile to go. Amber Glen by 2. Deep Learning late. Amber Glen back to Renegade, who's second to last. It's a gap of almost 10. Erad Ortiz Jr. biding his time on Renegade, and Renegade starts to roll from behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack, and he will run them all down.
What a weekend. And terrific performance after terrific performance. 3 chimneys. Cheers to the breeders, like where it all really starts in the pride of breeding a stakes winner at Saratoga. Richie, that list, those performances, is there one in particular that stood out more than the rest?
Gosh, Lafitte, I honestly think this has just been a great celebration of our game. I don't want to pick one over the other because I just been so impressed. Yesterday was brilliant. It was like everything good about our game.
Yeah.
You know, just 2-year-olds, good turf racing, the Jim Dandy delivered. I mean, it's just one good thing after another. The horses have been delivering, and we're just blessed to be a part of it.
You know, it was really a good thing. Was it about 3:57? We're making the shift from FS1 to Fox, and right before we did, we were talking about the Saratoga Special. Everybody's talking about booked. Paul says, no. This is the one you have to look out for. Twinkletown strikes the front at the head of the lane.
Yeah, and kind of like baited his brother to go inside with booked because he was kind of traveling on the outside of the track. And he kind of just digs in. He could see the head carriage of the 3 a lot lower than the 4, Mig.
Well, it's so reminiscent of his grandsire, AP Indy, dropping his head out and down, really reaching for ground. But, Paul, did he ever look like he was going to lose this race?
No, he just had a load of horse. He broke right on top, and you know, he put away a pretty good horse in Locked. And I would think now 2 for 2 lifetime, 1 on a sloppy racetrack. You know, that's so hard to gauge when a horse wins first time out on a sloppy racetrack. You don't really know what's going to happen. This was impressive.
Was this more about Twinkletown exceeding expectation on the eve of Kenny McPeak's birthday screenwrite, or did Booked not bring his best?
Well, I think Booked also was compromised because he didn't break as sharply as he had, and he kind of had to make up a lot of ground in the first few furlongs. That being said, I think if he broke on top, he was going to be second best to this horse. Twinkletown was just best.
Yeah, he's a good horse, and he's probably going to go a little bit longer. Kenny showed up with his best jacket, that light blue jacket. Always puts it on when it's muddy time, and he was live yesterday with his runner. Now, Blackout Time didn't run his race today, but Twinkletown will be looking to go to the graded stakes, I would think, next.
It's the path towards the hopeful, most prestigious race for 2-year-old Saratoga, and today the fillies en route to the Spinaway. Horses in the paddock for the 11th and final, 5-2 currently with 13 minutes to post. Jamie's turn, the choice. We'll be right back.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
It's very prestigious. It means a lot. A special moment earlier today at Saratoga. The Mike Venezia Award presented, Richie, of which you did the presentation, to Nicky Santagata.
So deserving, an incredible human being, someone that would give you the shirt off his back. Was so good to me as a kid. Used to drive me to the Meadowlands before I even had a driver's license. When we had a night racing, would drive me back to my room at Belmont. Got into a fight with another jock on my behalf in the jockey's room at the Meadowlands, and he embodied all of the great qualities that Mike Venezia embodied. Mike was one of those people that you could always count on, was a true mentor. Lost way, way too soon, but I was so happy that Nick received this honor because it was so deserving.
The biggest, I think, roar we've seen for this award, you would think? And I know you're so close with Nicky, and I'm going to get choked up. Knowing that Nicky was in the race where Mike passed away, he was in that race, and I think a lot of people don't realize it, and you could tell by the jockeys hugging him how loved he is in that jock's room.
He is beloved in that room, and I got really emotional. You got to understand, Mike's daughter Allison's there, her husband Jim McGowan, they own racehorses. Now, she was 7 when her dad passed, and to see her now there with her children, it just it struck me pretty hard. And no recipient of this award has ever received the ovation that Nick Santagata received today. I think it was extremely popular with the fans, the media, and the other riders.
Very well said. to Maggie in the paddock.
And it was so good to see and hear Nick receive that award. I think he spoke so, well, as eloquently as a Brooklyn guy can, but it was so wonderful to hear what he had to say and his appreciation for Mike and receiving the award. As we'll take a look here at a few horses in the paddock. They are your favorites, as number 2 is Jamie's Turn. Now, point blank, overall, she is the best turned out horse in here by far. She's fit, she's strong. However, despite having some dirt pedigree, wow, does she look turf meant. Might not mean anything. She might just prove to be best here as she drops in class, but it's not like she took any money in either of those turf efforts against better fields and maiden special weights. So Linda Rice looking for her 3rd win on this card. Like I said, physical standout in the paddock. Can she deal with the dirt? We know that number 3, Boca Tree, can do so as she's run her fastest race when sprinting on the dirt up here at the Spa in one of her only 2 efforts against New York breds. And I think she looks great. She hasn't changed much. She hasn't grown, exponentially by any means, but she's a well-balanced filly that comes in here fit. She had the tightener at Monmouth going the 5/8 on the turf, and I think she fits very nicely with the crew that she meets today, Lafitte.
See how it all unfolds. 11th and final of this Week 5 Saratoga. Riders up momentarily post-parade in the nightcap from the Spa as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This overcast Sunday in Saratoga Springs. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Field for the 11th and final. Riders up, as you can see, making their way front side. We'll introduce you to the field and these New York bred maiden claimers of the $50,000 variety, fillies and mares, with a 2-1 favorite. Jamie's Turn called to post, and we'll start with the favorite, Jamie's Turn, and Manny Franco here. A 3rd start, first try on dirt.
Yeah, 2 starts, like you're saying, has only beaten 2 horses. Now we'll drop in class and switch to the dirt, and hopefully that'll be the winning recipe. 2-1, your favorite.
Manny Franco aboard the favorite. Solid support, Boca Tree. A 2nd start off the layoff back to dirt.
Yeah, but showed good speed on the dirt, and I just think the form's a little dirtied up with that turf, those turf races. Has the race under her belt. Major player.
Next in line, Albright, second start, first on dirt, and she was jumping around. She was feeling it in the paddock.
I think this filly's live here. I think the race over the turf, you know, those state-bred 50s are hard here at Saratoga. I think she's live.
Battle Rifle, tough sledding to this point.
Yeah, he's just going to have to improve vastly.
Tactically, number 7, 4-1, cuts back in distance for her second start.
Yeah, and just gets a lot of class relief as well after essentially being eased after lunging at the start.
4-1, currently competitive $35,000 maiden claimer. My Divine won the vet 12-race maiden.
Yeah, for Antiochi Murgia is the rider here. I would think the first ride here at Saratoga.
Quell is out. Starship Lazy in. Lizzie, good to see. Have your Castellano back in action this week.
Yeah, I had 3 races as a 2-year-old. You know, this is the interesting horse here, betting down to 9-2. Because, you know, sometimes you look at that 2-year-old form, you got to throw it out. Newly turned 3-year-old, I would think she's going to be a lot better.
We see this so often, closing the show with these wide open New York bred maiden affairs. It's what we do, Richie, as we circle back to your top selection, Boca Tree. Why her today?
Because I like the fact that she's getting back to the dirt, and she showed better speed on the dirt. And I think that speaks to a horse more comfortable on a particular surface. I feel like those 2 turf races maybe muddied up her form a little, and I like her getting back to the dirt.
Just in front of her, Paul, you're going with Albright and Katie Davis.
Yeah, I do think the 3, it's got to be crazy where Dylan Davis is the 3 and your sister's lined up right next to you with Katie Davis. But, you know, the works in the morning suggest this filly has been wanting dirt. I think the race was just a race to give her a little fitness. Last time out, she got left in the gate in a 12-horse field. I think she's going to run way better today.
And Lafitte, you got Dylan Davis on Boca Tree, the 3. You got Katie Davis on Albright, the 4. Oh, and by the way, their dad, Robbie Davis, trains the 5 Battle Rifle. So maybe we're going to have a Davis trifecta here.
Hey, Dad, we don't ride your stinking horses.
So what you're saying is he's rooting against one of his children.
Well,
is what the bottom line is.
I think he's probably rooting for his children, but he's rooting for the 5. And there you see the 5 there. A horse that's getting Lasix for the first time was 74-1 last time out in the same race that the 4 comes out of. They come out of the same race.
To Maggie trackside.
Well, guys, we did see a late defection of a long shot, albeit back in the paddock with number 6. That is Peggy Castle. She was listed as having a bar shoe on, but in fact, she actually just had an aluminum pad. So the difference between the 2 shoes is that a bar shoe is actually affixed to the outer shoe, if you will, the normal looking shoe, whereas an aluminum pad is just underneath. So it's not actually attached to the shoe. So you have to get it correct, and unfortunately, it was listed wrong, so she had an aluminum pad on. She'll be a scratch here. As number 4 does have pedigree to switch to the dirt. Albright, as she's the daughter of Vino Rosso, who's best with his dirt sprinters. And she is out of a Grade 1 winning dam, Diplomat Lady, who won out in California. I think the Starlet. I could be wrong about that, but Albright debuted sprinting on the turf. If you have a lot of confidence about a well-bred horse, well, that's not what you do with them. So I think as she takes another little drop in class here, I like the switch to the dirt. Looking at her, she just still looks a bit heavy overall, like she's going to benefit from still yet another start. And as you saw, Lafitte, after she got the tack on, she got pretty rambunctious back in the paddock, though looks as though she is settled since I did land on number 3, Boca Tree. Liked her in the paddock, like that dirt race that we saw back here as a 2-year-old. I think she's much the horse to beat.
At 5-2, Maggie Boca Tree. The race shape early on, what are we looking for? Who figures to provide the early pace?
I think it is the 3 Boca Tree.
Right.
You know, she's shown decent speed on turf, good speed on dirt last summer up here against much tougher. I think she clears.
Yeah, she's going to be the speed here because if you look at 2 in the 2 races, has not gone out of the gate, has shown no speed. The 4, that's the one liar you'd really know first time on turf, but the 5 has not been a good gate horse as well. So you would think the 3 gets to the front end here with that 2-year-old speed. You know, the more I keep looking, the 10 is interesting in here because she had all inside draws when she's a 2-year-old. She finally gets outside, newly turned 3-year-old, gets Lasix, might be all right there for a 9-2.
Moving into line shortly. We're saying goodbye in a few minutes, but not before we see, for all of us, included on set, the field that's been drawn for the Whitney. There it is, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Magnitude draws the rail. Nitrogen, the champion filly with John D. Velasquez right next door.
The stage is set. I mean, this is a classic Whitney coming up. And looking at the post-position draws, I think Baeza, even though I'm not a big fan of outside post and two-turn races, I think the outside post aids him because he hasn't been getting away cleanly.
If he ever breaks, Paul, like if he ever breaks.
Wow, he's some kind of talent.
Look out. Next week, the Whitney live on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the most anticipated races all year. All right, first things first. Who's ready to graduate? These New York breds. Over to Frank Miramati with the call of the nightcap live on FS1.
Last couple left to load, Lafitte. We've got My Divine One. And then Starship Lizzie will be the last one under Javier Castellano. Starship Lizzie goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bouquet Tree is very quick away from the gate. And on the outside, Starship Lizzie, these two going at it. And Jamie's Turn is traveling nicely through the opening eighth of a mile in third. They're followed by Albright fourth, Tactically Races in fifth. It's another couple back to My Divine One and a gap of 5. Back to Battle Rifle, who trails 22-3. Bouquet Tree is the leader. Starship Lizzie coming back for more. And Jamie's Turn and Manny Franco inching up while 3 wide after the top pair. Albright is in fourth. Tactically Races in fifth, has 5 lengths to make up. A gap of 3 to My Divine One. Battle Rifle trails with a quarter of a mile to go. Bouquet Tree on the inside, Jamie's Turn on the outside, and Starship Lizzie is keeping pace in between as they come to the furlong pole. Starship Lizzie puts her head up alongside a Bouquet Tree who has something left. Bouquet Tree and Starship Lizzie. Bouquet Tree just keeps on going. Starship Lizzie gave it her best, but is now 2 lengths behind. A sharp performance from Bouquet Tree under Dylan Davis to score by 2 lengths. Starship Lizzie was second. Albright finished with a flourish third, and the battle for fourth included Jamie's Turn.
And that race under her belt, off the bench, surface switch, all came together for Bouquet Tree, who graduates in this 11th and final at Saratoga.
Yeah, she had just flashed better speed last year as a 2-year-old against better, and today she hit the right group, but a little bit of a rocky beginning here for the 5-horse, who really lost her footing.
Oh, my goodness.
And that second, so I give Omar Moreno Hernandez a lot of credit for staying in the middle of her. But
and the 4 came out a little bit too, so one of those situations, I thought Katie did a good job of straightening that horse, but we talked about the 2-year-old form. These were the 2 horses that had run as a 2-year-old. They ran 1-2. Albright ran a little bit better, kind of got striding late, but Dylan will get the best. You were going for the Davis exact. I know you were, Mick.
Yeah, I needed that Davis exact. and Albright ran well. I don't think she really found her best stride until she got out of the kickback, but she finished well with interest, and I think we were on the right track, though, Paul.
Yeah, 100%. They ran. It's good to see Javier Castellano back in the irons and a good, strong ride there on Starship Lizzie.
Trained by Timothy Hills, who just became the 77th different trainer to saddle a winner at Saratoga. That's what makes a sport better, Paul. That's what makes a sport that much. Parity in sports, that's what the game needs. Parity. Every sport, more parity.
You know, the trainers, there's 88 different trainers that have won races, but there's only been seemed like 3 jockeys that have won, and there is an objection here, and I think Javier Castellano taking a little bit of a shot. That Bouquet Tree came in front of him late in the lane and caused a little bit.
Definitely drifted, but was clear when the horse
But here's
drifted.
my issue. Javier Castellano is the king of herding, and he's objecting for somebody hurting him.
Yeah.
What are you seeing, Richie?
Well, there's no doubt that Bouquet Tree's going to drift out. You see Dylan Davis will do a left-handed crop, but he's a length and a half clear. Javier never had to stop riding. He alters course to the inside a little bit, but you're allowed to take your horse to any portion of the racetrack if you're clear.
I think the argument would be a little bit better, right? If the 4 runs down the 10 for second, then you can say, oh, okay, might have given the horse a little bit of a hiccup to run second here.
Listen, to me, this is a no-brainer. make it official. Let's go home.
But a chance to explain to our viewers who might not be as familiar the difference between an inquiry and an objection.
Well, an inquiry is the stewards are looking at it before a jockey says anything. They feel like there's something there that needs to be adjudicated. When they don't put up an inquiry and a jockey claims foul, it's pretty rare that a horse is actually taken down.
Claimed the foul?
No, that's a good question, because a trainer can claim foul.
Yeah, because we've been seeing guys eating their chicken salad sandwiches up there and calling the box and going, hey, I'm going to claim a foul. Here's the drone.
From the drone, Richie.
Yeah, again, you're going to see. He went at her right-handed with Boca Tree. She's getting away. Now she starts to float when he went left-handed. But he's clear of that filly. He's well clear of that filly.
Yeah, it's just, there's nothing there. There's nothing there to look at. I think you look at it once or twice, and that's it. Now, do you talk to Dylan? Yeah, you don't want to impede somebody that's behind you. And you got to feel for Javier Castellano, because he just went down because he clipped heels. So I understand where Javier's kind of coming from.
Yeah, and listen, it's your right to claim foul. Years ago, they would fine you if they felt it was a frivolous claim of foul.
They'd get fined if it was a...
Years ago. Now, they don't do that as much
anymore. And I think the other part of this, okay, after the incident, didn't the 10 make up ground on the 3? No, the 3 kind of went away from the 10.
That was trainer Michelle Nevin of Starship Lizzie next to Javier Castellano watching the replays. And, yeah, for the uninitiated, very different in horse racing here, how it all works in terms of the communication between the people involved, the jockeys, and the would-be officials, the stewards, after an incident.
Well, it's an antiquated system. You don't see in football a ref, a ref throwing a flag saying pass interference. He doesn't talk to the receiver and say, hey, did he hit you before the ball got there? And he doesn't talk to the defender and say, did you wait till he touched the ball before you hit him? You've got to make that judgment. That's your job.
No change, by the way. And if I had a phone to call umpires, I wouldn't have got thrown out of 20-some-odd games in my career.
I can't believe you didn't take the bait. I can't believe you didn't take the bait. When the Dodger fan here going on and on and on about how great parity in sports is. Can't believe you didn't take the bait.
Well, listen, there is parity in sports. When the Dodgers get beat this year, we'll see what happens.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What a week, guys. And before we say goodbye, and you see Boca Tree, somebody's yelling, go Mets at us. The fact that we got a quick glimpse at that Whitney Field and what it'll look like next week. Magnitude, Jose Ortiz had an option. Magnitude or the filly Nitrogen. He went with Magnitude right next door. The big champion filly's going to be staring at him with Johnny Velasquez.
Well, the racing has been delivering consistently, and we got so much more to look forward to, and obviously the Whitney top of the list.
I think it's going to be the best Whitney field we've seen in the last 15 years.
It has that kind of potential. You'll see it on Fox. One of the best weeks all summer, one of the best races all summer, the Whitney. Great to have you with us this Sunday afternoon as you watched Michael Tabor's Irish Mare turn it on, and it was lights out. Survey in the Glens Falls, Flavian Pratt. Pratt wasn't done, changed his silks, and jumped into the cockpit of that 3-year-old Jet. Sea Strike statement race. Travers next for her. We'll see. And in the Adirondack, Joel Polides filly, Stress filly. Congratulations, Kenan LaRoe's first graded stakes win of his career.
Exacta 2482, the double 3123. Remember, there was a late scratch at number 6. Consolation double 748. Trifecta 6348. Superfecta 297.02. The pick 3 235.51. Consolation pick 3 52.31. Pick 4 434.47. Pick 5, 2,938.04. Pick 6 today, 6 of 6, pays $16,682.32. Consolation 5 of 6, $177.62. That concludes our live racing program for this afternoon. On behalf of the New York Racing Association, we thank you for your attendance today, reminding you that racing resumes on Wednesday. Good night from Saratoga Racecourse. Bouquetry is very quick away from the gate. And on the outside, Starship Lizzie, these two going at it. And Jamie's Turn is traveling nicely through the opening eighth of a mile in third. They're followed by Albright fourth, Tactically Races in fifth. It's another couple back to My Divine One and a gap of 5. Back to Battle Rifle, who trails 22-3. Bouquetry is the leader. Starship Lizzie coming back for more. And Jamie's Turn and Manny Franco inching up while 3 wide after the top pair. Albright is in fourth. Tactically Races in fifth, has 5 lengths to make up. A gap of 3 to My Divine One. Battle Rifle trails with a quarter of a mile to go. Bouquetry on the inside, Jamie's Turn on the outside, and Starship Lizzie is keeping pace in between as they come to the furlong pole. Starship Lizzie puts her head up alongside a Bouquetry who has something left. Bouquetry and Starship Lizzie. Bouquetry just keeps on going. Starship Lizzie gave it her best, but is now 2 lengths behind. A sharp performance from Bouquetry under Dylan Davis to score by 2 lengths. Starship Lizzie was second. Albright finished with a flourish third, and the battle for fourth included Jamie's Turn.